33 when Webb had called the number on the slip of paper Big F had given him. The voice that had answered was a man's. Webb didn't know if it belonged to Big F, since his initial encounter with the giant had involved concussions rather than words. Webb had hoped it was Big F on the line because the voice was high and shrill. What a wonderful joke for God to play on the man by giving him a squeaky set of pipes. Yet a silly voice wasn't going to lessen the fear of doing the two-step with the walking oak again. Big F didn't hit with his tonsils. The man had told Webb to be driving north across the Woodrow Wilson Bridge at exactly 11 o'clock that night. Webb would receive additional instructions at that time by cell phone. Webb figured his number was unlisted, but it seemed nothing was sacred these days. Webb, of course, had sensibly questioned why he should even go. "If you want to know what happened to your buddies, you'll be there," the man had said. "And if you want to keep on living," he added. Appropriately enough, the phone line had gone dead after that. Webb thought about running down to Quantico and snagging a Barrett 50 rifle and a couple thousand rounds of ammo from the equipment cage. One of the great things about HRT was that it purchased for its operators the very latest weapons and then let them do with them what they wanted. It was like a giant candy store for the violence-minded. Yet he finally decided that even at gun-happy HRT, it might raise some eyebrowshes checking out a .450 and enough ammo to shoot up a good-sized city. He did briefly think about calling in Bates as backup, but then realized that might hold disastrous consequences. Big F hadn't survived on the streets this long by being stupid or impossibly lucky. He would smell the bureau boys for sure, and wouldn't that just royally piss off the big guy? But if he had information about who had set up his team, Webb had to find out what it was. He had driven past the entrance to the Southern Bell farm. The opening was not as ornate at East Winds, and Webb noted that the gates were closed and locked. He thought he could see a man patrolling near the entrance, but he wasn't certain of that or whether the man was armed. An interesting place even as he was thinking this. He heard the chopper coming overhead. He looked up, saw it passing by, and then it disappeared from his sight. Maybe it was landing at Southern Bell. Maybe terrorists had landed in America. Webb was only half kidding. He had stopped to fill the car with gas. He thought about calling Clare, but then decided against it. What would he say? Maybe "I'll see you tomorrow," and maybe "I want." The Woodrow Wilson Bridge had long been the single worst traffic bottleneck in the United States interstate highway system. Most local drivers mentioning the name of the 28th President of the United States sent them into fits of rage. What a legacy, Webb thought, for a life of selfless public service. Better to have your name attached to a rest stop. At least then people would think of you in connection with badly needed bodily relief. He rolled onto the aging bridge and checked his watch. 30 seconds to 11. The Potomac was calm tonight, with no boat traffic apparent. The thick line of trees on the Maryland side contrasted sharply with the bright lights of Old Town Alexandria on the Virginia side and the Capitol Dome and national monuments to the north. He passed the halfway point on the bridge. Traffic was relatively light and flowing well. A Virginia State Police car passed Webb heading in the opposite direction. Webb felt like yelling after him. "Hey, want to be my friend tonight? Got an appointment with Dr. Death?" Webb left the bridge and kept driving. He looked around. Nothing. So much for exact timing. Then a chilling thought hit him. Was he being set up to take a hit? Was there a sniper out there somewhere drawing a bead on him right now with his scope? Was the guy dialing in the drop compensation right now, seating the shell, settling his finger on the trigger, exhaling one last breath before he fired? Was Webb London the world's biggest idiot? Take the next right, now, now! The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere and startled Webb so badly he almost pulled the Mercury into a 180. "Shit," Webb cried out even as he shot the car across 3 lanes of traffic while horns blared at him and cars dodged around him. He cut it so close the sedan skimmed the guardrail. Webb was now on the entry ramp onto Interstate 295. "Take it to D.C., the voice said in a calmer tone. "Damn it! Give me a little more notice next time," Webb shot back, and then wondered if the guy could even hear him. He also wondered how they had managed to plant a communications device in his car without anyone seeing them. Webb pointed the car north to D.C. He took deep breaths to calm himself. Right now he wished to never again hear another voice without a face to go with it. "Keep going," the voice said. "Ill, tell you where to turn? Well, so much for what one wished for." It wasn't squeaky voice. Maybe this was Big F. It seemed to be a Big F voice, thought Webb, for it was deep, blunt, threatening, figured. Webb was very familiar with the area he was now in. The lowdown on this stretch of lonely woods-bracketed highway was that if one's car broke down, it would not be there when the owner came back for it. And if the owner stayed with his broken-down car, he wouldn't be coming back either. The boys that hunted here were the AAA of felony. Also down this way was St. Elizabeth's, the mental hospital for celebrity maniacs like John Hinckley, and for those who kept trying to go over the fence at the White House, among many others, the voice said. "Take the next exit. Turn left at the light. Go 1.1 miles and take a right. Should I be writing this down, or can you fax it to me?" asked Webb, because he just felt like it. Shut the hell up. Well, at least they could hear him and see him. He looked in his rear-view mirror, but there were quite a few headlights back there. And yet, if there was one thing Webb couldn't stand, it was a criminal who lacked a good sense of humor. He slipped that one away in his payback file. He followed the directions and soon was smack in the middle of the death zones of northeast and southeast D.C. that bordered the Anacostia River, and where over 1,000 people had been murdered in the last 7 years. By comparison, across the river, and seemingly several universes away, the affluent Northwest area had suffered a little over 20 homicides in the same time span. However, there was some sense of perverse balance because the Northwest quadrant had far more larcenies and thefts committed. For a very simple reason, the poor rarely had things criminals wanted to steal, while the wealthy, of course, had an abundance of them. The Frederick Douglass National Historical Site was along where Webb was traveling, and Webb figured that the Martin Luther King Jr. of his time would not be at all pleased with how things had turned out. Webb was given another set of directions and soon was pulling down a dirt road winding between nothing but trees and dense foliage. Webb had been around here before. It was a favorite dumping ground for those in the more violent stretches of the city who didn't like to mess up their neighborhoods with body parts. HRT had done a couple of ops down here. In fact, one had gone textbook without one shot fired. The other had left 3 men dead, all bad guys who just couldn't accept the fact that they were so outclassed and thus had stupidly pulled guns instead of putting up their hands. Maybe they thought there would be warning shots fired. Well, there was no chapter in the HRT manual on warning shots whenever Webb had pulled his trigger. Somebody ended up dead. "Stop the car," said the voice, "and get out. Lay your gun on the front seat." "How do you know I have a gun?" "If you don't, you got horseshit for brains. And if I give my gun up, what exactly do I have for brains? If you don't, you ain't gonna have no brains left." Webb placed the pistol on the front seat and slowly got out of the car and looked around. He saw nothing except trees and a moonless sky. He could smell the river water, and it was hardly comforting. The few movements he heard were assuredly not big flike, most likely squirrels, foxes, or minor-grade criminals trolling for their supper. Right now, the only thing Webb wished he had done was stash Romano in the trunk. Well, now you think of that. He stiffened slightly when he heard them coming. As they appeared from the cover of trees, Webb could make out 3 large men in a row. They were all taller than Webb, and they all had some serious hardware pointed at him. Webb wasn't really focusing on them, though, for the far larger man was right behind them. Webb had felt sure he was going to see the giant tonight, and yet the sight of Big F was still a little unnerving. He had on different clothes, but the same Club Med style. The shirt, though, wasn't open this time. All of Webb's wounds inflicted by the giant criminal seemed to tingle in the man's presence as though some chemical interaction had just been triggered. Next to Big F was a white guy, which surprised Webb until he recognized Clyde Macy in the flesh. He resembled a skeleton more in person than he did in the photo. Webb recalled his talk with Bates when they had speculated who Cove's inside person might be. Macy Peebles? Macy didn't look like a snitch, but who really knew? As Webb kept his gaze on the man, he noted that the suit Macy wore and the ear radio made him look like Secret Service. Maybe Head had aspirations to join the service once, until he realized he liked killing people more. Peebles was nowhere in sight. The new breed of criminal entrepreneurs apparently didn't like to get their fingernails dirty. The three underlings circled Webb while Big F stood there and watched. Macy hung off to the side. He looked alert and relaxed at the same time. But it was easy to tell the man took his work very seriously to Webb. The other men looked a little bored, as though they were the varsity called in to scrimmage with the JV. Well, that was a real confidence booster. One man drew a short object from his coat pocket that looked like a microphone. He ran it up and down Webb's body, while another man checked Webb for additional weapons. He found none but did confiscate Webb's cell phone. Another of the men, with what Webb knew now was an electronic wand designed to ferret out nosy surveillance devices, did the once-over on Webb's car. The wand only sounded once near the rear seat, but the man seemed unconcerned by this. He turned and nodded at Big F. Webb understood this silent exchange. The man had detected the electronic device they had planted in Webb's car. The men stepped back, and Big F came forward and leaned his bulk on the hood of Webb's car. Webb thought he could hear the car groaning, and who could blame it? How's the face? The man's voice was neither squeaky high nor brutally deep. It was middle of the road, calm, non-threatening. It wasn't the faceless voice inside Webb's car. Webb could be talking to his stockbroker, if he had a stockbroker, that is. Only thing hurt was my pride. I take it you're Big F. The man smiled at that and then slapped his thigh to Webb. It sounded like the ominous smack of thunder. Everything this guy did was big. The other men laughed, too, obviously cueing off their boss. Shit, Big F. Damn right, Big F, that's good. Ain't that good, boys? They all nodded and said it was good, damn good. Macy didn't even crack a smile. He just stood there and stared at Webb like he was trying to will him to die. Because if there was somebody bigger than you coming down the pike, then I don't think I want to make his acquaintance. Webb knew it was always good to get on the bad guy's good side, show you weren't afraid. Violent criminals just loved fear, and they just loved to cut the throats of fearful people. Big F laughed again, yet when he stopped and looked serious, so did everybody else. Instantly, Webb noted, I got me a problem. I'm here to help. Webb eased forward just a notch. Now he could take out two of the guys with kicks. Big F was something else altogether, sort of like punching Mount Rushmore. But you went with the point of least resistance first. Somebody's setting me up to take a fall for something I ain't done. You know what happened to my team? I don't need that shit, you understand me? He stood, towering over them all, and the look in his eyes made Webb's heart race. How old you think I am? Webb gave him the once-over, 22-32, Big F said proudly. Now that in black years, he turned to Macy. What that be in tidy-whitey time? 120. Said Macy in a learned tone as though he were the Ph.D. Of this illustrious group. Big F looked back at Webb. 120. An old man in a young man's business. I don't need this shit. You go tell your crew that. Don't come hunting my ass down, 'cause I ain't done it. Webb nodded. Then I need to know whose business it is. Without that, I can guarantee you squat. Big F eased himself back down on the car and slid out a Beretta 9mm with a muzzle suppressor attached. Webb noted. Things were definitely not looking good. Messengers a dime a dozen, said Big F, eyeing Webb calmly. It'll mean a lot more coming from me. I've got a lot invested in this one. Webb took one tiny step forward as he pretended to be merely shifting his weight. Now he could tag Big F with a spin kick right on the cerebellum. If the man could shake that off, then crown him king of the world. And maybe you figure you owe me one for saving Kevin? Him being your little brother, and all he ain't my brother. Webb tried hard not to show his surprise. Is that right? He, my son. Big F rubbed his nose, coughed, and then spit. Course, we got the same mama, Webb started for a moment, and then looked at the other men. They obviously already knew this and seemed to accept it as mainstream, at least their version of mainstream. Yet why shouldn't they? Webb thought, what was a little incest among family? You couldn't exactly do it with strangers. Grandma had said Kevin was a little slow. Well, with that twisted family tree, Webb could see why. Well, I hope Kevin's okay, said Webb. The boy's got nothing to do with you, Big F said sharply. Okay, thought Webb, so Kevin did mean something to the man. That was valuable intelligence. Who took out my team? Tell me. And we go our separate ways. No hard feelings. Ain't that easy? Sure it is. Webb prompted. Names, that's all I want. Big F studied his pistol. You know what my biggest problem is? Webb eyed the Beretta and wondered if he was Big F's biggest problem. He prepared to launch himself. Economy's too hot. I can't keep good people. He looked over at his men, Tuna Man, front and center. Webb watched as one of the men stepped forward. He was 6'4" and broad-shouldered and wore what looked to Webb to be a very expensive suit and enough gold and silver on his neck, wrists, and fingers to start his own precious metals exchange. You think you can take this little dude with just your hands? Tuna smirked. Ain't be needing both hands for that boy. Don't know 'bout that, said Big F Way. This boy kicked me. I felt that shit. Well, if you think you can, lay your gun down and get to it. Tuna slipped his gun out of his waistband and placed it on the ground. He was at least 15 years younger than Webb and much larger. And yet he moved so gracefully that Webb was certain the man was as nimble as he was strong. And when Tuna assumed a classic martial arts stance, Webb knew he was in for something serious, and he hadn't even recovered from last night. Webb held up his hand. Look, we don't have to do this. You think you can kick my ass? I think I can kick yours. Let's just call it a draw. Big F shook his head. Little dude, either fight or take the bullet. Webb stared at the man and his gun sighed, then put up his fists. The two men circled each other for a few moments. Webb sized his opponent up and saw a few weaknesses, yet he did see something else that might be helpful. He tried a kick, and Tuna easily caught Webb's leg and held onto it for a moment before twisting the limb and throwing Webb down. Webb quickly rose and took a side kick on the forearm. It stung like hell, but better his arm than his head. The two feinted and parried a few times more before Tuna caught Webb with a flying spinner, and he went down again, but he bounced right back up. Is that all the shit you got, Tuna? Taunted Webb man. You got me by 50 pounds in 15 years? If I was you, your ass would be out for the count by now. Tuna dropped his smirk and hit Webb with an old-fashioned right jab, but ate a hard left cross to the head in return. Tuna didn't seem to like his face getting marked. Something Webb was quick to pick up on. Hey, Tuna, a screwed-up face isn't the end of the world. With no ladies eating up your paycheck, you can probably really put some bucks away for retirement. You going down, man, said Tuna. And you staying down. Not from some pussy like you. Not. An enraged Tuna lunged at Webb and caught him with a sharp punch right to the kidney. Webb almost went down from the blow, but he wrapped his arms around Tuna's middle and started to squeeze. Tuna hit him with 2 more shots to the head, but Webb held on. Like a constrictor, each time Tuna took a breath. Webb would squeeze a little bit more, not letting the man's diaphragm return to its original position. More headshots and more squeezes, and Webb could start to feel the bigger man wavering, his gasps of breath so pleasant to hear. And then Webb loosened his grip just a little, and it was enough for Tuna to get his own clench on Webb, which was what Webb had intended. The two men swung each other around, panting heavily, their rivulets of sweat meeting each time their bodies did. Tuna tried to throw Webb off, but Webb held on because he had other plans. Finally, Tuna swung Webb around and Webb's grip was broken, and he went sprawling. Actually, he did a controlled forward roll, grabbed Tuna's pistol where he had left it on the ground, came upright, lunged forward, put a necklock on the stunned Tuna, and placed the gun to his head, all in a blur of motion. You have to get yourself some better security, Webb said to Big F. Ain't that right, Tuna? Big F raised his pistol and fired. His shot hit Tuna dead center in the forehead. The man dropped and died without making one sound. Most gunshots to the head had that effect. Webb knew the ability of the victim to speak gone before the brain could dial up the scream. Bullets and flesh were like ex-wives. They just never mixed that well. Webb stared as Big F casually slipped the gun back in his waistband, as though he had just disposed of an irksome mole in a vegetable garden. Big F's men looked as stunned as Webb. Tuna's demise had obviously been on only Big F's agenda. Macy, however, just stood there, his gun trained on Webb. The sudden violent death of a colleague didn't seem to interest him at all. He was all cool and professional, standing there in a classic Weaver firing stance. his gaze riveted on the gun in Webb's hand. Webb wondered where the guy had received his training. Probably some paramilitary outfit staffed by ex-good guys who for some reason or other had slid to the dark side with his hostage gone and multiple guns pointing at him. Webb dropped the pistol. "Good help," said Big F to Webb. "I can't find it. I give my crew cash, clothes, cars, and bitches, show 'em the ropes, teach 'em the business, 'cause I ain't be doing this shit all my life, cash in my chips, lose myself till I kick living. And you think that makes 'em loyal? Shit. No. They just keep biting the hand that feeds 'em. Tuna making his own action on the side and think I ain't know it. Skimming dollars and dope off all the time. And he thinking I stupid and don't check that shit. But that ain't the dumbest thing he done. Dumbest thing the boy done is he be using the products. You put that shit in you, you talk to anybody 'bout anything. He be high on that shit, and he be mouthing off to a whole crew, a DEA and his ass, not even know it. Sell us all down the river. Well, I ain't going down no river. I ain't being no drug kingpin, working my business from the inside with no chance in hell of ever getting on the outside again. No way, baby, no way. That ain't how it ending for me. I eat me some bullets before I go to Mighty Whitey's house." He glanced sharply at his men. "You just gonna leave Tuna there, or what? Show some damn respect for the dead." "What the hell you want us to do with him?" said one of them, his arms spread wide, his features angry, though Webb easily sensed the fear he held for his boss. Webb was certain Big F could smell that fear too. He no doubt counted on it in running his business. If he wanted to teach his people loyalty, they had one very compelling reason lying right there in a growing red pond, and taking out Tuna had probably been meant as a warning to Webb too. Well, he felt incredibly warned. Big F shook his head in obvious disgust. "I got to tell you every damn thing to do like you a little baby or something. I smell me water, and so can you? Throw his ass in the river and tie something to it so it ain't come up." The men gingerly picked up their fallen comrade, bitching the whole time about getting blood and other tuna bits on their fine Versace. Macy stood in exactly the same spot. Apparently, Webb thought he was inner circle, and thus was allowed to stay for extra innings. When the others had disappeared down the trail, Big F eyed Webb. "See what I mean 'bout good help? Can't get none. Everybody wants to get rich overnight. Nobody wants to work for a damn thing no more. Start at the top. They all want to start at the top. I started at 8 years old running dollar bags of white rock. Worked my ass off for over 20 years. And these brothers today be thinking they deserve every dime I got 'cause they be doing this shit for a couple of months. New economy, my ass. If Big F had been sitting in a maximum security prison cell wearing Hannibal Lecter, ready to weir, and Webb was safely on the other side of the bars, Webb might have started laughing his guts out at this capitalistic tirade. Yet right now, all he was wondering was when Big F would finally focus on the fact that Webb was an eyewitness to murder. "Now, Tuna, he must have killed 5 or 6 people, so I just saved you the trouble of frying his ass. Ain't gotta thank me. Webb didn't. In fact, he said nothing. He probably could have made some smart remark, but witnessing the cold-blooded murder of another human being, no matter how much he might have deserved it, was not a great lead-in to humor for Webb. I guess everybody got trouble." Big F wiped at one of his eyes. "But the Lord done showered me with some extra helpings. I got me family coming out my ass, and every one of them looking for cash. Got me a 90-year-old great-aunt I ain't even know I had coming round talking like this." His voice rose higher. "Now, Francis, can't you take care of my eyes? Got me the cataracts, honey? Can't see to play the bingo no mo? Do something about it for me, will you, honey? Used to bounce you on my knee? Used to change your shitty diaper, and I peel off some cash, and there you go. And she back a week later 'bout her damn cat what got female problems." He looked at Webb incredulously. "A fucking cat with female problems. And it only be $1,000, Francis," she says. "That all it be, honey. And remember I wiped your shitty diaper while your mama was down the river, or else shooting herself up with that little needle of hers. And you know what I do? I peel off 10 hundreds and give it to her and her cat. THEEF stands for Francis." Big F grinned, and it seemed to Webb that he saw for the first time signs of little Kevin in this hulking, murderous adult. "Yeah, what you think it stood for?" Webb shook his head, no clue. Big F took out a small box, unwrapped a pill, and put it in his mouth. He offered one to Webb, who declined. Tagamet, Pepsid, AC, Zantac, said Big F. I eat 'em like peanuts, had me an upper GI done. Damn belly looks like a mole's been through it. This shit's getting to me, ain't no lie. So why don't you retire? Easy to say, not so easy to do. Ain't like they give me a going-away lunch and a gold watch in my line of work. Sorry to tell you, but the cops never stop looking. The cops I can deal with, it's some folks in the business what giving me the pain in the ass. They think if you want to quit working, you're gonna rat 'em out. They can't understand why'd you walk away from a life like mine. Money out the ass, 'cept you got to keep hiding it and you got to keep moving around, and you're still always wondering when somebody like maybe your bitch or your brother or your cat-loving great aunt is gonna put a hole in your head while you're sleeping. He grinned. Now don't you worry about me. I be fine. He popped another pill and then closely eyed Webb. You one of them guys from HRT? I hear you dudes are some serious shit when you hit me the other night. Boy, that hurt. That's rare, little man. Let me tell you, that's rare. You guys must be some bad shit. We're actually really lovable when you get to know us. Big F didn't crack a smile at Webb's remark. So how come you ain't dead, guardian angel? Now Big F smiled broadly. Right? That's good shit. Tell me where I can get me one. Big F shifted his bulk along with the direction of the conversation. You want to know how them guns got in that building? Webb stiffened. You willing to testify to it? Yeah. I come on down to the courthouse. You go on ahead and wait for me. Okay, how'd they get the guns in there? You know how old them buildings are? Webb's eyes narrowed. Old, no! Why, the 1950s. I ain't old enough to remember, but my mama was, she told me. Was too much coke, not the soda pop. Yeah, 1950s. Think HRT, think him not getting it. He shook his head and looked over at Macy and then back at Webb. I thought you damn feds all went to college. Some colleges are better than others. If you can't fly the shit in through the roof and you can't take it in the front door, what you got left? Webb thought for a moment before it hit him under. The 1950s Cold War, underground bomb shelters, tunnels. Damn, you smart after all. There you go. That's still not much to go on. That's your problem. I gave you something, now you tell your folks to back off my ass. I ain't got no reason in the world to waste a bunch of feds. You go back and make sure they understand that. He paused and rubbed some pine needles with his huge foot, and then he looked directly at Webb. You guys ain't playing games on me and got Kevin but ain't saying, are you? Webb considered how best to answer that, ironically. Given his present company, he decided that the truth was the best approach. We don't have Kevin, see local cops I don't trust as far as I can throw 'em. Too many brothers end up dead when the local cops get to 'em. Now, feds ain't worth too much in my book neither, but you guys ain't killing people for no reason. Thanks. So other things being equal. See, if you guys got Kevin, then I know he be all right. And maybe you boys just hold on to him for a while till this shit blows over. The way the man was half looking at him, Webb could tell Big F really wanted Kevin to be in the custody of the FBI, where he would be reasonably safe. I wish we did have him, but we don't in playing it straight with you. Then he added, but I think Kevin might have been involved somehow. Bullshit, roared Big F. He a kid. He ain't done nothing. He ain't going to no jail. No way is he not, Kevin. I didn't say he knew what he was doing. You're right. Hez just a kid, a scared kid, but whoever took him is behind what happened. At least that's what I think. I don't know why Kevin was in that alley, but his being there wasn't a coincidence. I want him just as bad as you do, and I want him safe too. I saved him once in that alley. I don't want it to be for naught, right? So he can testify and then spend the rest of his life in witness protection. Some life. At least it's a life, Webb shot back. Big F, and he had a prolonged stare down until the big man finally looked away. I'm going to do everything I can to get Kevin back safe and sound, Francis. I promise you that, but if he knows something he's going to have to tell us, well, protect him. Yeah, sure you will. Done a real good job of that so far, ain't you? They heard the other men returning. A name would be nice to go with the tunnels, said Webb, but Big F was already shaking his head. ain't got none to give. When the two men came into sight, Big F motioned to one of them. Make sure the two-way in the car ain't working. The man nodded, slid into the front seat of Webb's car, and fired 2 bullets into the government-issued radio and then ripped out the handheld microphone. He also popped the ammo clip out of Webb's gun, fired the round that was chambered into the dirt, and handed it back to him. The other man pulled out Webb's cell phone from his pocket, ceremoniously smashed it against a tree, and then handed it back to Webb with a broad smile. Ain't making 'em like they used to. We got to be going now, said Big F, and in case you thinking about coming after my ass for pulling the trigger on Tuna, think about this. He paused and stared grimly at Webb. Anytime I want you dead, you dead. Anytime I want any of your friends dead, they dead. You got a pet, and I want it dead. Webb eyed the man steadily. You don't want to go down that road, Francis. You really don't. What? You gonna kick my ass? You gonna hurt me bad? You gonna kill me? He unbuttoned his shirt and stepped closer to Webb. Webb had seen a lot in his line of work, yet he had never seen anything quite like this. The man's chest and belly were covered with knife wounds, bullets holes, thick, angry-looking scars, burn marks, and what looked to be tunnels of ripped flesh badly healed to Webb. It seemed a painting collectively produced by an insane world. 120 in nice little tidy-whitey years, Big F said quietly. He closed the shirt and his face held, to Webb's thinking, a look of obvious pride at surviving all that those scars represented. And right now, Webb couldn't deny the man that. Big F said, You come after me, you better bring something to do the job right. And ill still cut off your dick and stuff it down your throat. Big F turned away, and it was all Webb could do not to leap on the man's back. Now was not Webb's time to settle this? Yet he couldn't just leave it like this. He called after Big F, so I guess you're grooming Kevin to inherit your empire. Your brother, son, I'm sure he's real proud of you. Big F turned back. I said, Kevin's not your business. We shared a lot back in that alley. He told me lots of stuff. It was all a bluff, but a calculated one if Webb was reading the signals right. Whoever had switched Kevin out might be Big F's enemy. If that was the case, then playing one against the other might not be such a bad idea. Webb was thinking that Big F was not above lying about not being involved, but that didn't mean the street capitalist hadn't done a joint venture with somebody else to knock off Charlie Team. If so, Webb wanted everybody. Everybody, Big F walked up to Webb and looked him over as though gauging either his guts or his stupidity. If you want Kevin back, I expect some cooperation, said Webb. He hadn't mentioned what Big F had told him. He figured Big F wanted to keep the information about the tunnels under the Target building between him and Webb, which was why Big F had sent the two men off to give Tuna a burial in the river. Expect this, said Big F. Webb managed to partially block the blow with his forearm, but the impact of Big F's bowling ball fist and his own arm against his jaw still knocked him on top of the hood of the car, where his head smacked against the windshield, cracking it. Webb woke up a half hour later, slowly slid off the car hood and staggered around, holding his arm and rubbing his jaw and head and cursing. Calming down, he discovered that his jaw, arm, and head did not appear broken, and he wondered how that was possible. He also wondered how many more concussions he could endure before his brain fell out of his head. And then Webb whirled and pointed his gun at the man who had just emerged from behind a stand of trees. The man was pointing his own gun at Webb. Nice try, said the man. But your gun doesn't have any bullets. He stepped forward, and Webb got a better look at him. Cove. Randall Cove put his gun away and leaned up against the car. He said, That dude is one seriously dangerous person, him blowing away his own guy like that. That was a new one even for me. He looked at Webb's face. You're going to have some good bruises tomorrow, but it's better than a visit with the coroner. Webb put his empty gun away and rubbed the back of his head. I take it, you had a ringside seat. Thanks for the assist. Cove looked at him grimly. Look, man, I'm a fellow agent, undercover or not. Carry the same creds, took the same oath. Work through the same bullshit you do at the Bureau. If they'd tried to take you out, you would have known my presence. But they didn't, and so I didn't. If it makes you feel any better, while you were unconscious, I shoot away some brothers who came sniffing around your carcass. Thanks, because I'm not done with this carcass yet. We need to talk, but not here. Some of Big F's boys might still be hanging around. And this place ain't safe, not even for armed lawmen." Webb looked around. "Where then? They knocked your old office down." Cove smiled. "You've been talking to Sonny, I know. I guess if old Sonny Venables thinks you're all right, boy's got a nose for bad meat like the best hound dog I ever had me in Mississippi. There's a lot of shit going on. You've been in touch with Bates lately, we talk, but neither one of us is telling the other everything, and that's cool. I know where Perce is coming from, and he knows where Im's standing." He handed Webb a slip of paper. "Meet me here in 30 minutes. Webb looked at his watch. "Im on special assignment. I've got to get back. Don't worry. It won't take long. Oh, one more thing." He climbed inside Webb's car and searched for a few moments before coming back out holding something satellite-based tracking device. "Good as the stuff we use," said Cove. "They've got a satellite," said Webb. "That's comforting. It's got a wireless communicator, too." So Webb had been correct in deducing how they had relayed the directions to him after crossing over the Wilson Bridge. Cove switched the device off and pocketed it. "Evidence is evidence. Surprised they didn't take it," he added before disappearing into the woods. Sufficiently recovered to keep both eyes open at the same time and seeing only double instead of in gauzy triplicate. Webb put the car in gear and headed out. He met Cove at the mall downtown, at a bench near the Smithsonian Castle. When Webb sat down there, he heard a voice but didn't react. All that had been on the paper. Webb reasoned that Cove was behind a set of bushes near the bench. "So Bates said he filled you in on me." "He did. I'm sorry, what happened to your family?" "Yeah," was all Cove said to that. "I found the news clipping at your house about you and Bates." "You're good, that hiding place has worked for years. Why hide it? Red herring. Somebody searching your house. It gives them something to find that really means nothing. Anything really important I keep in my head. So the clipping was just a dodge, nothing important." Cove didn't respond, so Webb said, "Bates said you were on the butts of some big-time dealers that they might have set up my team." "That's right. But this story is a long way from over. And I heard Westbrook tell you about the tunnels. I never figured that one. Good way to get the computers out and the guns in. I'm going to fill in Bates on that one ASAP and, well, go take a look. You want in?" Cove didn't answer, and it took a second for Webb to figure out why. Across the street, a man was walking by. He was dressed like a homeless person, was staggering slightly as though he were drunk, and he could very well have been both. However, Webb couldn't take any chances, and obviously neither could Cove. Webb reached for his gun and realized again that it was empty. He had a spare mag in the trunk of the car, but that was parked a good 100 feet away, and he had forgotten to get the ammo out, idiot that he was. As though in answer to his thoughts, Webb felt something slide next to him through the back support of the bench. He gripped the pistol that Cove had just handed him, whispered a thank you, and sat there, the gun held at his side, its muzzle following each move of the man across the street until he moved off. "You just never know what riffraff's going to come on by." Cove said Bates said that you might have been working through one of Westbrook's guys, maybe Peebles or Macy, and that they might have set you up. Macy and Peebles weren't my inside connection? I think my guy was dealing straight with me, at least mostly, but I think you was set up. So if the guy was shooting straight with you, any chance we can use him to get to the truth? Not anymore. How come? Because my inside guy was Tuna. You're kidding me. Big F's guys skim all the time. That was just bullshit he was feeding you. He killed Tuna for the ultimate sin, working with the cops. Did Tuna think there were others involved besides Westbrook? Tuna was basically muscle, but he had some brains. I've been working with him for about 6 months. We nailed him on some small stuff, but had already done 4 years in prison early on in his career and didn't want to do any more. He told me about this new group coming in that was handling some of the local cruise distribution and even cleaning up their dirty money through some legit operations. The service didn't come cheap, but most of the crews apparently signed on except Westbrook. He doesn't trust anybody that much. But even drug crews get tired of shooting each other up, and consolidation of operations and cost-cutting works just as well in illegal businesses as it does legitimate ones. He'd been digging deep on this group but couldn't crack it. My undercover identity was as a point man for a drug crew looking to relocate from Arizona to rural Virginia. Webb heard about this group and I got myself invited to look over their operation. At first I thought it was connected to Westbrook's piece, but when I saw what was there, I knew it was big-time stuff. Bates mentioned the OxyContin piece. That's what makes this one special. I think the product this group was principally supplying the locals with were prescription drugs like Oxy, Percocet, and the like. Low risk and huge profit margins. Now Tuna wasn't in the ops side of the business, but he seemed to think that too. It'd be a whole new paradigm in the district's drug trade, and this new group wasn't stopping at D.C. I believe they're moving the stuff up and down the East Coast. Oxy started out rural. Yeah, you heard of Rocky Mountain High. Well, this is Appalachian High. But the Appalachian Mountains touch on about 20 states, from Alabama all the way up to the Canadian border. And there's lots of room there to carve out a new homegrown drug empire on the backs of legitimate drugs. That's why I called in WFO as soon as I realized the operation in that warehouse was a lot bigger than Westbrook. Now, I could have kept digging and maybe got some more stuff, but I ran the risk of them pulling out. I figured if we could get the bean counters to testify, we could bring this whole Oxy crew down. Man, I look back at it now, and you know what? I think that it was too good to be true. You got it. Cove stopped talking for a moment. Look, Webb. Sorry. What happened to your guys? I never in a million years smelled the setup, but I'll take the responsibility because it was my screw-up, and I'll sacrifice everything I got left, even my life, to make it right. What you do for a living, I never could. I don't know how you guys do it, funny. I was thinking the same thing about you. Now you go to those tunnels and figure out how they got that stuff in and out, and maybe you'll see something that I'll tell you who, and him not thinking that it's Westbrook There's somebody else out there having a nice laugh at our expense. You got any firmer thoughts on that? I'm still feeling my way. Whoever it is, they are wired in tight somewhere important, because they seem to be able to keep one step ahead of everybody. Wired tight to who? Somebody at the Bureau. You said it? I didn't. You got proof of that. My gut, you listen to yours all the time. I take it you feel like the odd man out. What? You mean everybody and their brother thinking I turned traitor and helped burn a bunch of my own? Yeah, it has occupied my thoughts of late. You're not alone there, Cove. Hey, Webb. We're blood brothers in a way. Branded traitors for something we didn't do, and some people just don't want to hear it. Is that why you're not coming in? See, the bottom line is, I got taken, snookered, suckered, whatever you want to call it. I'm no traitor, but I messed up. That's almost as bad as jumping sides in my line of work. We are blood brothers, then, because I did the same damn thing. Well, maybe we'll both be standing at the end of this dance. What do you say? I say, give it my best shot. Keep your head down, London. These mothers shoot low. Hey, Cove. Yeah, apology accepted. Webb drove to DuPont's Circle. He grabbed a spare mag for his pistol from the trunk and put the gun Cove had given him in the rear of his waistband, and then took a cab to the WFO. Bates had long since gone home, and Webb decided he would wait until morning to contact him. The guy could probably use a good night's sleep, and those tunnels weren't going anywhere. Instead of checking out another set of Bucar wheels, Webb decided to do something really crazy. He was going to go get his very own car. The press army wasn't parked outside his house anymore, yet Webb still did not take any chances. He entered the house from the rear, slipped inside the mock, opened the garage doors, and eased the car out. Its lights off. He waited until he was down the street before he turned on the lights. Then he stepped on the gas, all the while looking in his rearview mirror. Nothing. He headed back to East Winds, 34. When Webb got back to the carriage house, Romano wasn't there. Webb even checked the antique cars downstairs in case his partner had crawled into one to admire it and had fallen asleep. It was almost 4 o'clock in the morning, and his partner was probably prowling around outside as a sniper. Romano had been restless with too much natural energy despite all their training to take things slow and methodically, unless drastic circumstances dictated otherwise. Yet when it was time for action, just about everybody took a back seat to Paul Romano. Since Webb's cell phone was out of operation, he used the phone in the house to call Romano, and breathed a sigh of relief when the man answered. "So how'd your appointment go?" asked Romano. "Boring." "I'll fill you in later. Where are you?" "Everything was secure, so I've been poking around the place. There is an old watchtower on the west side, see for miles in every direction." "I know, I've been there." "Well, I'm there right now. Felt like a little jog. That's a bit of a hike, Paulie, walk in the park. You might want to come out here and bring out a pair of NVs. What are you spying on? You'll see." Webb left the carriage house from the rear, slipped on his headgear, attached his ambient light source night vision binoculars to it, powered up and fixed the relief to his eyes. The world instantly became an ethereal, fluid green. You couldn't use the contraption for very long because the goggles were heavy enough that you would get a piercing pain in your neck, followed by a headache that would make you forget the neck ache. Webb always kept one eye closed when scanning through the goggles, even though this distorted your depth perception even more. If you didn't keep one eye closed, when you stopped looking through the goggles, all you'd see would be a brilliant orange ball in each eye. And at that point, a 90-year-old in a wheelchair could get the drop on you. As a sniper, one had to use various pieces of equipment to get the job done, from high-tech to the lowest tech of all, camouflage. Webb coveted his ghillie suit, a concoction of burlap and cordura material that he had patiently covered with animal excrement and other foul substances to allow it to blend into a rugged forest or jungle environment. Each HRT sniper gave his ghillie his own personal stamp, and Webb had spent years improving on his by defiling it even more. The ghillie had been originally designed by the Scots over 400 years ago in the course of waging countless guerrilla wars against those seeking to conquer them. It worked just as well now as it had then. Webb had lain under his ghillie in the middle of a jungle in Central America with dope dealers toting submachine guns walking all around him, and they never knew Webb was there until he stuck his gun in their backs and rid them their rights. He moved forward again and pushed, and then clicked the NV to IR status, which caused an internal light source to come on and vastly intensified the field of vision. Webb wanted to make sure the equipment worked. For NV goggles, batteries were notorious for failing right when you needed them to work. He didn't like to use the IR for very long because it had one major drawback. For anyone watching him with night vision goggles, the IR magnifier gave off a light beacon like a large flashlight in one's face. Webb would be a sitting duck. He clicked off the IR and put the headgear away in his backpack. He would rely on merely his eyes from now on, something he had done with every shot he had ever taken. Sometimes you couldn't improve on nature. The air was crisp and the sounds of the farm and surrounding woods many and varied. Webb set a good pace, and he covered the ground to the watchtower in enviable time. It was good to know he was still in decent shape. After 8 years of relentless training, you didn't lose it all in a short period of time, he reasoned. He liked the forest in the darkness. It felt as comfortable to him as a La Z boy and a big-screen TV would to the average American male. He sighted the watchtower and stopped. Since he didn't have a cell phone, Webb put his hands up to his face, formed a rude bugle of sorts, and let out a call. The same signal he and Romano had used when they were sniping. It could either be a gust of wind or a bird commonly found just about anywhere. Webb was sure Romano would remember, and a few seconds later he heard the answering message. All clear. Webb broke from the tree line and hustled to the watchtower, gripped the wooden rungs, and climbed silently up. Romano greeted him at the little hinged door in the floor of the observation space. Webb knew Romano couldn't see Webb's fresh injuries courtesy of Tuna and Big F, and that was just as well, because he didn't want to waste breath right now explaining them. And of course Romano would give him a hard time about it. He could just hear the words, "Shit. You let them do that to you," passing through the man's lips? Webb looked at Romano as he pulled out a 10-power Litton scope that was normally attached to a .308 sniper rifle. "Anything good on?" asked Webb. "Check this out right through that break in the trees to the northwest." Webb looked through the scope. "I take it looking at the southern bell. Interesting stuff going on for a horse farm." Webb adjusted the scope to his eye and sighted through it. There was indeed a nice break in the trees, which revealed a fine view of the neighboring spread. There were 2 sizable buildings that looked relatively new. Large trucks were parked next to them, and Webb watched as men with walkie-talkies raced in different directions. A door opened on the side of one of the buildings, and Webb saw that whatever was going on inside required a lot of light. A tractor trailer was backed up to a warehouse-type roll-up door, and men were bringing large boxes out on hand trucks and rolling them up inside the truck's trailer. "Something big is going on," said Webb. "Auto chop shop, drugs, stolen aviation parts, spies, technology pirates, or lots of other things. Damn, fascinating neighborhood." And here I was thinking Virginia horse country was just a bunch of old duffers riding around drunk chasing little foxes while the little women had tea in the afternoon. "Boy, have I got a lot to learn?" He looked at Webb. "So what do you think?" "I think with all we got going on, the Southern Belle will have to keep. But if something pops, at least we'll be right here to do something about it." Romano grinned, obviously happy with the thought of coming action and possible mayhem. "Now you're talking my language, 35. Kevin Westbrook had filled up all his sketchbooks and was now sitting and staring at the walls. He wondered if he would ever stand under sunlight again. He had grown used to the sounds of the machinery and the water running. It no longer affected his sleep, though he regretted growing used to this condition of his imprisonment, as though it were an omen that those conditions would become permanent. The footsteps reached his ears over the other sounds, and he retreated to his bed like an animal in a zoo cage as visitors approached. The door opened, and the same man who'd visited him earlier came in. Kevin didn't know who he was, and the man had never bothered to tell Kevin his name. "How you doing, Kevin?" "Got a headache." The man reached in his pocket and pulled out a bottle of Tylenol. "In my line of work, I always got some of this handy." He gave 2 pills to the boy and poured him out a glass of water from the bottle on the table. "Probably lack of sunlight," added Kevin. The man smiled at this. "Well, we'll see if we can do something about that soon. That mean I'd be getting out of here soon?" "It might mean just that. Things are rolling along, so you won't be needing me no more." As soon as Kevin said this, he regretted it. That statement could certainly cut both ways. The man stared at him. "You did a pretty good job, Kev. Real good, considering you're just a kid." "Well, remember that. Can I go home soon?" "Not up to me, actually. I ain't say nothing to nobody. Nobody like Francis? Nobody means nobody. Well, it won't matter, really." Kevin instantly looked suspicious. "You ain't hurting my brother." The man held up his hands in mock surrender. "I didn't say we were. In fact, if things go okay, only people who need to get hurt are going to get hurt. Okay, you hurt all them men in that courtyard. You hurt them dead." The fellow perched on the table and crossed his arms over his chest. Though the man's movements weren't threatening, Kevin drew back a bit. "Like I said, the people who deserve to be hurt are the ones who get hurt. It's not always that way, you know that. Lots of innocent people get hurt all the time. I had me enough lessons on that, and looks like you have too." He eyed the wounds on the boy's face. Kevin had nothing to say to this. The man opened one of the sketchbooks and looked at some of the drawings. "This the Last Supper?" he asked. "Yep, Jesus before they crucified him. Hez the one in the middle," said Kevin. "I went to Sunday school," the man said with another big smile. "I know all about Jesus, son." Kevin had drawn the painting from memory. He had done it for 2 reasons, to pass the time and for the sheer comfort of having the Son of God close right now. Maybe the Lord would get the message and send some guardian angels down to help one Kevin Westbrook, who desperately needed some type of intervention, divine or otherwise. "This is good stuff, Kevin. You're real talented." He looked at another picture and held it up. "What's this of my brother? Reading to me?" His pistol on the nightstand, his men outside the room with their own guns. His brother Francis would put a big arm around Kevin and draw him close to his massive chest, and they would sit and read far into the night until Kevin would fall asleep. He would awake in the morning and all the men would be gone, and so would his brother. But the place they had stopped in the book would be marked. It was a sure sign that his brother intended to come back and finish reading it to him. The man looked surprised. "Head read to you?" Kevin nodded. "Yeah, why not? Ain't nobody ever read to you when you was little?" "No," he replied. He put the sketchbook back on the table. "How old are you, Kevin?" 10th, that's a good age. Your whole life ahead of you." "Wish I had me that. You ever gonna let me go?" asked Kevin. The man's look managed to cut Kevin's hopes right to nothing. "I like you, Kevin. You kind of remind me of me when I was little." I didn't really have any family to speak of, neither. I got my brother. I know you do, but I'm talking about a normal life. You know, mommy and daddy and sisters and brothers living in the same place. What's normal? For some folks, ain't normal for everybody. The man grinned and shook his head. You got a lot of wisdom in that little head. I guess nothing about life is normal when you get down to it. You know my brother. He ain't somebody you fool around with. I don't know him personally, but me and him do some business together. And I'm sure he ain't somebody you want to fool around with. And thank you for the advice. But the thing is, we're working together right now, sort of. I asked him real nicely to do something for me having to do with that Webb London fellow, and he did it. I bet he done it 'cause you told him you had me. He doing it 'cause he don't want nothing to happen to me. I'm sure he did, Kevin. But just so you know, we're going to return the favor. Some folks real close to your brother want to cut in on his business. We're going to help him out there. Why you going to help him? Kevin asked suspiciously. What's in it for you? He laughed. Man, if you were just a little bit older, it'd make you my partner. Well, let's just put it this way. It's a win-win for everybody, so you ain't answered my question. You gonna let me go? The man rose and went over to the door. You just hang in there, Kev. Good things tend to happen to patient folks. 36, when he got back to the carriage house, Webb called Bates at home, waking him up, and told him about his violent encounter with Big F. He also told him about his meeting with Cove. He rendezvoused with Bates and a team of agents at the courtyard in southeast D.C. an hour later. The sun was just starting its rise, and Webb could only shake his head. He hadn't even been to sleep yet, and it was time to start a new workday. Bates gave him another phone to replace the one Westbrook's guy had smashed. Same phone number, so that was convenient. Webb thanked Bates, who didn't comment on the fresh injuries to Webb's face, though Bates clearly was not in a good mood. You keep going through government equipment like that, it's coming out of your damn paycheck. And I left you messages on your old phone that you never returned. Well, damn purse, I get voicemail messages popping up on my screen sometimes a day after I get them. I never had a problem. Well, that really helps me, doesn't it? They had left one agent to watch their cars. In this neighborhood, nothing was safe or sacred, least of all Uncle Sam's property. In fact, some enterprising young fellows would like nothing better than to chop shop a Bukhar and make a tidy profit in the bargain. As they walked, Beta's temper seemed to grow. You're lucky you're alive, Webb, he snapped, not seeming happy at all that Webb had been so lucky. That's what you get for going off on your own. I can't believe you went into that with no backup. You disobeyed my orders. I could have your ass, all of it, but you won't because I'm giving you what you need. A break Bates finally calmed down and shook his head. Did he really blow the guy away right in front of you for being a snitch? That's not something one tends to get wrong. Jesus, the balls the guy must have bowling balls if they fit the rest of him. They all went inside the target building and down to the basement level. It was dark and damp and it stank. Going from a stone mansion in Virginia horse country to a dungeon in Anacostia made Webb want to laugh. Yet he really had to concede that he was more of a dungeon guy. Tunnels, the man said, commented Bates, looking around. There were no working lights down here, so each agent had brought a searchlight. See, the thing is, we checked for things like that, Webb. Well, we need to check again, because he seemed to know what he was talking about, and there's really no other way those guns could have been brought in with no one seeing anything. Don't they have plans down at the Department of Public Works that would show the location of the tunnels? This is D.C. Okay, if you want to go and try and find anything at a city agency, be my guest. Stuff from yesterday is hard enough to track down, much less from half a century ago. They searched everywhere, until Webb came to a large collection of 50-gallon oil drums in a far corner. They were 10 abreast and 10 deep. What's with all this? Furnace system was oil-based. Supply just got left when the place was shut down. Too costly to move it, anybody check under them. In answer, one of the agents went over to the pile and pushed against one of the drums. It didn't budge. Nothing's under here, Webb. You wouldn't park 1,000,000 tons of oil on top of a tunnel you had to get in and out of. Is that right? Webb eyed the drum the man had tried to move. He put his foot against it, and it was indeed full. Webb pushed the one next to it and the one next to that. Then he pushed against drums in the second row, all full. "Okay, are you convinced?" asked Bates. "Humor me." As Bates and the other agents watched, Webb climbed on top of the drums and started stepping from one to another. With each one he would stop and rock his weight back and forth. When he reached the middle of the cluster of oil drums, he rocked on top of one can and almost fell over. "This one's empty." He stepped over to the drum next to it. "This one too." He marched out a 4-drum by 4-drum grid. "These are all empty. Give me a hand." The other agents scampered up to help, and very quickly they had cleared away the empty drums, and their lights shone on a door in the floor. Bates stared at it and then looked at Webb. "Son of a bitch, how'd you figure that one out?" "I did a case when I worked in the Kansas City field office. Guy scammed a bunch of bankers by filling up a warehouse with drums that were supposed to contain heating oil. The guy was using for collateral for this huge loan. The bankers sent their inspectors out, and sure enough, they opened a few drums and they were all filled with heating oil. But they only checked the front fringes, because guys in suits don't like to climb over dirty oil drums. Turns out 90% of the drums were empty. I know because I checked every damn one after we were called in when the guy skipped town." Bates looked chagrined. "I owe you one, Webb. And believe me, I'll hold you to that." Guns drawn, they opened the door, climbed down into the tunnel, and followed its straight and then sharply angled path. Webb flashed his light on the floor. "Somebody's been through here recently. Look at all those tracks." The tunnel ended in a stairwell. They headed quietly up, every man alert and ready to fire. They eased the unlocked door open and found themselves in another building much like the one they had just left. The area they were in had a lot of abandoned property. They moved stealthily upstairs. The room they found there was large and empty. They moved back downstairs, exited the building, and looked around. "I figure we went west about 2 blocks, said one of the agents, and Webb agreed with that. They all looked at the building where the tunnel had led. Faded lettering on one wall identified it as once having been a food distribution company, and it came complete with a loading dock where trucks could deliver bananas or machine guns. At the loading dock were a couple of abandoned trucks, tires gone, doors missing. In the middle of the night, you pull up with a truck and squeeze it right between these two, offload your crates, take them through the tunnel, and that's it," said Webb. His gaze swept the area. "And there are no residences around here, no one to see anything. That's probably why they used it. Okay, but we got Big F on Murder 1. With your testimony, he goes away forever. You have to find him first, and from what I've seen, he's pretty good at what he does. We're going to need to put you in protective custody." "No, you don't. I'm good on that." "What the hell do you mean you're good on that? This guy has every incentive to blow you away. If he had wanted to do that, he would have done it last night. I was just a tad helpless then. Besides, I've got a job to dope protect Billy and Gwen Canfield, and I'm going to finish that job. That's what I don't get. He murders a guy right in front of you and lets you walk, so I could deliver the message about the tunnels. What? Has never heard of a damn phone? I'm not kidding, Webb. I want you in protection. You said you owed me, I'm calling in my chit. What the hell is more important than staying alive? I don't know, Perce. In my line of work, I've never really thought about it very much. And I'm not going in. I'm your superior. I can make you. Yeah, I guess you can, said Webb, looking at the man evenly. Aw, shit, you're more trouble than you're worth. London figured you learned that a long time ago. Bates looked around the loading dock. The thing is, there's nothing tying the freeze to this warehouse or those guns without something to go on. We can't hit them. Right now, they're being little angels, giving us no excuse to pay a visit. Nothing has turned up with the killings in Richmond to connect them to the freeze. That's a lot of tracks to cover. From the angle of the shot on Judge Ledbetter, we traced it to a building across the street. That's under construction. Hundreds of people work there all the time. Laborers who come and go. What about the phone call he got? Payphone in Southside Richmond. No trace. But the judge was downtown, so at least 2 people were involved and they had communication links, so the timing of the call was right. That's right. I never thought we were dealing with amateurs here. What about Watkins and Wingo? All the people in Wingo's office have been checked out. Cleaning people? One of them could have applied the atropine to the phone receiver again. We checked. Those people come and go, but we found no leads. Watkins? Gas leak. It was an old house. Come on. He gets a phone call right as he walks in. Again, it's split-second timing, and by somebody who knew all three men's routines, and he just happened to have a solenoid in his phone that would make the spark necessary to blow him to heaven. I know Webb, but these guys also had lots of other people with incentives to kill them. One or two of the murders might be related, but maybe all of them aren't. At least right now, all we have to link them are the phones and the Ernest Free case. They're connected, trust me, right? But we have to convince a jury, and that's getting almost impossible to do these days. Anything on the bomb out at East Winds. Very sophisticated C4 device. We've checked the backgrounds of all the people working out there. Most of the farmhands came with straight when the place they were working at closed down. They're all pretty much clean. A few had misdemeanors, mostly for drunk and disorderly. Stuff you'd expect from a bunch of rednecks. What about Nemo Straight? Like he told you, grew up on a small horse farm that his father managed. That's how he learned the business. He fought in Vietnam and was a superb soldier. Lots of medals and lots of hard fighting. He spent 3 months as a POW. One tough dude to be able to survive that. The Kong weren't known for their hospitality. He did some odd jobs when he got back to the States, prison guard, computer sales along the way. He married, had some kids, started working again with horses, and got divorced. He came to the Canfields just about the time they bought East Winds. What about old Ernest B. Free? Not one damn sighting. And that's got me amazed, frankly. Usually we have thousands of phone calls, 99% of them wrong, but usually we get 1 or 2 legit leads. This time, nothing. A very frustrated Webb looked around. His gaze went past the device and then came back to it and was riveted. "Damn," he said. "What?" "What is it?" Webb said. Bates. Webb pointed. "I think maybe we've got another eyewitness of sorts." Bates looked over at the traffic signal at the corner diagonal from the warehouse loading dock. Like other signals in the area, on top of it was mounted a surveillance camera. And like the other cameras Webb had seen in the area on his last trip through, this one had been pointed in another direction, presumably by mischievous hands, and that direction happened to be right at the loading dock. "Damn," echoed Bates. "You thinking?" "What, I'm thinking?" "Yeah," said Webb. "That looks like one of the older models on video loops that run 24 hours a day. The newer ones only activate when they're triggered by the speed of a car and take a still photo of the rear license plate. Well, let's hope the district police haven't taped over a certain segment." Bates signaled for one of his men to make that call immediately. Webb said, "I've got to get back to the farm. Romano's probably starting to feel lonely. I really don't like this, Webb. What if you end up dead between now and then? You got Cove, he saw it too. What if he ends up dead too? That's just as likely with everything that's been going down." Got a pen and some paper? Webb wrote out the entire account of Tuna's murder. Tuna's real name was Charles Towson. Webb had found out from Bates, and no one knew where the nickname had come from, yet everyone working the streets seemed to have one. Well, whoever pulled Charlie Towson's body out of the river, if anyone ever did, was going to lose whatever was in his stomach. Webb positively identified the killer as Francis Big F. Westbrook. He signed it with a flourish, and 2 other agents witnessed his signature. "Are you kidding me? A defense attorney will tear that apart," raged Bates. "It's the best I can do right now." Webb walked away, 37. When he returned to East Winds, Webb checked in with Romano and then went to the carriage house and eased into a hot bath, a cat nap while he was soaking, and he'd be as good as new. He figured he'd gotten by on a lot less sleep over the years. Romano had seen Webb's fresh wounds, and his comment had been predictable. "You let somebody beat the crap out of you again? You're giving HRT a bad name." Webb had told him that next time he'd make sure he was beaten in places that didn't show for the next several days. His and Romano's routine was just that routine when Gwen and Billy had seen his injuries from the encounter with Big F. Gwen exclaimed, "My God, are you all right?" "Looks like old Boo kicked you in the face," commented Billy as he sucked on an unlit cigarette. "Actually, I would have preferred Boo," replied Webb. Gwen had insisted on putting some medicine on Webb's cuts. Her fingers felt very nice against his skin. As she tended to him, Billy had said, "Never a dull moment for you federal types, I guess." "I guess," replied Webb. He and Romano got to know the Canfields better and saw how much work it took to run a farm. As promised, they both pitched in, although Romano bitched and complained every evening to Webb about it. East Winds was vast and wondrous, and Webb actually started to feel that maybe he should try something else for a living. He figured those feelings would disappear as soon as he left East Winds permanently. Gwen Canfield was an interesting woman, fascinating in many ways, and as intelligent and reserved as she was beautiful and mannered. She and Billy were like the proverbial fire and ice. Webb had ridden with her every day, as much to protect her as to understand the lay of the land better. And, he had to admit, there were far worse ways to spend one's time than riding around a beautiful place with a beautiful woman. She had stopped and prayed at the chapel each day, and Webb had sat on Boo and watched her. She never invited him to join her, and he never suggested that he should. The fact that David Canfield had died on his watch was enough reason for him to keep his distance around the woman. Each evening, the FBI agents had gone to the large house and spent time with them. Billy had led a fascinating life and loved to share stories from it. Each time Nemo Strait had attended, and Webb found he had more in common with the ex-Marine than he would have thought. Strait had done a lot in his life, everything from soldiering to bronco busting. Live by my brains and my brawn. Though I seem to have less of both as time goes by, we're sort of in the same boat, said Webb. You see yourself doing the horse thing until you drop? Well, I have to say, I think about the day I walk away from all the manure and ornery animals. He glanced at the Canfields, lowered his voice and added, grinning, talking about the 2- and 4-legged varieties. In a normal tone, he said. But like I said, it gets in your blood. Some days I see myself getting my own little spread and running it right. Nice dream, said Romano. Some days I want to have my own NASCAR team. Webb looked at his partner. I didn't know that, Paulie. Hey, a guy's got to have some secrets. You got that right, said Strait. My ex told me once that she never knew what I was thinking. You know what I told her? I told her that was the difference between men and women. Women tell you exactly what they think of you. Men just hold it in. He glanced over at Billy Canfield, who was across the large room examining his stuffed grizzly and downing his 3rd beer in the last half hour. Gwen had gone upstairs to check on dinner, although sometimes the reverse is true, you know, said Strait. Webb looked at Canfield and then back at Strait. Is that right? What was becoming more apparent also was that Gwen and Billy spent a lot of time apart. Webb never directly asked Gwen about this, but her occasional comments made it seem as though that was more Billy's choice than Gwen's. The blame game over David, perhaps, thought Webb. And despite what Gwen had suggested earlier, it was also clear that Nemo Strait was an integral part of the operation at East Winds. Several times Webb had seen Billy turn to the foreman for a definitive answer on matters related to the horses or the running of the farm. Been doing this since I was a baby, Strait, told Webb once. Ain't much I haven't seen when it comes to horses and farms and such, but Billy has picking it up fast, and Gwen, she knows more than Billy, but she's sort of set in her ways too. Been trying to put a soft shoe on Baron because that animal has got some brittle hooves, but she won't have no part of it. I know my horse, she tells me, stubborn, probably one of the reasons Billy married her. One of them anyway, said Webb. Strait sighed. You got that right. She's a looker. But you know what? Lookers make a man's life miserable. Know why? 'Cause some other guy's always trying to take her away. My ex wouldn't have won no beauty contests on her best day. But hell, I didn't sit around worrying about some other fox in the chicken coop either. Billy doesn't seem worried about that. Fellow's hard to read sometimes. But has a thinker, all right. A lot going on in that old head of his. That one I agree with, replied Webb. Webb had been in contact with Bates every day, but nothing as yet had come through on the surveillance tape. Early one morning, Webb had just got out of the shower when his phone rang. He reached over and snagged it off the toilet. It was Clare Daniels. Have you thought any more about the hypnosis? Look, Clare, I'm on a job, Webb, if you really want to make some progress, then I feel hypnosis is the key. Nobody is looking around in my head. She persisted. We can start, and if you're uncomfortable in any way, well, stop. Fair enough? Clare, I'm busy. I can't deal with this right now. Webb, you came to me for help. I'm doing my best to help you, but I need your cooperation. Trust me, You've been through a lot worse than anything hypnosis will throw at you. Right? Sorry? No cell." She paused and then said, "Listen, Webb, I met with someone that you might want to know about. He didn't answer. Buck Winters? Name ring a bell? What did he want? You signed a release that allowed him to ask me about your treatment. Do you remember doing that? I guess. I signed a lot of papers around that time. I'm sure. They really took advantage of you. What did he want and what did you tell him?" Well, there was a big difference between the two. He tried to make a convincing case for why I should tell him everything, but the release form gave me enough wiggle room to stall him. He'll probably hear about it later, but that's just the way it goes. He thought about this for a few seconds. "You stuck out your neck for me, Clare, I appreciate that. But that's one of the reasons I'm calling you. Winters seemed dead set on nailing you to the wall on what happened. He even used the word traitor. That's actually not such a big surprise. Buck and I haven't really seen eye to eye since Waco. But if we can get to the root of your issues, Webb, and show him and everyone else very clearly that you're not a traitor, well, I can't see how that would be a bad thing, can you?" Webb sighed. He didn't want to wave on this, but Webb also didn't want people to have doubts about him forever. He didn't want to have doubts about his ability to do his job at HRT. "Do you really think the hypnosis will help?" "We won't know, Webb, until we try, but I've had great success with hypnosis in other patients." He finally said, "Okay, maybe we can talk about this some more face-to-face. Here at my office. I'm on an assignment. Can I come to where you are?" Webb thought about this. Did he really want to do this? The smart thing would be to tell Claire Daniels to go to hell and get on with his life. The problem with that was he had never really gotten the help he was now coming to believe he actually needed. At some point, he would have to pay the piper. And he was coming to understand that Claire really did want to help him. "I'll send somebody for you." Who? His names. Romano. Paul Romano. HRT. Don't tell him anything, okay, because sometimes he's got a big mouth. Fine, Webb. Where are you? "You'll see, Doc. You'll see. I'm free in about an hour. Do you need more time?" That's plenty of time. Webb dried off, dressed, found Romano, and told him what he wanted him to do. "Who is the woman?" he asked suspiciously. "Is this your shrink?" They like to be called psychiatrists. "I'm not your chauffeur. I'm on a job, Webb." "Paulie, come on. I want to check in with Billy and Gwen. And you've been carrying the full load out here. Let me take it for a while if you leave now. Shell be ready to go by the time you get there. And what if something goes down while I'm gone? Then I'll handle it. And what if you get popped? What? You worrying about me all of a sudden?" "No, I don't want to get my butt in a ringer over it. I got a family to think of." "You mean Angie will kill you?" "That's exactly what I mean. Look. Just do it, and I swear to you, I'll be grafted to the Canfield souls until you get back." Romano didn't look happy about it, but he finally agreed and got Claire's name and address from Webb. "But listen up. The real reason I'm doing this is so I can go get my own wheels." "You mean the vet?" "Yeah, I mean the vet. I bet Billy would love to see it, him and me being automotive aficionados. Just go, Paulie, before I throw up." Romano had told him that the Canfields were at the main house, so Webb jogged up there and knocked on the door. An older woman dressed in jeans and a t-shirt and wearing a brightly colored bandana answered the door and escorted him back to the small sunlit breakfast area off the kitchen where Gwen and Billy were eating. Gwen rose and said, "Would you like some coffee or something to eat?" Webb accepted some coffee, eggs, and toast. "Romano and I were patrolling the place the other night and saw some interesting activity going on next door," he said. Gwen and Billy exchanged glances, and Billy said, "At the Southern Belle? Damn right, it's interesting." "So you've seen some things too?" "Billy," said Gwen, "you have no proof." "Proof of what?" asked Webb quickly. "Maybe I ain't got any proof, but I got my common sense," said Billy, "and the goings-on over there make about as much sense with running a horse farm as me running a convent." "So what have you seen?" "You tell me first." Webb did so, and Billy acknowledged that all of it jived with what he had seen. "See, what gets me," said Billy, "are the semis. Now, I was in trucking for 20 years, and you only use those over-the-road rigs to haul some serious cargo long distances." "Have any of the other neighbors complained?" asked Webb. He shook his head. Him by far the closest one they got. Placey in the other side. The owners are at their home in Naples or their other one in Nantucket. They just bought the farm so they can ride when they want to. Can you imagine that? Shell out $8 million for 900 acres just so you can ride twice a year? What? The dumb shit's never heard of a stable. He shook his head and continued, and the trucks only come and go at night. A little tricky driving those beasts in the dark on these narrow, windy roads. It's not like we have street lights out here, and there's something else. Webb perked up. What's that? Remember I told you that a company had bought the place, right? Well, a while back, after all the planes and choppers and such, I went over to the courthouse and did a little digging. The company, it's an LLC, by the way, a limited liability company, is owned by two gents from California. Harvey and Giles Ransom, I guess they're brothers, or maybe they're married, being from California and all. He shook his head. You know anything about them? Nope. But you're the detective. Figured you could dig something up fast if you wanted to. I'll look into it. I invited them over once I found out their names. Walked right over there and everything. What happened? This time their people thanked me real polite-like, but said they weren't in. Said they'd pass along the invite. Yeah, right, and I'm a Chinaman. Gwen poured herself another cup of coffee. She had on jeans, a light brown pullover sweater and low-heeled boots. Before returning to her seat, she pinned up her hair and revealed a very long neck that for a few moments Webb found he couldn't take his eyes off of. She sat back down and looked anxiously back and forth at the two men before coming to rest her gaze on Webb. What do you think it might be, Webb? I've got my suspicions, but that's all they are. Billy eyed him keenly as he took a last bite of toast and wiped his mouth with his napkin. You're thinking it's maybe the mafioso running stolen goods or something. Believe me, that crap went on in the trucking business. If I had $1 for every Italian come through my door with a suitcase full of money in exchange for hauling their stuff in my trucks, well, I wouldn't need to be working my ass off on this farm. God, said Gwen as she pounded the table with her hand. We leave Richmond to get away from murderous white supremacists and move next door to a bunch of criminals. She stood, went over to the sink, and stared out the window. Billy said, Look here, Gwen. Whoever is next to us, it don't matter in our lives. Okay, they do their thing and we do ours. If they got something illegal, it's not our problem, 'cause Webb is gonna bust them, okay? We're running a horse farm just like you wanted. Okay. She turned and looked at him anxiously. But not what you wanted, he grinned. Oh, sure. Hell, I even kind of like mucking the stalls. He glanced at Webb for a moment. Pushing manure is sort of therapeutic to Webb. The man didn't look like he meant it. Billy looked away and said, Well, look what the cat dragged in. Webb glanced over at the doorway and saw Nemo Straight standing there, his Stetson in his hands. He was staring at Billy and his features were a little unkind. It seemed to Webb. Billy said, Y'all ready to go? Yes, sir, just come up to let you know before we hit the road. They all went outside and down to the main road, where Webb saw a caravan of 10 horse trailers, some bumper pulled, others fifth wheels, hooked to heavy-duty trucks, and each emblazoned with the East Winds logo. Most of those are brand new trailers, said Billy. Cost a damn fortune 'cause we had to customize some, but I guess you got to look good. At least that's what folks keep telling me. Ain't that right, Nemo? If you say so, Billy. Billy pointed to the trailers. Now those 3 are custom fab, 3-horse slant loads, he continued, pointing. Then we got 2 Sundowner Pro Stock MPs, a straight-load gooseneck with horse dressing room, a 10-foot Townsman bumper pull with young Bobby Lee all by his lonesome inside, 2 Sunlight 760s, and that big-ass one over there. He pointed to the last trailer, an elaborate-looking contraption that resembled more of a people coach than one for horses. Now, that's the little jewel in this group, though. It sure ain't little. That's a classic coach Silverado, living compartment for the boys in front, tack space and other equipment and such in the middle, and then space for 2 horses in the back. It's a beaut. All self-contained. Where are they heading? Asked Webb. Kentucky, answered Gwen. They have a big yearling sale up there. She pointed to the trailers. These are our best yearlings, 19 of them in all. She sounded a little sad, thought Webb. Maybe for her it was like more children going away. Billy said, "This is what separates the men from the boys. This sale goes well. We have a good year. I normally go too, but the FBI has persuaded me otherwise." He shot a glance at Webb, "So if the sales aren't like they should be, I guess you guys can make up the difference." "That's not my call," said Webb. Billy shook his head. "Yeah, I bet. Those bastard buyers pick the horses apart and lowball us. Then we're selling pencils on the sidewalk. Now these yearlings are some of our best ever. But those folks will hem and haw and find every little flaw they can, and then try to buy 'em for pennies on a dollar, and next thing you know, they got the next secretariat. Well, that's not going to happen. I've been down that road before you haul their asses back here straight. If they don't fetch the reserves I gave you, screw 'em." Nemo nodded. "Yes, sir." Webb watched as Gwen went over to one of the smaller trailers and looked inside it. "That's Bobby Lee," said Billy, pointing to the horse inside the trailer Gwen was looking at. "Now if things go right, that horse will bring us a nice little bundle, Hez special, so he doesn't have to share his ride with another horse." "Damn, wish I had me a deal like that. That's my problem, too many people around." Webb wondered whom, if anyone, the man was referring to. "How come you don't keep the horses and race them yourself?" asked Webb. "It takes mountains of money to raise and maintain thoroughbreds for racing. That's why the most successful farms are run by corporations and syndicates primarily. They have lots of capital behind them, so they can weather bad times. We can't compete with that. East Winds is a breeding farm, and that's all we really want to be. Believe me, that's a big enough pain in the ass, ain't that right, Gwen?" She said nothing, and moved away when Webb went over to Bobby Lee and looked inside the townsman 10-foot trailer. The rear windows of the trailer were open, and Webb could see the horse inside, starting with the top of his bushy tail. Straight came over and stood next to him. "Hate to see Bobby Lee go. Has a good horse. 15 hands already. Beautiful chestnut coat, glossy, damn impressive musculature. Look at that chest, and has got a lot of growing left to do. He is a nice-looking animal." Webb looked at the heavy-duty equipment boxes welded on the interior walls of the horse trailer. "What are those for?" Straight opened the trailer and went inside, coaxing Bobby Lee over to the side. He opened one of the boxes. Horses are worse than women when it comes to traveling. He grinned and stepped aside. Inside the box, Webb saw halters and bridles and blankets and every other piece of equipment a horse might need. Straight ran his hand along the soft rubber that lined the outside of the boxes. "We pad the sides so the horse doesn't hurt itself against the edges. Not a lot of room for error," Webb said as Straight closed up the box. "There is a lot of little details that might not seem so obvious to non-horse folks. For example, you riding with a single horse in a two-staller, you got to keep the animal on the driver's side so the extra weight don't keep pulling you to the side of the road. These trailers are real versatile. All the dividers swing out and you can reconfigure them. Keep a mare in the back and the foal up front, for example. He tapped the walls galvanneal metal, and that lasts a lot longer than people." He pointed to the long open space directly in front of the horse, and up here is their feeding and water trough, and over there he pointed to the door on the side is the escape hatch, if you got to get the horse out fast and don't want to get kicked in the process. Where's the TV? Straight laughed. "Tell me about it. I wished I traveled half as good as these animals, although I tell you, with the Silverado over there, we're going to be living in style now. Even got its own toilet and kitchen, so no more porta-potties and fast food for yours truly." Billy really outdid himself with that one, and me and the boys sure appreciate it. Webb looked at the roof of the trailer. Bobby Lee's head was close to it. Straight was watching him and smiled. "Bobby Lee is a big yearling, and we can't make the roof any higher. How come? Give horses enough room, they'll take advantage of it. Hell, I watched one horse that didn't like to be trailered do a backward somersault, if you can believe it, and jump out the rear onto the highway where he got hit by a truck. It wasn't a pretty sight and almost cost me my job. That's why horses are situated facing the front of the trailer, or else they'll try and jump right out. And we got a side access door and side ramp on all the trailers, so you can take the horses out front ways if there's an emergency. It's faster, and you try taking a frightened horse out from the back on a highway. You might just get your head handed to you if it decides to kick. See what I mean?" "Gotcha. Yep, they're complicated machines. Sort of like my ex-wife." Straight laughed again. Webb fanned the air in front of his nose. Boy, these trailers get pretty ripe. Huh? Said Straight, as he patted Bobby Lee's neck, came back out and secured the trailer latch. Just wait until that horse has been in there a few hours, then you'll really smell something. Now, dogs love the smell of horse manure, but humans don't. I guess that's why we're called civilized, that's why we replace the aluminum floors with wooden ones. They drain better, and also why we spread the sawdust on the floors. You just sweep it clean, manure and all, better than the straw. They left Bobby Lee and went back over to Billy. Now you got all the trailer stickers for state inspection and the horse papers, asked Billy. Yes, sir. Straight looked at Webb. You cross state lines with a bunch of animals, the police stop you at random, and they ain't gonna let you go one step farther until they check your commercial license and the horse's vet certificates and such. They're worried about spreading equine diseases and such, and who can blame them, said Gwen as she rejoined them. No, ma'am, said Straight. He tipped his hat. Well, here's to making east winds some big bucks. Straight climbed in one of the trucks, and Webb and the Canfields watched as the caravan of trailers started up and passed down the main road and out of East Winds. Webb glanced over at Gwen, who looked very upset. Billy walked back up to the house. You okay? He asked her. As okay as I'm ever going to be, Webb? She crossed her arms over her chest and walked off, away from the house. Webb just stood there looking at husband and wife going their separate ways. 38 Romano picked up Clare and was driving her back to East Winds, taking great care that they weren't followed. Clare glanced at the man's hand and said, When did you graduate from Columbia? Romano looked at her in surprise and then saw that she was staring at the ring on his finger. Good eye. I graduated longer ago than I'd like to admit. I went there too. Pretty nice going to college in New York. Nothing like it, agreed Romano. What was your major? Who cares? I barely got in, and I barely graduated, actually. Paul Amadeo Romano, Jr., you entered Columbia at the age of 17 and graduated in 3 years near the top of your class with a degree in political science. Your senior thesis was titled The Derivative Political Philosophies of Plato, Hobbes, John Stuart Mills, and Francis Bacon, and you were accepted into the Kennedy School of Government at Harvard but didn't attend. Romano's gaze was chilling. I don't appreciate people checking me out. Part of a therapist's job is not only to understand the patient, but also to become familiar with significant people in his life. Webb must trust you and think highly of you for him to send you to bring me back here. So I did a few mouse clicks and looked you up. Nothing classified, of course. Romano still looked at her suspiciously. Not many people would have turned down Harvard. Well, nobody ever accused me of being most people. You were awarded a scholarship, so it wasn't money. I didn't go because id had enough of school, and you joined the military. Lots of people do. Lots of people out of high school do, but not those near the top of their class at Columbia with a free ticket to Harvard. Look, him from a big Italian family. Okay, we got priorities, traditions, he added quietly. Sometimes people get around to them a little too late, that's all. So you're the oldest son. He shot her another suspicious glance. Another mouse click? Damn, I hate computers. No, but you are a junior, and that normally goes to the oldest son, and your father's deceased and he wasn't a college man. Romano almost pulled the car over. You're freaking me, lady, and you better knock it off. I'm not a magician, Mr. Romano. Just a humble psychiatrist. You mentioned large Italian family traditions and priorities, but you didn't mention expectations. The oldest sons in such families usually face expectations they have to live up to. You said people get around to these traditions sometimes too late. So I'm thinking that you went to college against your father's wishes. He died, and you left academia to pursue the occupation your father envisioned for you. And yet you still wear your college ring. That's probably your way of showing you didn't totally capitulate to living out your father's plans for you. It's just observation and deduction. Mr. Romano, just the sorts of tools law enforcement people use every day. That don't make it any easier to take. She studied him. Do you realize that you talk like an uneducated man at times? You're pushing my buttons all the wrong way? I'm sorry, but you're extremely interesting. In fact, you and Webb are both interesting. I suppose it comes with the territory. What you do for a living takes a very, very special sort of person. Don't try and brown nose your way out of this, Doc. I guess innate curiosity about my fellow human beings comes with what I do for a living. I meant no offense. They drove in silence for a while. My old man, said Romano, wanted only one thing in life. He wanted to be one of New York's finest INPPE. Romano nodded. Only he never finished high school, and he had a bad ticker. He spent his life on the docks hauling crates of fish and hating every second of it. But he wanted that uniform man like nothing else in life, and because he couldn't, he wanted you to wear it for him. Romano looked over at her and nodded. Only my ma didn't see it that way. She didn't want me working on the docks, and she sure as hell didn't want me strapping on a gun for a living. I was a smart student, aced the college boards, got into Columbia, did great there, and had my sights on maybe even teaching. And then your father died. Ticker finally quit on him. I made it to the hospital right before he died. Romano stopped and looked out the window. He said ID shamed him. He said ID shamed him, and then he died. And with him died your dreams of teaching? I never could bring myself to go out for NYPD. I could have made it easy. I hooked on to the military, made Delta, jumped to FBI, and then on to HRT. None of it was too much for me. The harder they tried to hurt me, the more I thrived. So you eventually did become a policeman of sorts. He stared at her. But I did it my way. He paused. I loved my old man. Don't get me wrong, but I never shamed him. And every day I think about that being his dying thought. And it either makes me want to start bawling or killing somebody. I can understand that, can you? I sure as hell never could. You're not my patient, obviously, but just a friendly piece of advice. At some point, you have to live your life the way you want to. Otherwise, the building up of resentment and other negative factors can do great damage psychologically. You'll find that not only will you hurt yourself, but those you love. He looked at her with a level of sadness that touched her deeply. I think it might be a little too late for that, then he added. But you're right about the ring. So, talk to me about this hypnosis, said Webb. Romano had dropped Clare off at the carriage house and gone on to watch over the Canfields. Clare and Webb were sitting in the living room staring at each other. I know that you didn't agree to do it with him, but didn't O'Bannon explain it to you when he offered to hypnotize you? I guess I forgot. Just relax and go with the flow, Webb. You know, seat of the pants kind of guy. You're one of those types. Oh, you think so? She smiled at him over the rim of the cup of tea he had made for her. I don't have to be a psychiatrist, Webb, to see that. She looked out the window. This is some place, yes, it is. I suppose you can't tell me what you're doing out here, and probably breaking every rule in the book just by having you out here, but I figured Romano would know if anyone was following him. And it's not like whoever was behind the killings didn't know where the Canfields lived. Thought Webb, because they had gotten the phone bomb in here. Romano would make an interesting case study. I identified about 5 major psychoses, classic passive-aggressive posturing, and an unhealthy appetite for pain and violence just in the car ride here. Really, I would have guessed more. And Hez also intelligent, sensitive, deeply emotional, incredibly independent, but amazingly loyal, quite a smorgasbord. If you need somebody to cover your back, there's nobody better than Paulie. Hess got this rough outside, but the guy has a big heart. But man, if he doesn't like you, watch out. His wife Angie is even more of a piece of work, though. I found out recently that Shez seeing O'Bannon. So are some of the other wives. I even saw Deb Reiner there. Shez, the widow of Teddy Reiner, was our team leader. We have a large number of FBI and other law enforcement clientele years ago. Dr. O'Bannon worked in-house at the Bureau. When he went into private practice, he brought quite a few patients with him. It is a specialty practice because law enforcement people have unique jobs, and the stress and personal issues associated with that occupation can be devastating if left untreated. I personally find it all fascinating, and I admire what all of you do very much. I hope you know that. Webb looked over at her, his expression searching and pained. Is there something else bothering you? She asked quietly. My bureau file you were given. Did it by chance have the background interview with Harry Sullivan in it? She took a moment to answer. Yes, I thought about telling you, but I thought it better for you to find out for yourself. I take it you did. Yeah, he said in a tight voice, about 14 years too late. Your father had no reason to say anything good about you. He was going to be in prison for the next 20 years. He hadn't seen you in forever. And yet he said, "It'd make the best damn FBI agent there ever was or ever would be," and you could quote him on that. "Yes," she said quietly. "Maybe someday he and I should meet," said Webb. Clare met his gaze. "I think, Webb, that might be traumatic, but I also think it might be a good idea." A voice out of the past. Something like that. Speaking of voices, I was thinking about what Kevin Westbrook said to me in that alley. Clare sat up straighter. "Damn to hell? What do you know about voodoo?" "Not much. You think Kevin put a curse on you?" "No, the people behind him. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud." Clare looked doubtful. "I guess it's possible, Webb, though I wouldn't count on that being the answer." Webb cracked his knuckles. "You're probably right. Okay, Doc, pull out your watch and start swinging. I use a blue pen if you don't mind. However, first I want you to sit in the recliner over there and lean back. You don't undergo hypnosis while standing at attention. Webb, you need to relax, and I'm going to help you do that." Webb sat in the recliner and Clare positioned herself across from him on an ottoman. "Now, the first thing we need to address are the myths surrounding hypnosis. As I told you, it's not a state of unconsciousness. It's an altered state of consciousness. Your brain, in fact, will experience the same brain wave activity it would in a relaxed state, which is alpha rhythm. While in the trance, you'll be incredibly relaxed, but it's also a heightened state of awareness and of suggestibility, and you are in complete control of what goes on. All hypnosis, in fact, is self-hypnosis, and I'm merely here to help guide you to the point where you are relaxed enough to reach that state. No one can hypnotize anyone who doesn't really want to be hypnotized, and you can't be forced to do something you really don't want to do, so you are completely safe. No barking dogs need apply." She smiled reassuringly. "Are you with me?" Webb nodded. She held up the pen. "Would you believe this is a pen that Freud himself used?" "No, I wouldn't." She smiled again. "Good, because he didn't. We use an object like this when hypnotizing patients. Now I want you to become totally focused with your eyes on the tip of this pen." She held it about 6 inches from Webb's face and above his natural line of sight. Webb raised his head to look at it. "No, Webb, you can only use your eyes." She placed a hand on top of his head to keep it level. Now Webb had to direct his gaze nearly straight up to see the tip. "That's very good, Webb. Very good. Most people get tired very quickly, but I'm sure you won't. I know you're very strong and very determined. Just keep staring at the tip of the pen." Without seeming to, Clare's voice had dropped to an even level without being a monotone, her words coming steadily and always in the same soothing manner as she offered him encouragement. A minute passed. Then, as Webb continued to stare at the tip of the pen, Clare said, "And blink." And Webb blinked. Clare could see that his eyes were becoming strained, staring from that very uncomfortable angle. And then they started to water, and he had actually blinked first, and then she had instantly said, "And blink." But he wouldn't be sure of the sequence of events. He was too busy concentrating on the pen's tip, on keeping his eyes open. But it made him believe something had happened, that she was slowly assuming control over him. Even if he'd been through it before, he would still be wondering whether this hypnosis thing actually worked. First came eye fatigue, and next came mind confusion, all to get him relaxed enough to open up. "You're doing so well, Webb," she said. "Better than just about anyone. You're getting more and more relaxed. Just keep staring at that tip." And she could tell he was so determined to keep staring, to keep getting that encouragement. He was a classic overachiever. She easily deduced. He was eager to please and receive praise. He needed attention and love because he obviously had not gotten much of either as a child. And blink. And he did so again, and she knew it felt so good to him, relieve the strain. She knew the tip of the pen was starting to grow larger and larger for him, and that he was beginning not to want to look at it anymore. "And it seems you really want to close your eyes," Clare said. "And your eyelids are getting heavier and heavier. It's hard to keep them open, and it seems you really want to close them. Close your eyes." And Webb did, but he immediately reopened them. That almost always happened, Clare knew. "Keep staring at the pen. Webb, just keep staring at the tip. You're doing really well, outstanding. Just let your eyes close naturally when they're ready to close." Webb's eyes slowly drifted closed and stayed that way. I want you to say out loud the word 10 times fast. Go ahead and do that. Webb did so, and then Clare asked, "What are aluminum cans made from?" Tin, Webb said in a proud voice and smiled. "Aluminum." His smile faded. Clare continued in her soothing voice, "You know what a strop is? It's a rough leather strap that men used to use in the Old West to sharpen their razors. I want you to say the word strop 10 times, very fast. Go ahead and do it." Obviously very wary now, Webb said the word 10 times. "What do you do at a green light?" "Stop," he said loudly. "Actually, at a green light, you go." Webb's shoulders collapsed in obvious frustration. But Clare was quick to praise him. "You're doing really well. Almost nobody gets those answers right. But you look so relaxed. Now, I want you to count out loud backward from 300 by threes." Webb started to do so. He had counted back to 279 when she told him to start counting backward by fives. He did so until she had him do it by sevens and then by nines. Clare interrupted and told him, "Stop counting and just relax. Now you're at the top of the escalator, and that point represents more relaxation, and the bottom of the escalator is the deepest relaxation there is. You're going to take the escalator down, okay? You're going to be more relaxed than you've ever been? Okay." Webb nodded. Clare's voice was as welcome and as gentle as a wispy summer breeze. "You're going slowly down the escalator. You're gliding down as if on air, deeper into relaxation." Clare started counting backward from 10 and offered soothing words as she did so. At the count of 1, she said, "You appear to be very relaxed." Clare studied Webb's features and his skin color. His body had gone from tense to loose. His face was red, evidencing enhanced blood flow there. His eyelids were closed, yet fluttering. She told him that she was going to pick up one of his hands before she did so, to avoid startling him. She gently took it. The hand was limp. She let it go. "You're near the bottom of the escalator. You're just about to get off. Deepest relaxation like nothing you've ever felt. It's perfect." She once more picked up his hand after warning him first that she was going to do so. "What's your favorite color?" "Green," Webb said softly. "Green, a nice soothing color. Like grass. I'm putting a green balloon in your hand. I'm doing that right now. Do you feel that?" Webb nodded. "Now I'm going to pump it up with helium. As you know, helium is lighter than air. I'm pumping up the green balloon. It's getting more full. It's beginning to rise. It's getting fuller." Clare watched as Webb's hand rose from the arm of the recliner, as if buoyed by the imaginary balloon. "Now, on the count of 3, your hand will drop back to the chair." She counted to 3, and Webb's hand returned to the chair. She waited about 30 seconds and then said, "Your hand is now getting cold. Very cold, I think. I see frostbite." She watched as Webb's hand curled and shook. "All right, it's gone now. All normal, all warm." The hand relaxed. Typically, Clare would not have been as elaborate in putting Webb through these paces, the deepening of relaxation techniques. Normally, she would have stopped with the balloon. However, she had been curious about something, and that curiosity had been answered because Clare concluded that Webb was probably a somnambule. Most people in the field would agree that between 5 and 10% of the general population was highly susceptible to hypnosis, with the same percentage highly resistant to it. Somnambules went a step further. They were so susceptible to hypnosis that they could be compelled to experience physical sensations hypnotically, as Webb had just done. They could also be expected to reliably execute post-hypnotic suggestions, and, surprisingly, very intelligent people often were the easiest to hypnotize. "Webb, can you hear me?" He nodded. "Webb, listen very carefully to my voice. Focus on my voice. The balloon is now gone. Just keep on relaxing. Now you're holding a video camera in your hand. You're the cameraman. What you see through your lens is all that you and I can see. Do you understand, Mr. Cameraman?" Another nod. "Okay. My only role is to point you around in time, but you control everything else. Through the camera you'll be looking in on other people to see what they're up to. The camera has a microphone, so we'll be able to hear too. All right?" He nodded. "You're doing so well, Mr. Cameraman. I'm so proud of you." Clare sat back and thought for a moment. As a therapist who had studied Webb's background, she knew exactly the area she should be focusing on in his past to help him. His most severe psychological problems did not stem from the death of his HRT colleagues. They came directly from the triangular relationship between his mother, stepfather, and himself, and yet her first stop in Webb London's past would be earlier. "I want you to go back to March 8th, 1969, Mr. Cameraman." "Can you get me back there?" Webb didn't respond for a bit. Then he said, "Yes? Tell me what you see, Mr. Cameraman." She knew that his birthday was March 8th. In 1969, Webb would be turning 6 years old. That was probably the last year he would have been with Harry Sullivan. She wanted to establish a baseline for Webb with the man. A pleasant memory and a birthday party for a little boy would set that tone perfectly. The relaxed Mr. Cameraman will focus and swing his camera around. "Whom do you see?" she prompted again. "I see a house. I see a room. A room with no one in it. Concentrate and focus. Swing your camera around. Don't you see anyone?" March 8th, 1969. She suddenly feared that there had been no party for Webb. "Wait a minute," said Webb. "Wait a minute, I see something. What do you see?" "A mano, a woman. She's pretty, very pretty. She has a hat on, a funny hat, and she's carrying a cake with candles. Sounds like somebody must be having a party. Is it a boy or a girl, Mr. Cameraman?" "A boy's." "Yes, and now there are other people coming out like they were hiding. They're yelling something. They're yelling, 'Happy birthday, Thats. Great Webb. A little boy's having a birthday party.' What does he look like? He has dark hair, sort of tall. Hess blowing out the candles on the cake. Everybody's singing happy birthday. Does this boy hear a daddy singing? How about daddy, Mr. Cameraman? I see him. Webb's." Face was turning red and his breathing had accelerated. Clare watched his physical signs closely. She would not put Webb at risk physically or emotionally. She would not go that far. "What does he look like? His big? Really big? Bigger than anybody else there. A giant. And what is happening between the boy and his giant daddy, Mr. Cameraman? The boy is running to him, and the man's lifting him up on his shoulders like he doesn't weigh anything. Oh, a strong daddy. His kissing the boy. They're dancing around the room, and they're singing some song. Listen carefully, Mr. Cameraman. Turn up the sound control on the microphone. Can you hear any of the words?" Webb first shook his head and then nodded. Eyes, shining eyes. Clare searched her memory and then it hit her. Harry Sullivan, the Irishman. Irish eyes are smiling. That's it! But no, he's made up his own words to the song, and they're funny, everyone's laughing, and now the man's giving the boy something, a present? Is it a birthday present? Webb's face contorted, and he lurched forward. Clare looked alarmed, and she sat forward too. "Relax, Mr. Cameraman. It's just a picture you're looking at, that's all. Just a picture. What do you see?" "I see men. Men have come in the house." "What men? What do they look like?" "They're in brown, dressed in brown with cowboy hats. They have guns." Now Clare's heart skipped a beat. Should she pull the plug on this? She studied Webb closely. He appeared to be calming down. "What are the men doing, Mr. Cameraman?" "What do they want?" "They're taking him. They're taking the man away. Hess yelling. Hess screaming. They're all screaming. The cowboys are putting shiny things on the man's hands. The mummy is screaming. She's grabbed the little boy. Webb covered his ears with his hands and was rocking back and forth so violently he was close to tipping the recliner over. They're yelling. They're yelling. The little boy's yelling, "Daddy! Daddy!" Webb was now screaming himself. Oh shit, Clare thought, shiny things on his hands. The police had come to arrest Harry Sullivan right in the middle of Webb's 6th birthday party. Good God. Clare looked back at Webb. "Okay, Mr. Cameraman," she said in her smoothest, most comforting voice. "Just relax. We're going somewhere else. Take your camera and turn it off for right now until we decide where to go. Okay, your camera is going dark now. Relaxed, Mr. Cameraman. You see nothing. You're relaxed and seeing nothing at all. Everyone is gone. There is no one left yelling. All gone." All dark. Webb slowly calmed and put his hands down and leaned back. Clare sat back and tried to relax as well. She had been through some intense hypnosis sessions before and discovered some surprising things about patients' pasts, but each time was still new, still emotional. For a minute or more, Clare wavered. Should she move forward? There was the very real possibility she would never get Webb in a hypnotic state again. "Okay, Mr. Cameraman, we're moving forward." She glanced at the note she had pulled from the file she had placed under a couch pillow. She had waited until Webb was under hypnosis before taking them out. She had noted from their previous sessions that the use of files bothered him. That wasn't unusual, for who would want their life set forth on paper for all to see and scrutinize? And she remembered how she had felt when Buck Winters had pulled the same tactic on her. The pages had dates scribbled on them. She had gotten them from Webb's file and discussions with him. "We're moving on to," she hesitated. Could he handle this? Could she handle this? She made up her mind and told Webb the new date to move on to. It was the date his stepfather had died. "What do you see, Mr. Cameraman?" Nothing, Claire remembered. "Turn your camera back on. Now what do you see?" "Still nothing. It's dark. Totally black." That was odd, thought Claire. "Is it nighttime? Turn on the light on your video recorder, Mr. Cameraman." "No, there are no lights." "I don't want a light." Claire leaned forward, as Webb was now referring to himself. This was tricky. This now placed the patient right in the bull's eye of his very own unconscious. Still, she decided to press forward. Why doesn't the cameraman want a light? Because I'm scared. Why is the little boy scared? She had to keep the objectivity here, even as Webb continued to wander to the cliff of subjectivity. It could be a long way down, Claire well knew. Because Hez out there. Who? Raymond Stockton? Raymond Stockton, Webb repeated. Where is the little boy's mother? Webb's chest started to heave again. He was gripping the sides of the recliner so tightly his fingers were shaking. "Where's your mother?" Webb's voice was high, like a boy still a ways from puberty. "Gone. No, she's back. Fighting, always fighting. Your mother and father are fighting always." "Shh," Webb hissed. "Hez coming, Hez coming. How do you know? What do you see? The door's coming down." "It always squeaks." "Always. Just like that. Hez coming up the steps. He keeps it up here. His drugs, I've seen him. I've seen him. Relax, Webb. It's all right. It's all right." Claire didn't want to touch him, for fear she would startle him, but she was so close to Webb there was practically no discernible space between them. She watched over Webb as she would have over her mother if it were the woman's last minute on earth. Claire prepared herself to end this before it got out of control. Yet if they could just get a little further, just a little further, he's up at the top of the stairs. "I hear him. I hear my mother. She's down there, waiting. But you can't see. You're still in darkness. I can see." The tone of voice took Claire by surprise, for it was deep and menacing, no longer the cry of a terribly frightened boy. "How can you see, Mr. Cameraman? What do you see?" Webb screamed the next words out so suddenly that Claire nearly fell to the floor. Damn it, you already know this. For a split second she was sure he was talking directly to her. That had never happened before in a hypnotic session. What did he mean? That she already knew this information, but then he calmed and continued. "I lifted up the pile of clothes a little under the pile of clothes, hiding from the little boy's stepfather. I don't want him to see me, because the little boy is scared. No, I'm not scared. I don't want him to see me. He can't see me, not yet." "Why? What do you mean?" "Hez right in front of me, but his back is to me. His stash is right over there." Hez bending down to get it. Webb's voice was growing deeper, as though he were growing from a boy to a man right in front of her. "I'm coming out of hiding. I don't have to hide any more. The clothes are rising up with me. They're my mother's clothes. She put this pile up here for me." "She did? Why? To hide under for when he came." "I'm up. I'm standing up. I'm taller than he is. I'm bigger than he is." There was a tone to Webb's voice now that made Claire very nervous. She realized that her own breath was coming in gasps even as Webb had calmed. She had a cold dread of where this was going. She should pull him out. Every professional instinct she had told her to stop this, and yet she just couldn't. The carpet rolls hard as iron. Webb said in his deep man voice, "I've got one. Had it under the clothes. I'm up now. Bigger than he is." "Has a little man, so little," Webb began Claire. She dropped all pretense of the cameraman. This was getting out of hand. "I've got it in my hand, like a bat, A great baseball player can hit it a mile, swing harder than anyone, am big and strong like my dad, my real dad. Webb, please. Hez not even looking. Doesn't know him there, batter up. She changed tactics again. Mr. Cameraman, I want you to turn off your camera. Pitch is coming, fastball. I see it, easy, I'm getting ready. Mr. Cameraman, I want you. It's almost here. Hez turning. I want him to. I want him to see this. See me, Webb. Turn it off, he sees me. He sees me, I'm swinging for the fences. Turn off the camera. Stop, you don't see this. Stop, him swinging. He sees me. He knows how hard I can hit. Hez scared now, Hez scared, Hez scared. Im not, no more, no more. Clare watched helplessly as he gripped an imaginary bat and swung for the fences. It's a hit. It's a hit slash of red. The ball's going down. It's going down. It's a home run, a country mile. It's outta here, outta here. Goodbye, goodbye, Mr. Asshole. He grew quiet for a long moment while Clare studied him carefully. Hez getting up. Hez getting back up. He paused. Yes, Mom, he said. Here is the bat, Mom. He reached out his hand as though handing off something. Clare almost reached out her hand to take it before she caught herself. Mom's hitting him, in the head. Lots of blood, Hez not moving anymore. Hez not. It's over. He became silent and slumped back in the recliner. Clare slumped down too, her heart beating so hard she put a hand over her chest as though to prevent it from bursting through. All she could envision was Raymond Stockton plunging down the attic stairs after being hit by a hard roll of carpet and hitting his head on the way down, and then being finished off by his wife with the same roll of carpet. I want you to completely relax, Webb. I want you to sleep. To sleep? That's all. She watched as his body dissolved even farther into the chair. As Clare looked up, she received another shock. Romano was standing there staring at her, his hand near his gun. What? The hell's going on? He demanded. His under hypnosis, Mr. Romano. His all right. How do I know that? I guess you'll just have to trust me. She was still too stricken to argue with the man. How much did you hear? I was coming back here to check on him when I heard Webb screaming. He's reliving some very delicate memories of the past. I'm not sure what it all means yet, but it was a big step to get to this point. Clare's experiences in forensics had prompted several theories to consider. It had obviously been planned that the blows had been struck with the rolled-up carpet. Stockton presumably would have had carpet fibers in his head wound when he hit the floor. And if the carpet on the floor were the same carpet as the remnant in the attic, then the police would just assume that the fibers became embedded in his head wound when he hit the floor. They would not suspect that someone had slugged him with a rolled-up remnant in the attic. After all the complaints of abuse against the man, everyone, including the police, had probably been grateful he was finally dead. Finished with the stepfather, Clare moved on to the mother. Webb had said Charlotte London had placed the pile of clothes there. Had she also supplied the rolled-up carpet? Had she coached her tall, strong teenage son on how to do away with the abusive husband? Was that how the woman had decided to handle it? And then stepped in to finish the job, leaving Webb to later pick up the pieces, allowing him to repress guilt so deep he couldn't even remember the event except under hypnosis. But such an extraordinary repressed memory would taint every aspect of his being and of his future. It would manifest itself in many ways, none of them positive. Clare could now clearly understand why Webb was like he was. He had become a lawman not to make up for Harry Sullivan's felonious ways, but because of his own guilt. A boy helping to kill his stepfather at the instruction of his natural mother. From a mental health perspective, it didn't get more screwed up than that. Clare looked over at Webb, who just sat there so peacefully, with his eyes closed, awaiting her next instruction. She also now understood his somnambulism. Children from homes of terrible abuse often withdrew into fantasy worlds as protection from the horrors of reality. Such children created imaginary friends to combat loneliness and also invented wonderful lives and adventures to ward off feelings of insecurity and depression. Clare had treated somnambules who could control their higher brain functions to such an extent that they could either embellish or completely wipe out whole sections of their memories, just as Webb had done. Though a dynamic, independent, self-reliant sort on the outside, Webb London, she concluded, was obedient and relied upon others on the inside. Hence, his dependence on his HRT team and his exceptional ability to carry out orders. He was eager to please, to be accepted. She shook her head. The man was a mess inside. And yet he had withstood the psychological battering of both the Bureau and HRT. Webb had said he had figured out the MMPI test and had managed to lie his way right through it. He did not know how right he was about that. She looked at Romano as something new occurred to her. She would have to craft the question delicately because she couldn't reveal any patient confidences. Webb had told her previously that he wasn't taking any medications, and she had accepted his word on that. With what she had just learned, though, she wondered if he were taking something that would help combat the internal traumas that were clearly eating away at him. She motioned Romano over to a far corner, out of Webb's hearing. "Do you know anything about any medications Webb might be taking? Did Webb say he was taking any pills? I was just wondering." "It's sort of standard operating procedure for shrinks to ask," she answered evasively. "Lots of people take pills to help them sleep," Romano said defensively. She hadn't said they were sleeping pills, so Romano did know about them, thought Clare. "I'm not saying it's wrong. I was just wondering if he ever mentioned to you if he took anything, and if so, what he took. You think he might be addicted, is that it? Well, I'm telling you you're nuts. I'm not implying that at all. It's just important that I know in case I want to prescribe something for him. I don't want any dangerous drug interactions." Romano still was not buying it. "So why don't you ask him?" "Well, I'm sure you're well aware that people don't always tell their doctors the truth, particularly the kind of doctor I am. I just want to make sure there are no problems." Romano looked over at Webb, apparently to make sure he was still out. He looked back at Clare and seemed to be having trouble getting the words out. "I saw him holding what looked like a prescription bottle the other day. But look, Hez hurting right now, and Hez probably a little screwed up about things, and maybe needs a little help pill-wise, but the Bureau's real stiff on that crap. They throw you overboard and let you sink or swim on your own. Well, guys have to look out for each other then." Romano stopped, looked over at Webb and said a little wistfully, "Hez the best HRT's ever had. You know, he thinks very highly of you too." "I guess I did know." Romano left the room. Clare went to the window and watched as he crossed the road and was soon out of sight. It would have been very hard for him to reveal a confidence like that about his friend, and he probably felt himself a traitor for doing it. But in the end, it would help Webb far more than hurt him. She sat across from Webb, leaned forward and spoke slowly so that he wouldn't miss a word. Ordinarily, hypnosis was used to pare away the inhibitions and layers covering repressed memories that prevented patients from really talking about their troubles. Typically, the patient was brought out of hypnosis, fully remembering everything that had happened while he was under. Here, Clare could not do that. It would be too traumatic. Instead, she gave Webb a post-hypnotic suggestion. It instructed him that when he came out of the hypnotic state, he would remember only enough to allow him to deal adequately with the situation. What would control what, if anything, he remembered would be his unconscious under the circumstances. Clare felt certain he would remember almost nothing. He was not prepared to deal with this, so buried was it within his unconscious. She slowly brought him up the escalator, step by step. Before he came fully out of it, she finished composing herself, prepared herself to face him. When he finally opened his eyes, he looked around the room and then at her. He smiled. "Anything good? First, I need to ask you a question, Webb." She paused to collect herself again before saying, "Are you taking any medication?" His eyes narrowed. "Didn't you already ask me that? I'm asking you now. Why? You mentioned voodoo as an explanation for why you froze. Let me offer another one. Negative drug interaction. I wasn't taking any medication before we went into that alley, Clare." "I would never do that. Drug interactions are funny," replied Clare. "Depending on what you're taking, the effects can materialize sometime after you've stopped taking them." She paused once again and added, "It's important for you to be entirely truthful on this point, Webb. It really is if you want to get to the truth. They stared at each other for a long moment, and then Webb rose and went into his bathroom. A minute later, he came back and handed her a small vial with pills in it. He sat back down as she examined the contents. Since you have them with you, should I assume you've been taking them recently? I'm on a job, Claire. No pills. So I deal with the insomnia and the pain you sometimes get with 2 big holes in you and half a face. So why do you have them? Security blanket. You're a psychiatrist, you understand that and thumb-sucking, don't you? Claire took out the pills and examined them one by one. They were all different. Most she recognized. Some she didn't. She held up one of the pills. Do you know where you got this? Why? He asked suspiciously. Is there something wrong with it, perhaps? Did you get these pills from O'Bannon? She said doubtfully. It's possible, I guess, although I thought I finished his prescription a long time ago. Well, if not O'Bannon, who then? Webb became defensive. Look, I had to get off the painkillers they were giving me for my injuries because I was growing dependent on them. And then I couldn't sleep for like a year. Some HRT guys have the same problem. It's not like we're doing illegal drugs or crap like that, but you can only go so long without sleep. Even at HRT, some of the guys have given me pills over the years. I just collect them in a bottle and take them when I need them. That pill might have come from one of them. What's the big deal? I'm not blaming you for taking medication to help you sleep, Webb. But it's stupid and dangerous for you to take an oddball assortment of pills, even from friends, when you have no idea what drug interactions might occur from their use. You're very lucky something serious hasn't happened to you. And maybe it did. In the alley, maybe this odd method of pill-taking is the reason you froze. Claire was also thinking that the traumatic events surrounding Raymond Stockton's death might have bubbled to the surface at the worst possible time when Webb was in that alley. Perhaps, as she had thought earlier, seeing Kevin Westbrook had triggered something in Webb, disabling him. Webb covered his face with his hands. Shit, this is unbelievable. Unbelievable. I can't say for sure that's the case, Webb. She looked at him sympathetically, but there was something else she needed to know. Have you reported the medication you've been taking to your supervisor? He uncovered his face but didn't look at her. Okay, she said slowly. Are you going to say anything? Are you still taking them? No. As best I can recall, the last time I took one prior to the mission in the alley was a week before Thatsit. Then I have nothing to report. She held up the same pill again. I don't recognize this medication, and as a psychiatrist I've seen just about all of them. I'd like to get it analyzed. It'll be on the QT. She quickly added, as he looked alarmed. I have a friend. Your name will never come up. Do you really think it was the pills, Claire? She stared at the pill before pocketing the vial and looking back at him. Webb, I'm afraid. We'll never know for certain. So was the hypnosis a bust, Webb asked? Finally, though Claire could tell his mind was clearly on the pills and their possible implication in what had happened to Charlie Team. No, it wasn't. I learned a lot. Like what? Like Harry Sullivan was arrested during your 6th-year birthday party. Do you remember talking about that? She was reasonably certain he might recall that from the hypnosis session, but not the event with Stockton. Webb slowly nodded. Actually, I do some of it anyway, for what it's worth. Before the arrest, you and Harry were having a great time. He clearly loved you very much. That's good to know, Webb said, without enthusiasm. Often situations that are traumatic are repressed, Webb, sort of a safety valve. Your psyche can't handle it, that level of confrontation, and you basically bury it so you don't need to face it. But that's like burying toxic waste, he said in a low voice. That's right, and it sometimes seeps out and does considerable damage. Anything else, he asked? Do you recall anything else? He shook his head. Claire looked away for a moment. Webb, she knew, was in no shape to hear the truth about his stepfather's death. She looked back at him and managed a tiny smile. Well, I think that's enough. She looked at her watch, and I need to get back, so my dad and me were really getting along. You were singing songs. He was carrying you on his shoulders. Yes, you were having a great time. It's starting to come back to me. So there's still hope for me, right? Webb smiled, perhaps to show he was partly kidding. There is always hope, Webb, Claire replied. 39 Sonny Venables was off duty and out of uniform as he sat in an unmarked car and surveyed the area. There was stirring in the back seat as the big man who was lying on the floorboard stretched out his long legs. "Don't get antsy, Randy," said Venables. "We got some time to go yet. Trust me, I've waited dudes out a lot longer than this and from places a lot shittier than the back seat of a car." Venables nudged out a cigarette from the pack in his pocket, lit it, cracked his window and blew smoke out. "So, you were telling me about your meeting with London?" I covered his backside even though he didn't know it at the time. Good thing too, though, I don't think Westbrook would have really killed him. I heard about that guy, but I've never run into him. Lucky you. But let me tell you, there's a lot worse than him out there. At least Westbrook's got a little code of honor. Most dudes out there are just flat out nuts, kill you, just to kill you, and brag about it. Westbrook does everything for a real good reason, like maybe take out HRT Don't? Think so, but he delivered a message to London about the tunnels under the building that was HRT's target. That's apparently how the guns came in. London checked it out with Bates, and I heard that he was right from what you've told me about Westbrook. He doesn't sound like a message boy. He is if the person he delivered the message for has somebody he cares about, like his son. Gotcha. So that person was behind what happened to HRT. That's my thinking. So where's the oxy come into all this? That's the OP I saw in the building that night. They even had some of the product there. No Coke bricks, just bags of pills, and I saw computerized records that laid it all out. Millions of bucks in business, and in 2 days it was cleared out. Why all that trouble to set you up? Why wipe out HRT that just brings the Bureau down on them like a ton of bricks? It doesn't make a lot of sense, Cove agreed, but that seems to be what happened. Venables stiffened and flicked his cigarette out the window. Showtime, Randy. Venables watched as a man left the building they'd been watching, walked along the street, turned right, and headed down an alley. Venables started the car and it moved slowly forward. "Is it the guy you were expecting?" asked Cove. "Yep. You want some info on new drugs coming to town? This boy will know it. Name's Tyrone Walker. But he goes by T. Real Imaginative. Belonged to 3 or 4 different crews over the years. Time in jail, time in the hospital, time in drug rehab. Has about 26 and looks 10 years older than me, and I don't look all that good for my age. Funny I never ran across T before. Hey, you don't have a monopoly on information in this town. I might just be a lowly street cop, but I get around. Good thing, Sonny, because I'm tainted goods right now. Nobody will talk to me. Well, old T will with the right persuasion." Venables pulled around the corner, hit the gas, then turned right onto a street that ran parallel to the one where they had been parked. As soon as they turned the corner, T emerged from the alley which cut through to this street. Venables looked around. "Coast looks clear. You want to do your thing?" Cove was already out of the car. Before he knew what was happening, T had been searched expertly and was lying face-down in the back seat of Venables' car with one of Cove's big hands on the back of his neck, keeping him there. Venables drove off while T loudly cursed them. By the time he calmed, they were 2 miles away and in a better part of town. Cove pulled T to a sitting position. The man looked first at Cove and then at Venables. "Hey, T," said Venables, "you looking good? Been taking care of yourself?" Cove could sense T was about to make a lunge out the other door, so he clamped his arm around T's shoulders. "Hey, we just want to talk to you. T, just talk." "What if I don't want to talk?" "Then you can just get out of the car," said Cove. "Is that right? Okay, stop the car and say I'm getting out." "Whoa there, T. He didn't say anything about me stopping the car before you got out." Venables cut the wheel, entered an on-ramp, and they pulled onto Interstate 395, crossed the 14th Street Bridge, and they were in Virginia. Venables pushed the accelerator to 60. T stared out the window at the traffic streaming by and then sat back, his arms folded across his chest. "Now, my friend here," began Venables. "Your damn friend got a name." Cove tightened his grip on T's shoulders. "Yeah, I got a name. You call me T-Rex. Tell him why, Sonny." "'Cause he eats little T's for breakfast, lunch, and dinner," said Sonny, "and I just want some information about some new product in town. Crews buying it up and stuff like that." "No problems. Just a couple of names, and we let you off right where we picked you up, and trust me, T, You don't want to piss this man off, added Venables. You cops, you ain't doing nothing to me less. You want to get your ass sued off. Cove stared at the man for a moment and then said, Right now, T, you better be real nice to me. I'm not feeling good about things, and I don't give a shit if somebody sues me or not. Fuck off, Sonny. Take the next right head to the GW Parkway. Lot of quiet places there, he added ominously. You got it? In a few minutes, they were on the George Washington, or GW Parkway, heading north. Take the next turn off, Cove said. They pulled into a sightseeing lot that provided a beautiful view of Georgetown and far below the Potomac River. A stone wall served as a buffer from the steep drop. Day had turned to dusk, and there were no other cars parked in the lot. Cove looked around, opened the door, and pulled T out with him. If you dudes arresting me, I want my lawyer. Venables got out too and looked around. He eyed the drop, glanced back at Cove, and shrugged. Cove grabbed the smallish T around the waist and lifted him up. What the hell you doing, man? Cove climbed over the stone wall and down on the other side while T struggled in vain. There was a narrow strip of ground and then a drop of about 100 feet into the river, which was filled with rocks. Down the river and on the opposite bank were a number of buildings housing local boating clubs. They were painted bright colors, and their members rode the waters in canoes, sculls, kayaks, and other assorted watercraft that required muscle rather than combustion engines to make them move. There were several of them on the water right now, and T was given an inverted view of that picturesque scene because Cove was holding him upside down by the legs over the drop. Holy shit, screamed out the flailing T as he looked down to oblivion. Now, we can do this the easy way or the hard way, and you're gonna have to decide real quick because I'm out of time and patience, said Cove. Venables squatted on top of the wall and kept a lookout for other cars. Better listen to him, T? The man doesn't lie, but you guys are cops, wailed T. You can't do this shit. It's fucking unconstitutional. I never said I was a cop, said Cove. T stiffened and then glanced over at Venables. But damn it, Hayes. Hey, I'm not my brother's keeper, said Venables. And I'm getting ready to retire anyway. I don't give a shit, Oxy, said Cove calmly. I want to know who's buying it in D.C. Are you one crazy-ass mother, or what? Screamed T. Yes, I am. Cove let his grip slip a bit, and T went down about 6 inches. Now Cove had hold of only the man's ankles. Oh, God! Oh, sweet Jesus! Help me! Whimpered T. Don't be talking to Jesus, T. Not after the life you've led, answered Venables. He might just send a lightning bolt, and I'm standing way too close. Talk to me, said Cove in his calm voice. Oxy, I can't tell you nothing. Then folks come after my ass. Cove let his grip slip again. Now he was holding on only to the man's feet. You're wearing loafers, T, he said. Loafers slip right off, go to hell. Cove let go of one of the feet and now was holding T by one foot with both hands. He looked back at Venables. Sonny, I think, we better drop this one and go get us somebody else who's a little smarter. I got just the person, let's go. Cove started to let go of the foot. No, screamed. T, ill talk, ill tell you. Cove remained motionless. No, I mean put me down and ill tell you? Sonny, go start the car while I throw this piece of crap in the Potomac. No ill talk, right here. I swear, Oxy, prompted Cove again. Oxy repeated T, and he started talking fast, telling Cove all he needed to know. Clare pulled her Volvo into her driveway and cut the engine. It was a nice neighborhood, not too far away from her office, and she had been fortunate enough to buy into it before housing prices soared. She made a good enough income, but the cost of living in Northern Virginia had become ridiculous. Builders were cramming places on any scrap of land they could find, and yet there were more than enough people willing to buy them. Her house was a 3-bedroom Cape Cod with a nice patch of lawn in front, flowers in window boxes, a cedar shake roof, and a 2-car garage attached to the house by a breezeway. The street was tree-lined, and the neighborhood contained a nice mixture of young and old as well as professional and working-class people. After being divorced for so long, Clare was close to accepting that she would forever remain single. There were few eligible men in the social circles where she mingled, and none of them had captured her interest. She had girlfriends always on the lookout to fix her up with, yet another tech mini-mogul or lawyer, but she found them to be so egotistical and self-centered that she figured marrying one of them wouldn't be all that different from remaining single. As a rebuke, she had asked one very self-involved high-tech chap at a party if he had ever heard of Narcissus. He had wanted to know if it was a new type of internet software and then gone right on talking about how fabulous he was. She pulled her briefcase out of the car and headed up to the front steps. She hadn't pulled the car into the garage because she intended to go out again. The man coming out of her backyard startled Clare. He was black and large with a head that appeared shaven. Though he wore a cap, Clare focused on his gas company uniform and the electronic gas gauge he held in his hand. He passed her, smiled, and went across the street. She felt embarrassed for her automatic suspicion of a black man, though she had to admit, also with some embarrassment, that there were few people of color in her neighborhood. Yet who could blame her for being paranoid after spending time with Webb London and men like him? She unlocked the door and went inside, her mind on her session with Webb. It had been shocking in many ways, but at least more revealing than shocking. She put her briefcase down and headed to her bedroom to change. It was still light out, and she thought she would take advantage of the nice weather and go for a walk. She remembered the pills in her pocket, pulled them out and examined them. The unfamiliar one intrigued her greatly. She had a friend who worked in the pharmacy department at Fairfax Hospital. He could run it through some tests and tell her what this was. It didn't look like any sleep medication she had ever seen, but she could be mistaken. She also hoped she was mistaken about a drug interaction having made Webb freeze up in that alley. That might be something he could never recover from. As crazy as Webb's theory on voodoo was, she would take a curse over something Webb had inadvertently put into his body that caused his friends to die without him. No, the answer had to lie in his past. She was convinced of that. She sat on the bed and took off her shoes, went into her small walk-in closet, disrobed and pulled on a t-shirt and shorts because the heat had returned. Barefoot, she came back out and looked at the phone. Maybe she should call Webb and talk to him. At some point she had to tell him what she had learned about Stockton's death. The timing of it, though, was critical. Too early or too late a disclosure, and the consequences could be disastrous. She decided to take the chickens way out and figure it out later. Maybe the walk would help her decide. She went over to her drawer and pulled out a baseball cap. She was about to put it on when a hand went around her mouth. She dropped the cap and instinctively began to struggle until she felt the gun barrel against her cheek, and she stopped, her eyes wide with fear, breaths suddenly coming in heaves. She remembered she hadn't locked the door on the way in. It was such a safe neighborhood, or at least it had been. Her racing mind wondered if the gas man was an imposter, and he had come back and was now about to rape her and then kill her. "What do you want?" she asked, in a voice that was so muffled by the hand over her mouth that it didn't sound like her own. She could tell it was a man, though his hand was gloved, because of the strength in it. The hand left her mouth and encircled her neck. The man didn't answer, and Clare saw the blindfold coming toward her, and the next moment she was in total darkness. She felt herself being led over to the bed, and she was terrified the rape was about to happen. Should she scream or fight? And yet the gun was still pressed to her right cheek, and the silence of her attacker was more unnerving than hearing his voice. "Just be cool," the man said. "All we want is information, nothing else from you." His words seemed clear enough to her. Her body was safe. At least she could hope that. He guided her down so that she was sitting on the edge of the bed. She told herself that if he pushed her back and climbed on her, she would fight, gun or not. And yet she sensed him moving away from her, and at the same time she sensed the entrance of another person. She tensed as this person sat next to her on the bed, a heavy man, she deduced, for the bed went down quite a bit with his weight. But he didn't touch her, though even through the blindfold she could feel his gaze upon her. "You seeing Webb London?" She jerked a bit at this question, for it hadn't occurred to her that this was about Webb, though she wondered why it hadn't. Her life was fairly ordinary, routine, no guns and men killed. That was Webb's life. Like it or not, she was now part of that life. "What do you mean?" she managed to say. She heard the man let out a grunt. One of annoyance, she thought. "You're a psychiatrist and Hez your patient. Isn't that true?" Claire wanted to say that ethically she couldn't reveal that information, but she felt certain that if she did, this man would kill her, as though he would care about her ethical constraints. To add credence to her belief, she heard what clearly sounded like the hammer of a gun being cocked. She had been around guns as a consulting forensic psychiatrist and knew that sound pretty well. A large cold mass formed in her stomach, and her limbs became rigid, and she wondered how Webb could deal with people like this every day of his life. "I'm seeing him?" "Yes, now we getting somewhere." "Did he mention a boy to you? A boy named Kevin?" She nodded because her mouth had dried up so much she didn't think she could speak. "He happened to know where that boy is now." Claire shook her head and tensed as he lightly squeezed her shoulder. "Relax, lady, ain't nobody gonna hurt you long as you cooperate." "If you don't cooperate, then we have quite a problem," he added ominously. Claire heard him snap his fingers, and about a minute passed in silence, and then she felt something touch her lips. She drew back. "Water," the man said. "You got dry mouth. People scared shitless get that all the time. Drink." The last word was an order, and Claire immediately obeyed it. "Now talk, no more nods or shakes. You understand me?" She started to nod and then caught herself. "Yes. What'd he say about Kevin?" "Everything. I have to know it all. Why?" She wasn't exactly sure where that bold question had come from. "I got my reasons. Do you want to hurt the boy?" "No," the man said quietly. "I just want him back, nice and safe." He sounded sincere, but then criminals often did, she reminded herself. Ted Bundy had been the king of smooth talkers while he methodically killed scores of women, smiling all the way. "I have no reason to believe you. You know, Kevin, my son." She tensed at this and then relaxed. Could this be the big F person Webb had told her about? But he had said the man was Kevin's brother, not father. The man sounded like a concerned parent. Yet there was something not quite right. Claire would just have to go with her professional gut on this one. What she sensed very clearly was that these men would kill her. Webb said he saw Kevin in the alley. He said Kevin said something to him and it affected him in a weird way. He saw him later while the guns were firing. He gave him a note and sent him off. He didn't see him after that, but has been looking for him. Is that all? She nodded and then caught herself. She could feel him move closer, and even though she wore the blindfold, she closed her eyes. She could feel tears forming there. "Ground rules are no more nods or shakes. I need to hear words. Last time I'm telling you, you got me?" "Yes," she fought back the tears. "Now, did he say anything else? About anything peculiar happening when he saw Kevin the second time?" She said no, but she had hesitated a second too long. She could clearly feel it, as though the pause had been a day long in duration, and she thought that he had noticed it as well. She was correct in that assumption, for she instantly felt the cold muzzle of a pistol against her cheek. "We having a serious misunderstanding here, like maybe I ain't making myself clear. Just so we are clear, let me lay this out for you, bitch. To get my boy back, it'll blow your brains out and everybody you ever cared about in your whole life. I see pictures all over the place of this cute-looking girl. Bet that's your daughter, ain't it?" Claire didn't answer, and she felt his hand wrap around her neck. His hand was gloved, which surprised her until she thought of fingerprints and DNA that machines could detect off of corpses. Her corpse. This thought made her feel faint. "Ain't it?" "Yes." He kept his hand on her neck. "See, you got your little girl, nice and safe. Perfect little house in a perfect little place. But see, I don't got me my boy and hes all I have. Why you get your girl and I ain't get my boy? You think that's fair, do you?" He squeezed her neck a little and Claire felt herself start to gag. No, what no? "I don't think that's fair," she managed to say in a garbled voice. "Yeah? Well, it's a little late for that, baby." The next thing she felt was being pushed back on the bed. Her earlier promise to fight if they attempted to rape her seemed ridiculous now. She was so frightened she could barely breathe. She felt a pillow being placed over her face, and then something hard jammed into the center of the pillow. It took her a few seconds to realize that the hard object was the pistol, and the pillow would serve as a crude silencer. She thought of her daughter Maggie, and she thought of how her body would be found. The tears streamed down her cheeks, and then for one miraculous second her wits came back to her. He said that somebody had switched the kids in the alley. The pillow did not move for some seconds, and Claire thought she had lost after all. Then it was slowly removed, and she was jerked up so hard she thought her arm had been dislocated. Say again. He said that Kevin had been switched in the alley for another boy. The boy who went to the police wasn't Kevin. He was taken in the alley before he got to the police. Does he know why? No, and he doesn't know who did it. Only that it happened. She felt the pistol against her cheek again. For some reason it wasn't as frightening the second time around. You lying, you ain't gonna like what I'm gonna do to you. That's what he said. She felt like she had betrayed Webb to save herself, and she wondered if he would have rather died than done such a thing. He probably would have. The tears started coming again, and not out of fear this time, but from her own weakness. He thinks that Kevin being in that alley was planned by whoever was behind what happened. He thinks Kevin was somehow involved. She quickly added, but unwittingly his only a child. The pistol was removed from her cheek, and her interrogator's large presence also moved away. That's all I know. You tell anybody we hear. You know what it'll do to you, and I can find your daughter. We've been through your house. We know all there is to know about you and her. Do we understand each other? Yes, she managed to get out. I'm just doing this to get my son back, that's all. I ain't like busting in people's homes and roughing 'em up. That ain't my style, especially women. But what I got to do to get my boy back, I'll do. She felt herself nodding at this and then stopped. She never heard them go, although her hearing could not have been any more acute. She waited a few minutes to make sure. Then she said, "Hello?" And then she said it again. She reached up slowly to undo the blindfold. She was waiting for hands to stop her, but none came. She finally pulled off the blindfold, and she quickly looked around the room, half expecting someone to leap out at her. She would have liked to collapse on the bed and cry for the rest of the day and night, but she couldn't stay here. They said they had been everywhere in her house. She threw some clothes in an overnight bag, grabbed her purse and a pair of tennis shoes, and went to the front door. She looked out but saw no one. She quickly went to her car and got in. As she drove off, she kept her gaze on the rearview mirror to see if anyone was following her. She was no expert in that, but there didn't seem to be anyone there. Claire entered the Capitol Beltway and sped up, unsure of exactly where she would go. 40 Antoine Peebles pulled off the gloves and sat back, a broad smile on his intelligent features. He looked over at Macy, who was driving. The man's face was inscrutable as always. "Damn good performance, if I do say so myself," said Peebles. "I think I got the man's voice and diction just right. I haven't said ain't that many times in my whole life. So what do you think?" "You sounded like the boss," agreed Macy. "And the lady gets all pissed off, and she goes to Webb London and the cops, and they go looking for Francis. And maybe us." "No, I explained all that to you. You have to think at the macro and micro level," Mace said Peebles, as though lecturing a student. "We've already distanced ourselves from him. And on top of that, Hez got no product, and half his crew is already gone because of that. His cash flow is down to almost nothing. In this business, you have 2-day inventory levels, tops. He had some stuff hidden, give him credit for that, but that's gone, and when he shot Tuna, he lost 4 more guys just from that." Peebles shook his head, and with all that happening, what does he do? He spends every second thinking about the kid every night. He's looking for him, roughing people up, burning bridges, not trusting anybody. "Guess he's smart not to trust anybody," said Macy, glancing at Peebles. "Especially you and me." Peebles ignored this. "He could write a book on stupid management techniques, killing one of your own guys like that in front of everybody. In front of an FBI agent. Hess got a death wish." "You have to keep your guys in line," said Macy evenly. "You have to lead from strength." He looked over at Peebles with an expression that clearly showed he thought his companion lacked that attribute, but Peebles didn't notice because he was still obviously reveling in his triumph. And you can't blame the guy for trying to find his son. Peebles said, "You can't mix business and personal. Hez screwed himself already, burning political capital over what? Something that is never going to happen. That kid is never coming back. Whoever took him. That boy is 6 feet under if there was anything left of him. Now I've already got new supply lines set up, and his defectors have joined me. He looked at Macy. You probably don't know this, but my maneuver is classic Machiavelli. And I've been skimming the best crew members from other gangs over the last 6 months. We're just about ready to go, and this time we do it all my way. We run it like a real business, accountability, pay, and promotion for merit. Bonuses for exemplary performance and rewards for innovation that go right to the corporate bottom line. We're going to take over our own money laundering efforts and cut costs where they need to be cut. Not every crew has to have jewelry and $500 a night hookers. Even envisioning a retirement plan instead of the brothers throwing their money after cars and carrots and having nothing when they're too old to do this anymore. And implementing a dress code for management level. No more of this looking like crap. A professional has to have a professional image. Look at you. You look slick. That's what I want. Macy released a rare smile. Some of the boys aren't going to like that. They have to grow up sometime. He looked over at Macy. I gotta tell you, it was an awesome feeling having that gun in my hand. Would you have shot her? Are you nuts? I was just scaring her. Well, you pull a gun. Some point you may have to use it, said Macy. That's your job. You're head of security, Mace, my right-hand guy. You showed your stuff when you came up with the plan Toneb Kevin, and you did the down and dirty work rounding up the other crews to join forces. Now we're going to go places, my man. A lot farther than Francis was taking us, and a lot faster. Hess old school, the new ways are the best ways. That's why the dinosaurs died. They pulled down an alley and Peebles checked his watch. Okay, you got the meeting place all set up? They're all there just like you wanted. Mood good but suspicious. You got them worried but definitely interested. That's what I wanted to hear. This is where we stake out our territory, Mace, and where we let the others know that Francis is no longer the force. This Izor time, let's do it. He paused as a sudden thought hit him. What the hell was that woman talking about? Somebody switching Kevin for another kid in that alley. Macy shrugged. No clue. You got the kid right, safe and sound? For now, you want to see him? I don't want to go anywhere near that kid. He knows me. Something goes wrong and he gets to Francis. The fear was palpable on Peebles' features. The car stopped and Macy got out and scanned the alley in both directions, and then looked up to the rooftops. He finally signaled the all clear to his new boss. Peebles climbed out, adjusted his tie, and buttoned up his double-breasted suit. Macy held the building's door open for him, and Peebles walked briskly through. They climbed the steps, and with each one, Peebles seemed to transform into a larger and larger presence. This was his moment, and he had been waiting for it for years, out with the old and in with the new. He reached the top and waited for Macy to open the door for him. There would be 7 men waiting for him in here, each representing a slice of the district's illegal drug distribution. They had never worked together. Instead, each had grabbed his little share and overseen his own little fiefdom. They shared neither information nor resources. When disagreements came up, they resolved them by shooting each other. They fed information to the police about other crews when it suited them, and the cops came in and cherry-picked them. Francis had done the same thing. And while it was a short-term fix that seemed to have merit, Peebles knew it could not have been more of a management disaster from a long-term perspective, and it was time for Antoine Peebles to step in and take charge. He opened the door and walked into the room where he would start his own legend. Peebles looked around and saw no one there. Peebles didn't even have a chance to turn before the pistol was at his head and the shot was fired into his brain. He dropped to the floor, blood running down his fine tie and over his very professional attire. Macy put the pistol away and bent over the dead man. I read Machiavelli, Tuan, he said, without a trace of conceit. He turned out the light and walked back down the stairs. He had a plane to catch because things were really going to start rocking now. Webb guided Boo up the small hill and reined up next to Gwen, who was on Barren. Romano was covering Billy down at the equestrian center. Actually, Webb had left the two admiring Romano's Corvette. With most of the farm's men gone to the horse sale, Webb had felt particularly vulnerable and had gotten Canfield to okay some more agents coming on the farm to patrol the grounds and keep watch, at least until the men returned. It's so beautiful this time of year, said Gwen. She looked over at Webb. I guess you think we have a pretty easy life here. Big house, lots of help. Just ride around all day admiring the view." She smiled, yet Webb sensed she was being serious. He wondered why a woman like Gwen Canfield, with all she'd been through, would have the need to seek approval from anyone, especially a stranger like him. "I think you've both been through a lot. You've worked hard and now you're enjoying the fruits of that labor. That's supposed to be the American dream, isn't it?" "I suppose so," she answered without conviction. She looked at the sun overhead. It's hot today. Webb could tell the woman wanted to talk to him about something but didn't quite know how to broach it. "I've been an FBI agent for so long, Gwen. I've heard just about everything, and I tend to be a very good listener." She shot him a glance. "I don't spill my heart even to people I know well, Webb. At least not anymore. I'm not asking you to. But if you want to talk, I'm here." They rode some more, and then she stopped. "I've been thinking about the trial in Richmond. Those awful people even sued the FBI, didn't they?" "Tried to, but it got thrown out. The lawyer Scott Wingo, the one who was recently killed, he tried to make some hay out of that during Ernest Free's trial, but the judge saw right through it and put a stop to it. But it probably caused enough doubt in the jury's eyes that the prosecutor got scared and did a plea bargain." He paused and then added, "Of course, Hez dead too now," and the Judge Gwen stared over at him with her large, sad eyes. "And yet Ernest Free is alive and free after everything he did. Life makes no sense sometimes, Gwen. Billy and I had a wonderful life before all that happened. I love him very much, but ever since David was killed, it hasn't been the same. The fault probably lies more with me than him. It was my idea to put David in that school. I wanted him to get a first-rate education, and I wanted him to be exposed to lots of different types of people translation, people of color and ethnicity. Billy is a good man, but he was born and raised in Richmond. Not with any sort of wealth or privilege, but in a neighborhood where you'd never see anyone but those of your own kind." She added quickly, "Hez not a racist or anything like that. Half the drivers and dock workers at his trucking company were black, and he treated them all the same. If you worked hard, you had a job at fair wages. I've even gone with him to drivers' homes when they'd fallen off the wagon. He would bring food and money to the families, counsel the men, get them professional help and pay for it, or AA meetings, get them back on their feet, and even though he could have fired them even under union rules, he didn't. He told me once his lot on earth, Wasto be the king of second chances, because it had enough of his. I know some people might look at him and me and not see the attraction, but I know there's nothing he wouldn't do for me, and he stood right next to me through good and bad times, and we've both had our share of those. Hey, Gwen, you don't have to convince me. But if you're having problems, have you sought counseling? I actually know someone." She gave Webb a hopeless look, gazed up at the hot sun again, and said, "I'm going for a swim." They rode back to the stables, and Webb drove Gwen back to the house in one of the farm trucks. She changed into her swimsuit and met Webb at the pool area. He wasn't swimming, he told her, because his gun would get wet. She smiled at this remark and went over and turned a key that was set in a device built into a stone wall next to the pool. The gray automatic pool cover slid back on its tracks. "We put this in because we kept finding turtles, frogs, and even the occasional black snake in the pool," she explained. As the cover slid into its holding trench at the far end of the pool, Webb squatted down and examined the current machine built into the deep end of the pool. He looked up in time to see Gwen step out of her sandals and slip out of her robe. She had on a one-piece suit that was cut a little low at the bosom and a little high at the hips and buttocks. Her body had a nice tan, and the muscles in her thighs and calves matched those he had already seen in her arms and shoulders. "Forget the butt burners and thigh masters. Women should just go horseback riding. How's this thing work?" asked Webb. Gwen tucked her long hair under a swim cap and walked over to him. "Water's pumped from the pool and through the cannon that you see there. It shoots out the water at a certain rate, providing a resistance that you can increase or decrease as you want. We had a portable machine for a while that was very cumbersome, and then I was using it so much that it made sense to have it built in. The pool's heated, so I use it pretty much year-round. I guess that's why you're in such great shape. Thank you, kind sir. Sure you don't want to swim with me? I'd probably just slow you down, right? There's not an ounce of fat on you." She went over to a control panel that was bolted to the stone wall that was set against the side of the pool nearest the house, opened the box and pushed some buttons. Webb heard water pressure building up, and then he looked into the pool and saw white frothing water pouring out of the underwater cannon, creating the current Gwen was going to swim against. She put on a pair of swim goggles and dove in. Webb watched as she came to the surface and started her strokes. He watched for about 10 minutes. The woman never varied her pace or stroke. She was like a machine herself, and Webb was actually glad he had declined the woman's offer to join her in the pool. Every HRT man had to be able to swim and know how to use diving equipment, and Webb was a strong swimmer, but he wasn't sure he could have kept up with Gwen Canfield. After about 20 minutes, the frothing water stopped, and Gwen came over to the side of the pool. "Done?" asked Webb. "No, I had it set for 45 minutes. The circuit might have tripped. Where's the power box?" She pointed to the double doors set in a stone wall that was built up against a small slope in the pool equipment room. With the grade of land the way it was here, Webb figured the room was partly underground. He headed over and turned the knob. "It's locked, that's odd. We never lock it. You know where the key is?" "No. Like I said, we never lock it. I just assumed there wasn't a key. I guess I'll have to cut my swim short." "No, you won't," he smiled. "The FBI is a full-service agency, and a happy client is our best customer." He pulled out his key ring, on which he always carried a very slim piece of metal that could pick 99% of the world's locks in about 30 seconds. He opened the pool equipment room in half that time. He went in, found the light switch, and turned on the lights, which was a good thing, because even with the lights he almost took a tumble down a short flight of steps just inside the doorway. Well, he thought, that was a lawyer's dream case. The place was noisy, with water running and machinery clanking and pumping. He went down the stairs. There were shelves filled with pool stuff, big canisters of powdered chlorine, skimmers, scrubbers, an aquatic robot to clean the pool, and assorted junk that probably no one had used in years. It was cool down here, and Webb calculated that he was about 10 feet underground at this point, because the floor had continued to gently slope downward once he had gone down the stairs. Webb found the power box, and sure enough, the circuit had tripped. Since the current machine was a new addition, unless they had upgraded their wiring, it might be throwing too much electrical strain on the system. They should probably have that looked at before it blew and started a fire. He made a mental note to tell Gwen this. As he threw the breaker back on, he heard the machine start up again. There was really quite a racket down here. As he turned to go back outside, Webb didn't notice another door down a short hallway. He turned and walked back out, turning off the light. On the other side of that door and down another short hallway was another door, for there was quite the little maze down here. Inside that room, Kevin Westbrook held his breath. First he had heard footsteps, and then he hadn't. He had heard the damn machine go on, and then off, and then on again. And the chlorine smell, for he had long ago deduced what it was and grown used to it. But the footsteps going away had surprised him. Whenever people had come down here before, they had come to see him. He wondered why they hadn't this time. 41 while Gwen showered, Webb waited in the library. One wall of the room consisted of built-in cabinetry with a large screen TV. There were also 5 shelves filled with video cassettes, and Webb idly ran his gaze along them until the handwritten numbers on one of them made him freeze. He reached out and took it off the shelf. The numbers he had seen were only a date, yet the date was one that Webb would never forget. He looked around, but there was no one about. Webb popped the tape in the VCR. The scene was one he had played over and over in his head. The Richmond school was filled with smart, willing children from all types of socioeconomic backgrounds. It was quite symbolic. The newspapers had said at the time that the former capital of the Confederacy was trying a bold program to reintegrate its schools after most federal courts in most states had thrown up their hands and said what was there was the best that could be done. Well, Richmond had tried to do more and was succeeding, drawing national attention to its programs. Then Ernest B. Free and several of his homicidal gang had walked in the front doors with body armor and enough automatic weaponry to defeat the Union in the Civil War. Chaos had followed as the two teachers were gunned down and over 40 hostages, including 30 children, ages 6 to 16, were forced to take part in an event not one of them wanted anything to do with. The negotiators had worked the phones nonstop with the men inside, trying to keep them calm to see what they wanted and whether it could be gotten for them. And all the time, Webb and his Charlie team were standing by, along with Zulu team sniper guns trained on every available point of attack. Then there were sounds of gunfire inside, and Webb and his men were called up to the front lines. Each man had the battle plan firmly in mind, though it had been concocted on the fly on the way down from Quantico. Webb remembered that they had gotten so close to getting the call to hit the target that he had even rubbed his .45s for luck. What little Webb knew about the Freeze had not made him feel any better. They were violent but disciplined and well-armed, and they were entrenched and had lots of innocent lives in their control. The Freeze had contacted the negotiators through a phone system that they had jerry-rigged. The shots were merely a misfire, they had said. Right away, Webb hadn't liked that. He could sense something bad coming, for the very simple fact that men like the Freeze didn't operate under good faith. Yet Charlie team had been called off. After Waco, the FBI's position on hostage rescue had changed. Basically, it was a sit-and-wait game, and the Bureau had shown that it was willing to wait until a new year had dawned before forcing the issue. So deeply ingrained was the starkly brutal image of lost children burning in Texas. But after the Freeze had broken off negotiations, HRT had been called up again, and this time Webb knew they were going in. With the TV cameras out front, letting the whole world watch this drama unfold frame by frame. Webb and Charlie team had inched toward a little-used entrance at the rear of the building. To maximize surprise, since the precise location of the hostages in the Freeze was not known, they had decided against using a breach charge to blow the exterior door and had opted for stealth. They had gotten inside quietly and made their way down the corridor and toward the gymnasium, where the best intelligence available said the hostages probably were. HRT had crept to the double door, where Webb had peered through the glass on the door and methodically counted hostages and hostage-takers. They all appeared to be there. Just before ducking down, Webb had made eye contact with the boy. He tried to keep him calm so he wouldn't give Webb and company away, even giving him a thumbs up. At the time, Webb didn't know that the young man was David Canfield. HRT had begun its countdown. Each operator knew exactly where to shoot, and they were confident that they could take out each of the Freeze without losing any more hostages, though each of them also knew that things could go to hell quickly through the unexpected. And they did. Right before they burst into the room, there came a loud, high-pitched sound. It could not have come at a more inopportune time. And to this day, Webb didn't know its source. HRT came in firing, but the Freeze, now forewarned, instantly returned it, and the shots were carefully placed. David Canfield had been shot through his left lung, the round exiting out of his chest. He dropped to the floor. With every breath, the boy was jettisoning his blood through the large hole in his body. Though it couldn't have been more than a couple of seconds, David Canfield had stared at Webb with an expression the man would never forget. It was as though the boy had put his entire faith in Webb, his touchstone against all the madness, and Webb had let him down. Thumbs up. That's when the real fighting started, and Webb had to forget about David Canfield and concentrate on the other hostages and the men trying to kill him. He had taken the flamer after saving Lou Patterson, then eaten the rounds in his neck and torso. After that, he had been a one-man wrecking crew and none of the Freeze were left standing. Webb couldn't believe that Ernest Free had managed to survive. Reliving this was sickening, yet Webb hunched forward as the cameras captured him once more. He was being brought out on a stretcher, paramedics surrounding him. To his left was Lou Patterson. On his right was a sheet over a body. David Canfield was the only hostage to have died with HRT on the case. Webb continued to watch himself on the TV as the cameras alternated between him fighting for his life and David Canfield's still body. A light from one of the TV cameras continued to shine on the boy until somebody actually shot it out. Webb often wondered who had done it, and then the tape went dark. "I was the one who shot out that camera light." Webb whirled around and saw Billy Canfield standing there, staring at the TV and seemingly having been privy to Webb's thoughts. He moved forward, his steps halting, his finger pointing at the screen. Webb rose from the couch. "God, Billy, sorry, I shouldn't have." "See," Billy continued, "that damn light was shining right on my boy. They didn't have to do that." He finally focused on Webb. "They didn't have to do that. It wasn't right. My little Davy was always sensitive to bright lights. It was then that Gwen came in, dressed in jeans and a pink blouse, her feet bare and her hair still wet. Webb shot her an apologetic look, and she quickly deduced what had happened. She took her husband by the arm, but he immediately pulled away from her. Webb read something close to hate for her in his eyes. "Why don't you two sit in here and watch it?" he shouted at Gwen. "Damn you! I know Gwen. Don't think I don't." He stalked out of the room while Gwen, without even looking at Webb, fled in the other direction, feeling tremendous guilt. Webb popped the tape out and started to put it on the shelf, and then he stopped. He glanced toward the door, slid the tape in his jacket pocket, and went back to the carriage house. He put the tape in the VCR there and turned on the TV. He watched the tape 5 more times, and something was there that he just couldn't quite get. A sound in the background. He turned up the volume and got very close to the screen, yet that didn't work. Finally, he called Bates and explained what he was thinking. "I've got the tape here," he said. Bates said, "I know the one you're talking about. It was shot by a network affiliate in Richmond. We've got one in archives. He'll have our guys give it a close look." Webb clicked the TV off and took the tape out of the VCR. It had also been discovered later that 2 black teenage females had been raped by the Freeze. Apparently their hatred for those of color did not prevent them from having forcible sex with them. But what had Billy meant when he told Gwen that he knew? Knew what? His ringing cell phone interrupted Webb's thoughts. He answered it. The woman was nearly hysterical. "Clare, what's wrong?" He listened to her frightened tones and then said, "Stay right where you are. I'll be there as fast as I can." He hung up, called Romano, filled him in, and was on the road in a few minutes. 42, Clare had gone to a very safe and public place, a police substation at a suburban mall. She hadn't filed a report with the police. She told Webb when he showed up, "Why the hell not? I wanted to talk to you first." "Look, Clare, from how you described it, it sounds like my buddy Francis Westbrook and one of his sidekicks, probably Clyde Macy. The last time I saw them, somebody died. You don't realize how lucky you are. But I can't tell for sure it was them. I was blindfolded. But you would recognize their voices, probably?" She paused and looked puzzled. "What is it, Clare? What's bugging you?" "This Francis, how educated would you say he is in street smarts, has a PhD in book learning, nil, why? The man who threatened me had an odd way of talking. He would alternate between slang and ghetto talk and the diction and vocabulary of an educated man. I could sense he was uncomfortable with what he was saying because it felt forced sometimes, as though he were trying to think of appropriate words as he went along, suppressing his natural choices but occasionally erring, and using words that, would be more along the lines of the person he was trying to impersonate." Impersonate, exactly. Webb took a deep breath. Well, this was getting interesting. He was thinking about a second-in-command trying to pull a coup on his boss or push the knife in a little deeper, depending on how one looked at it. Antoine Peebles, the wannabe drug king with a sheepskin. He looked at her with new admiration. "You've got a good pair of ears, Clare. Always waiting for those cues from us poor, screwed-up head cases. I'm scared, Webb. I'm really scared. I've counseled people for years about facing what frightens them, being proactive instead of reactive, and this happens to me and I feel paralyzed." He found his arm going protectively around her as he led her to his car. "Well, you have a right to be scared. What happened to you would scare most people, but not you," she said this, he noted almost enviously. As they climbed in his mock, Webb told her, "It's not that I don't ever get scared, Clare, because I do. Well, you certainly don't show it." "Yes, I do, just in a different way." He closed the car door and thought for a moment before glancing at her and actually gripping her hand. "You can deal with your fear in 2 different ways. Close up like a clam and hide from the world or do something about it. Now you sound like the psychiatrist," she said wearily. "Well, I learned from the best." He squeezed her hand. "What do you say, want to help me crack this thing? I trust you, Webb." This surprised him, chiefly because that wasn't what he had asked her. He put the car in gear. "Well, let's go, see if we can find a little boy named Kevin." Webb parked in the alley behind the duplex where Kevin had lived, and he and Claire went to the rear door, just in case somebody was watching the front, like Betis men. He definitely didn't want to run afoul of the bureau right now. Webb knocked. "Yeah, who is it?" The voice was a man's, not Grandma's, and it definitely wasn't friendly. "Jerome, is that you?" Webb could sense a presence just on the other side of the door. "Who the hell wants to know? Webb London, FBI. And how are you today, Jerome?" Webb and Claire heard the word shit muttered loudly, but the door did not open. "Jerome, I'm still here, and I'll stay here until you open the door, and don't try running out the front like you did last time. We've got that covered." He heard chains sliding back and locks popping open, and he was eye to eye with Jerome. Webb was very surprised to see that he had on a white shirt, nice slacks, and a tie to go with his sullen look. "Got a date? Damn, you real funny for a Fed. What do you want? Just talk. You alone." Jerome stepped back. "Not anymore. Look, we told you all we know, man. Can't you stop bugging us?" Webb ushered Claire inside, followed her, and then closed the door behind them. They looked around the small kitchen, just trying to find Kevin. "You want that, don't you?" Webb asked. "What's that supposed to mean?" "It means I don't tend to trust anyone. I just want to talk, that's all." "Look, I'm busy. You want to talk to somebody? You can talk to my lawyer." Jerome looked at Claire. "What is she, your date?" "No, she's my shrink." "Yeah, that's a good one. No, really, Jerome, I am," said Claire as she stepped forward. "And I'm afraid that Mr. London has some issues." "What does his issues have to do with me?" "Well, he's been devoting so much time to this case that I believe he's becoming almost obsessed with it. That sort of obsession can reach dangerous, sometimes violent levels if not dealt with in a reasonable period of time." Jerome looked over at Webb and took a step back. "If this man is crazy, I had nothing to do with it. He was crazy the first time he came here. But you don't want anything to happen to someone like yourself or others. Mr. London is only trying to find the truth, and in my professional opinion, finding the truth for someone with his particular set of issues is very important. And to those who help him find it, he would, psychologically speaking, be very grateful. The flip side of that is somewhere you really don't want to go." She looked at Webb with an expression of sorrow mixed with just the right touch of fear. "I've seen the results of that before with Mr. London. That's one reason why I'm here." To prevent another tragedy, Webb just had to admire the woman's work. Jerome stared back and forth at Claire and Webb. Then he said in a far more calm tone, "Look, I told you all I know, I really have." Webb spoke very firmly. "No, Jerome, you haven't. I want to know stuff about Kevin maybe you've never even thought about. Now let's cut the shit and get down to it." Jerome motioned them to follow and turned and walked down the hallway into the small living room where Webb had first spoken to them. Before he left the kitchen, Webb noted that it was very clean, the sinks spotless, the floor scrubbed. As he and Claire followed Jerome down the hallway and into the living room, he saw that the trash had been picked up, the floors mopped, the walls scrubbed. Webb could smell disinfectant everywhere. A door was leaning against the wall next to the bathroom, and the sheet had been taken down. The openings in the ceiling had been shored up and braced Grandma's doing, he thought. At least he did until Jerome picked up a broom and started sweeping a pile of trash into a large garbage bag. Webb looked around at the new home. "You're doing? We don't have to be living in no pigsty. Where's your grandma at work, over at the hospital, in the cafeteria? How come you're not at work? I will be in an hour. Hope you ain't plan on keeping me long. You look too nice to be planning to knock over a bank, man. You are a riot. So where's work? You don't have a job, Jerome. Just admit it." Jerome finished filling the bag, tied it closed, and tossed it to Webb. "You mind throwing that out the front door?" Claire opened the door, and Webb did so, setting the bag on the front stoop along with quite a few others. When he closed the door, Jerome had pulled a toolbox out of a closet. He took out a screwdriver, vice grips, and a hammer. He laid the tools next to the bathroom opening and gripped the door. "Give me a hand here, will you?" Webb helped him lift the door closer to the opening and then held on to it and watched as Jerome tightened the sagging hinges and used the V-scripts to pop out the door pins. They lifted the door up, worked it into place, and Jerome tapped the hinges in with the hammer. He closed and opened the door several times to see that it was aligned properly. A handy guy, but that's not your job, unless carpenters wear ties to work. Jerome put his tools away before answering. I work nights at a company servicing their computer system. Just got the position a few months ago. So, you know computers? Asked Clare. Got my AS in computer science at the community college? Yeah, I know my way around 'em. Webb was unimpressed. Uh-huh. You know computers? You got a hearing problem? That's what I said. Last time I was here, you didn't look gainfully employed. Like I said, I work nights. Right? Jerome stared at Webb, and then went over and slid a computer case out from under the couch. He flipped it open and fired it up. You online, man? Asked Jerome. We talking skates or what? Ha ha. Computers, internet. You know what that is, don't you? Nah, I've been traveling around the galaxy the last 10 years. I'm so behind. Jerome punched a few keys and they listened as it was announced to Jerome that you've got mail on AOL. Wait a minute. How can you access the internet without a phone, said Webb. My computer has wireless technology, a card that lets me do that. It's like having a built-in cell phone. He smiled at Webb and shook his head in obvious amazement. Man, I hope most feds aren't as ignorant as you are about computers. Don't push it. Jerome, you know what a cookie is? Sugary thing that gives you love handles? You just never quit, do you? A cookie is a simple piece of text, an HTTP header with a text-only string. The string has the domain, the path, value variable that a website sets, and a lifetime. Lots of companies use cookies to personalize information, track popular links, or for demographics. It keeps site content fresh and of interest to users. For example, he hit a few keys and the screen changed. I've been on this site a lot recently and it knows that. So it doesn't show me the same stuff unless I specifically request it. And they're starting to use cookies in back-end interactions, like storing personal data a user has given to the site, like passwords and such storing personal data. That sounds sort of Big Brother-ish, said Clare. Well, it can be, but cookies are just text, no program. They're not virus susceptible. It can't even access your hard drive, although your browser can save cookie values there if necessary. But that's about it. Some people think cookies will fill up their hard drive, but that's pretty much impossible. Most ISPs put limits on cookies. Netscape limits them to 300. So you get up to that number and it automatically discards the older ones. Microsoft puts them in your TIFF folder with a max default setting of 2% of your hard drive, and cookies are usually so small that you'd need about 10 million cookies to fill up a gig hard drive. In fact, I'm writing a few million lines of code that will take cookies to a new level, taking out the bad stuff and making them a lot more useful. And maybe I'll make myself a few $1,000,000 in the process? He grinned. The ultimate cookie. He shut down his computer and looked at Webb. Any more questions? The admiration was clear on Webb's features. Okay, you convinced me. You know computers. Yeah, I bust my ass in school. Finally get a job that doesn't require me to wear a hairnet. And the fine folks at social services tell us we make too much damn money, and we got to leave our home we've been at for the last 5 years. System sucks. No, people who have never been on it think the system sucks. For people on it, we wouldn't have had any place to live without it. But it still ticks me off that I'm making a little more than damn Burger King pays and we get kicked out. It's not like my employer dropped any stock options on somebody like me. Look, it's still a start, Jerome, and better than the alternative around here, you know that. I'm going to keep moving up, work my ass off, and then we are out of here, and we're never looking back. You and your grandmother? She took me in when my mama died. Brain tumor and no health insurance. That ain't a real good combo. My daddy bit it on a 45 he stuck in his own mouth when he was high on something. You damn right I'll take care of her, just like she took care of me, and Kevin. I take care of Kevin too. He glowered at Webb. If you people can find him, we're trying. I know a little about his family. His relation to Big Eye, Francis. Hez Kevin's father. So what? A little more than that. I've met Francis up close, too close, actually. Webb pointed out the remnants of his assorted facial injuries inflicted by the man. Jerome looked at him curiously. You lucky that's all he done to you? Yeah! Him getting that feeling? He told me how Kevin came into this world with his mother and all. Stepmother? What? She was Frances' stepmother. Strung out most of the time, don't know what happened to his real mama. Webb let out a relieved breath. It wasn't incest. He glanced at Clare, who said, So they're actually not brothers. They're father and son. Does Kevin know that? I never told him. But he thinks Frances is his brother. Is that how Frances wanted it? Asked Clare, while Webb watched her closely. What Frances wants, he gets. That answer enough for you? Why would Frances want Kevin to believe they were brothers? Maybe he didn't want Kevin to know he was screwing his stepmom and Kevin's mom. Her name was Roxy, she was into drugs and all that. But she was good to Kevin before she died. How did Kevin get shot? Asked Webb. He was with Frances, got caught in some gang shootout. Frances brought him here. Only time I ever seen that man cry. I took him to the hospital myself, 'cause cops just arrest his ass if Frances took him. Kevin never cried, not one time, and bleeding like a son of a bitch. But he's never been the same since. Other kids tease him, call him a retard. Kids can be cruel, and then they grow up and get even more cruel. They're just a lot more subtle about it, commented Clare. Kevin ain't stupid, smart as a whip. And he can draw, man, draw like you can't believe. Clare looked interested. Care to show me? Jerome checked his watch. I can't be late for work, and I got to take the bus to your big cookie shop, asked Webb. For the very first time, Jerome and Webb exchanged a smile. I tell you what, Jerome, you show us Kevin's stuff and talk to us a little bit more, and he'll personally drive you to work in one bitching machine that'll have all your friends envious as hell. How about that? Jerome led them upstairs and down a short hallway that ended with a very small room. When Jerome turned on the light, Webb and Clare looked around in amazement. Every inch of the walls and even the ceiling was covered with drawings on paper, some in charcoal, others in colored pencil, and still others in pen and ink. And on a small table next to a mattress on the floor were stacks of sketchbooks. Clare picked up one and started going through it, while Webb continued to gaze at the drawings on the wall. Some of them were things Webb could recognize, landscapes and people. Jerome and his grandmother were reproduced in amazing detail. Other drawings were abstract in content, and Webb couldn't make sense of them. Clare looked up from the sketchbook, and her gaze swept around the room before focusing on Jerome. I know a little something about art, Jerome, because my daughter is majoring in art history. Kevin has serious talent. Jerome looked to Webb like the proud father. Kevin says that how he sees things sometimes, just drawing what him's seeing, he tells me. Webb looked at the art supplies and sketchbooks piled on the table. There was also a small easel in the corner with a blank canvas on it. All this stuff costs money, Frances contributing. I buy Kevin his art stuff, he gets Kevin other stuff, clothes, shoes, basic things. He offered to ever help you and your grandmother, he offered. But we ain't taking that money. We know where it comes from. Kevin's another matter. It's his daddy. Father's got a right to provide for his son. Daddy come around much? Jerome shrugged when he wants to. You think he might be the one who has Kevin? Give it to me straight. Jerome shook his head. As much as I don't like Frances, if you ask me, Head cut off his own head before Head let anything happen to that boy. I mean, hell kill you so much as look at you. But around Kevin, he was gentle. A gentle giant, I guess you could say. He didn't want Kevin living with him because he knew it'd be too dangerous. I imagine that was a big sacrifice for Frances, giving up something that he loved so much. But that's the true test of love, really? Sacrifice, said Webb. Well, man changes where he sleeps all the time 'cause people looking to kill him. Hell of a way to live. But he had people watching Kevin, making sure nobody got to Frances by going after him. It ain't like everybody knew of the connection, but he wasn't taking any chances. You seen him since Kevin disappeared? Asked Webb. Jerome stepped back on that one and put his hands in his pockets, and Webb instantly sensed the wall going back up. I'm not looking to get you in trouble, Jerome. Just tell me straight, and I promise you it won't go any further. You're doing really well. Keep your string going." Jerome seemed to think about this, one hand playing with his tie, as though wondering what the thing was doing around his neck. The night Kevin didn't come home. It was late, maybe 3 in the morning. I had just got home from work, and Granny was up and all a mess. She told me Kevin was missing. I was upstairs changing and getting ready to go, looking for Kevin and wondering whether we should call the cops. I hear my granny downstairs talking to somebody, or he was talking yelling that eats at her. It was Francis. He was mad like I ain't heard him mad ever before. He paused and looked for a moment like he might bolt again. He was looking for Kevin, too. Was sure Granny had him hid somewhere. At least, maybe he was hoping that was it. The way he was talking, I thought he'd be going after Granny. I almost come down the stairs. Now, I ain't no coward, and I ain't stupid either. Hell, that man probably take only a second to kill me. But it ain't like him letting him or anybody come in here and hurt her without trying to do something about it. You understand me? I do, Jerome. Francis, he finally calmed down. He was getting it that Kevin wasn't here. So he left. Last time we've seen him. That's the truth. I appreciate you telling me. I guess it's probably hard to trust people right now. Jerome looked Webb up and down. You saved Kevin's life. That's worth something. Webb looked at him warily. I read the papers, Mr. Webb London, hostage rescue team. Kevin be dead wasn't for you. Maybe that's why Francis didn't bust your skull. Hadn't really thought about it that way. Webb looked at the stack of sketchbooks again. The other agents who came here? Did you tell them any of this? They didn't really ask. How about Kevin's room? They search up here. Couple of them looked around. Didn't take very long. Webb looked at Clare. They seemed to read each other's thoughts, she said. Do you mind if I borrow those sketchbooks? I'd like to show them to my daughter. Jerome looked at the books and then at Webb. You gotta promise to bring them back, that's Kevin. Whole life right there, he said. I promise. I promise I'll do everything I can to bring Kevin back too. He gathered up the sketchbooks and then put a hand on Jerome's shoulder. Now it's time to get you to work. You'll find my chauffeuring fees are very reasonable. As they walked downstairs, Webb had one more question. Kevin was in that alley alone in the middle of the night. Did he do that a lot? Jerome looked away and said nothing. Come on, Jerome, don't get tongue-tied on me now. Hell, Kevin wanted to help us out, make some money, and we get out of this place. It bothered him that he never could do much like that. He was just a kid, but he thought like a grown-up on some things. I guess a particular environment might do that for you. Well, Kevin, he be out on the streets sometimes. Granny too old to keep up with him. I don't know who he was hanging with, and whenever I caught him out there, I brought his butt home. But maybe he might be trying to make a little cash on the side. And around here you can get that money, no matter how young you are. You hear me? They dropped Jerome off at work and headed back to Clare's house. By the way, you handled yourself like a pro back there, he said. I guess it's more mental than physical, and that's my jurisdiction. She glanced at Webb. You were pretty rough on Jerome. It's probably because I've seen a million guys just like him in my life. Stereotyping is dangerous, Webb. Not to mention unfair to the person being categorized. The fact is, you can only know one Jerome at a time. And I could tell this Jerome busted your preconception all apart. He did, admitted Webb. I guess when you've been doing my kind of work for so long, it's easier to lump folks together, like fathers. Webb didn't answer that one, Clare said. It is sad about Francis and Kevin, from what Jerome said. He must love his son very much, and to have to lead such a life. I don't doubt the big guy loves Kevin either, but I've seen that same big guy kill a man in cold blood right in front of him. And Hez also cleaned my clock twice, so my sympathy has its limits, said Webb very firmly. Owen's environment does tend to dictate one's choices, Webb. I can accept a little of that argument, but I've seen too many guys from even worse backgrounds make it just fine, including maybe yourself. He ignored her question and instead said, I figure you pack some things and we find you a safe house with some agents there to make sure those folks don't come back. I'm not so sure that's a good idea. I want you to be safe. I want to be safe too. Trust me, I have no death wish, but if you're right, and that person was just pretending to be Francis to scare me and throw suspicion on him, probably not in any real danger, probably is right. That's only one theory, Claire, and it might be the wrong one. I think if my routine remains the same, they have no reason to think him a threat. And I have something I really need to work on. What? She glanced over at him, and Webb had never seen her look so troubled. Him thinking about a very brave man going into an alley, listening to a little boy say something quite extraordinary and then being unable to do his job. He shot her a look. You can't be sure there's a connection. She held up a page of the sketchbook for him to see. Oh, I'm pretty sure there's a connection. The drawing was stark, exacting, possessing a powerful clarity that seemed beyond a young boy. A figure that looked so like Kevin it could have been a self-portrait was standing in what looked to be a high-walled alley. A man who could have been Webb in complete combat gear was in full running stride next to Kevin. The boy's hand was extended. What was in the boy's hand had Webb fixated. The device was small, easily secreted in a trouser pocket. The stream of light that shot out from it reached across the page and ended at the margin. It was as though the boy held some sort of futuristic weapon that shot light beams, a Star Wars or Star Trek. Actually, it was a device that all people, especially kids, would be familiar with these days. It was a remote control, and this one was sending out a beam of light. It could have been to a TV, stereo, or some other electronic equipment, but Webb knew that it wasn't. He hadn't even seen a TV in Kevin's house, and there was certainly not one in his room. This remote control, Webb felt sure, had activated the laser in the courtyard. That, in turn, had triggered the miniguns when Webb and Charlie team had come thundering into the space. The kid had kick-started it all. And somebody had prepared the boy for exactly what he would see that night, namely, men in body armor with guns. For it wasn't like Kevin Westbrook had come back to his house to make this drawing after the fact. Who was that someone? 2 cars behind Webb's Mach. Francis Westbrook drove the Lincoln Navigator himself. Without product to sell, a large part of his crew had already jumped ship. Folks didn't let the grass grow under their feet in the drug trade, and the grass always seemed to be greener someplace else. Of course, when you got to the new place, it was just the same old crap. You lived and died by your wits, and the stupid did not survive for very long. Yet for every dealer that was killed, a dozen were ready to take his place. The lure of the drug business was strong despite its high mortality rate, because people in Francis Westbrook's world weren't exactly loaded down with options. Forget the social scientists with their little charts and graphs. Westbrook could vividly teach the mother of all courses on that subject. He shook his head as his thoughts returned to his dilemma. Peebles was nowhere to be found, and even the once loyal Macy had disappeared. The men he had left were not ones Westbrook really trusted. Thus he had gone it alone on this mission. He had been watching Jerome's place in the hopes that Kevin might come wandering up. Instead, he had gotten a nice prize in the interim. HRT London and the woman. She was the shrink. He at least had learned that before his men deserted him. He steered with his fingertip, his right hand on the grip of the pistol lying on the front seat. He had watched London and the woman go in and then come out with Jerome. The lady had been carrying Kevin's sketchbooks, and Francis wondered why. Did the books have a clue to the boy's whereabouts? He had personally searched this city high and low looking for his son. Threatened people, broken bones and overinflated egos in the process, shelled out thousands in cash for snitch work, and with all that, nothing. The Fed sure as hell didn't have him. They weren't playing games with him, perhaps trying to get Kevin to testify against the father, of that he was sure. Francis had been real careful on that. Kevin knew nothing about what his old man did, at least not the sort of details that were required on the witness stand. But if he did, Francis would just bite the bullet and take the fall. Above all, he had to do what was best for Kevin. In many ways, he had already led a full, rich life, about as much as someone like him could reasonably expect. But Kevin had a lot more living to do. London was a smart guy. Francis' plan was to follow him and see where that took him. Where he hoped it took him, of course, was to Kevin, 43. Webb drove Clare home, where she packed some clothes and other things, and then he took her to her car and followed her to a hotel where she checked in. After they'd promised each other to keep in touch with fresh developments, Webb rushed back to East Winds. Romano was at the carriage house. The Canfields are in the house. I don't know what happened, but something shook them up. White as sheets, both of them. I know what did it, Paulie, and Webb explained about the videotape. You know there was nothing you could do, Webb. I'm just pissed I was overseas at the time. I would've loved to hit those guys. He snapped his fingers. Oh, before I forget, Ann Lyle called and said she really needed to talk to you. How come she didn't call me directly? I talked to her a couple of days ago, just checking in. I gave her the phone number here just in case we needed a hardline contact. Webb pulled out his phone, and while he was dialing Ann, he asked Romano, So how'd Billy? Like your vet? Sweet man, sweet. Said he had an opportunity to buy one a couple of years ago. Are you ready for this? For $50,000. 50 big ones. Better not let Angie find out about that. I see 4 wheels and a ragtop becoming new furniture in college accounts. Romano paled. Shit, I never thought of that. You gotta swear you won't tell her, Webb. You gotta swear. Hold on, Paulie. Webb spoke into the phone. Ann, it's Webb. What's up? Ann's voice was very low. There's something going down here. That's why I'm here so late. Webb tensed. He knew what that meant. An op. The guys built a new target in the practice area 2 days ago and have been going over it like crazy. The assaulters have been going through their equipment today 7 ways from Sunday, and the commander's door's been closed all morning, and some of the snipers have already been deployed. You know how it is, Webb? Yeah, I know. You have any idea what the target might be? Ann's voice dropped even lower. A tape from a surveillance camera came in a few days ago. It shows that a truck was parked at the loading dock of an abandoned building near where the shooting occurred. The tape wasn't at the best angle, I understand, but I believe it shows the guns being unloaded from the truck. Webb nearly tore the phone in half. Bates had kept this from him. Who was the truck registered to? Ann Silas Free, as one of the founders of the Free Society Webb. Pretty stupid of him to use his real name. Son of a bitch, they were hitting the Frees. How are they getting there? Military aircraft from Andrews to an old Marine Corps airfield near Danville. They're heading out at 1200. The trucks have already been sent down via semi. What's the assault force? Hotel, Gulf, X-ray, and whiskey. That's it? That's not full strength. Echo, Yankee, and Zulu are out of the country on VIP protection detail. There is no Charlie team. And on top of that, one of the hotel assaulters broke his leg during a training exercise, and Romano's with you on special assignment were a little thin right now. I'm on my way. Don't let the train leave without me. He looked at Romano. Get the guys at the gates to collapse around the house and take over protection detail. Where are we going? It's time to bang 'em and hang 'em, Paulie. While Romano called the perimeter guards, Webb ran outside, popped the trunk of his mock, and checked what he had. The answer was he had plenty. The life of an HRT operator required that he keep several days' worth of clothes in his trunk, along with a variety of other items, essential for when you were called out of the country for a week or a month with virtually no notice. Webb had supplemented this normal allotment with lots of goodies he had taken from the HRT equipment cage and the stash he kept at home, which included a formidable arsenal, even with his FBI creds. He'd have a tough time explaining this cache to a state trooper on a routine traffic stop. When Romano came back, Webb said, Bates kept it from me. The little shit they found direct evidence tying the Freeze to the hit on Charlie, using the damn tip I gave him. And he wasn't even going to invite us to the party. Probably thinks, well, freak and pop people unnecessarily, you know, said Romano. That really offends my sense of professionalism. Well, tell your sense of professionalism to shake a leg. We don't have much time. Well, why didn't you say so? He grabbed Webb's arm. If speed is what we need, we ain't taking that hunk of junk. What the hell are you talking about? 5 minutes later, the big block vet loaded down with weaponry blew through the open gates at East Winds and hit the main strip. It was mostly back roads down to Quantico, but Romano kept the vet on 70 pretty much the whole way. Going around curves so fast, Webb felt himself grabbing the edge of his seat and hoping Romano didn't notice. When they got to Interstate 95, Romano smoothly shifted gears and popped the clutch. Webb watched the speedometer swiftly move to triple digits. Romano slid in an 8-track tape of all things and revved up the music. The best of Bachman-Turner Overdrive was soon shattering the night air because they were driving with the top down. While Romano drove, Webb checked their guns. Even with the highway lights, it was very dark, but his fingers knew every inch of the things. He looked over at Romano, who was smiling and singing along with BTO as they were taking care of business. The guy was bobbing his head like he was back in high school and banging at a Springsteen concert. "You got a strange way of preparing yourself for combat, Paulie? What, like you? And the rubbing you give your pistols for luck?" Webb looked at him in surprise. "Reiner told me. He thought it was a hoot. I guess nothing sacred," muttered Webb. They cruised into Quantico in record time. They both knew the sentry posted at the east entrance off the Bureau Parkway, and Romano didn't bother to slow down. "888, Jimbo," he yelled out as he roared by, referring to the crisis page of 3/8 that told HRT members to get the hell to Quantico. "Go get 'em, guys," yelled back Jimbo. Romano parked the car. They pulled their gear and hauled it to the admin building. Romano used his security card to open the gate, and they headed to the front door where a video surveillance camera was watching them. In front of the entrance, 6 trees had been planted in memory of the fallen members of Charlie Team inside. They passed Ann Lyle's office. She came to the door and she and Webb exchanged a glance, but not more than that. Strictly from the rule book, Ann shouldn't have called and told Webb about the assault, and he would never do anything to get her in trouble. But they both knew that what she had done was the right thing to do. Rule book be damned. Webb met his commander, Jack Pritchard, in the hallway. The man looked in astonishment at Webb and Romano with all their gear. "Reporting for duty, sir," said Webb. "How the hell did you even know about it?" demanded Pritchard. "I'm still a member of HRT. I can smell these things a mile away." Pritchard didn't push it, though. He did glance in the direction of Ann Lyle's office. "I want in," said Webb. "That's impossible," said Pritchard. "You're still on SRB leave," and he pointed at Romano, got his ass taken off on special assignment that I wasn't even made privy to. "Now shove off." The commander turned on his heel and headed back to the equipment room. Webb and Romano shoved off, right after the man. The assaulters and snipers who hadn't already been deployed on the mission were gathered here, going over last-minute details. The snipers were checking to make sure they each had restocked a numbered lot of match-grade ammo. They were updating logbooks, tightening trigger assemblies, and cleaning scopes and barrels. The assaulters were inspecting their own weapons and breaking out their breaching gear, tactical bags, and body armor. The personnel in the logistics cell of HRT were running around loading gear into the trucks and trying to remember everything the mini-invasion would need to succeed. They all stopped doing what they were doing when Pritchard and then Webb and Romano barged into their space. "Come on, Jack," said Webb. "You got teams all over the damn place, and not even counting Paulie. You're short a guy on hotel. You can use the extra hands." Pritchard whirled around. "How the hell did you know we were short a guy?" The HRT chief obviously had had enough of leaks. Webb looked around the room. "I can count, and I count 5 assaulters on hotel. Add me and Paulie and you're at full strength. You haven't been briefed. You haven't worked the mock target, and you haven't even been training for a while." Yorinokoing Webb moved in front of the man and blocked his way. Jack Pritchard was about 5'10", and Webb had him by at least 30 pounds in about 5 years. But Webb knew if it came to a fight that he would be in for one, but he didn't want to fight, not his own man anyway. "Brief us on the way over. Show us the attack points. We've got our own equipment, and all we need are Kevlar, a flight suit, and a helmet." "How many of these have Paulie and me done, Jack? Don't treat us like some clueless bastard right out of knots. We don't deserve that." Pritchard stepped back and stared at Webb for a very long minute. The longer it went on, the more Webb thought Pritchard might actually throw him out of the place. HRT, like other quasi-military units, frowned on such insubordination. "I tell you what, Webb, leave it up to them." He pointed at the assaulters. Webb hadn't been expecting that sort of decision, but he stepped forward and looked at each of the hotel and Gulf guys one by one. He had fought side by side with most of them, first as a sniper and then as one of their own, an assaulter. His gaze finally settled on Romano. The men would accept Paulie back without question. But Webb was damaged goods, the guy who had frozen at the worst possible moment. And every man in this room was wondering if he would do it again and cost them their lives. Webb had saved Romano's life during a raid on a Montana militiaman's site. Romano had returned the favor a year later during a VIP protection detail in the Middle East when a foot soldier from a fringe rebel group had tried to run their party down with an empty bus he had stolen. The rebel would have succeeded in getting at least Webb, but Romano had pushed Webb out of the way and popped the driver between the eyes with a round from his .45. Yet despite all that, and their recent time together, Webb had never really been able to read the man. As he looked around the room, it seemed that the men were looking to Romano to settle the issue, and despite the guy having driven Webb here to take part in the assault, Webb had no clue what he would say now. He watched as Romano put a hand on Webb's shoulder. Looking at his teammates, Romano said, "Webb London can cover my back any time, any place." And in the alpha male society of HRT, a man like Paul Romano, who was feared even by some of his teammates, saying that was all it took. After they finished soaking up, Pritchard called all the men into the small meeting room. He stood at the front staring at them, and they stared back. It seemed to Webb that the commander spent more time gazing at him than at any of the others. "It goes without saying," began Pritchard, "that this mission is critical. All our missions are critical. I know that each man here will conduct himself in the utmost professional manner while still doing his job to the best of his ability." Pritchard's tone was stilted. The man looked nervous, and he had done enough dangerous things in his life that Webb had long assumed the man had no nerves. Webb and Romano exchanged glances. This sort of pep talk was a little out of the ordinary. They weren't a bunch of high school kids getting ready to play football. Pritchard's stern demeanor collapsed. "Okay, let me cut the official crap. The folks we're going after tonight are suspected of doing in Charlie team. You all know that. We hope we're going to hit them by surprise, short and sweet and no shots fired." He paused and looked up and down the ranks once more. "You know the orders of engagement. This free society has come our way before down in Richmond. That was Charlie team too, and some think that what happened in that courtyard was an act of revenge by the Frees. There are no known hostages. The ground logistics are a little tricky, but we've handled far worse. We fly in, the trucks will be waiting, and we execute." Pritchard was pacing now, and then he stopped. "If you have to take a shot tonight, you do it. If they fire back, I don't have to tell any of you what to do. But don't be stupid about this. The last thing we need is for the media to be screaming tomorrow morning about HRT wiping out guys who don't need to be wiped out. If they were involved in Charlie's getting ripped, let's bag them and let the legal process work its course. Don't. And I repeat, don't fire, because you're thinking about what these guys might have done to 6 men who belong to us. You're better than that, you deserve better than that, and I know you'll come through." He paused once more and seemed to search each of his men's faces, once again lingering the longest, it seemed, on Webb. Pritchard finished with, "Let's hit it." As the men filed out, Webb walked up next to Pritchard. "Jack, I hear where you're coming from, but if you're that concerned about somebody going off the deep end, why have HRT do this hit at all? You said there aren't any hostages, so an FBI SWAT team could handle this with backup from the locals. Why us? We're still part of the FBI, Webb. Although you wouldn't know it from the way some people act around here, meaning orders from uptown for HRT to do this gig. That's the procedure, and you know that as well as I do. Because of the circumstances, did you request a pass on this one? Actually, I did, because I personally don't think we should be doing it. Not this soon after losing our guys, and I agree with you, a SWAT team could go easy enough, and they turned you down? Like I said, we're part of the FBI, and I do what I'm told. Now you want it in on this. Are you backing out now? See you at the OK Corral." A few minutes later, they were on their way to Andrews Air Force Base, ready to go to war. The bureau Webb had learned from one of his HRT colleagues had contemplated executing a search warrant on the Freeze compound, but had decided that they would let HRT secure the place first and then execute the search. The last thing the bureau wanted was a couple of agents getting killed while trying to serve the search warrant. Besides, video of machine guns used to kill federal agents being unloaded from a truck rented by Silas Free was pretty damning. On the short, bumpy flight down in a military transport jet, Webb went over the 5-paragraph operations order, and he and Romano were filled in on specific details. There would be no negotiation with the Freeze and no warnings to come out with their hands up. The memories of the school incident in Richmond and the massacre of Charlie Team had precluded those options. Fewer people would die tonight if HRT just hit them without warning. At least that's what the powers that be had decided, and Webb was perfectly fine with that decision. The fact that there were no known hostages made things easier and also more complicated. Complicated in that Webb was still wondering why an FBI SWAT team hadn't been called in to handle this. He hoped it was a combination of the reputation the Freeze had for being extremely dangerous and well-armed, and the fact that even the good guys were entitled to exact sweet justice some of the time. But something just didn't feel right about this. Intelligence gathered by WFO over the last several months put the Freeze at a compound they had created a decade earlier, about 40 miles west of Danville, Virginia, in a very remote part of the state, with woods on 3 sides. Snipers from Whiskey and X-Ray had set up surveillance 24 hours before with WFO agents and had been feeding valuable intelligence back ever since. The plans for the target had actually been in the HRT database for a while now. HRT had rebuilt the interior of the school on its backlot and practiced with something more than the unit's usual vigor and determination. While there wasn't an HRT member who would consciously open fire unless he, another team member, or an innocent person was in danger, there wasn't a single HRT operator who wasn't at least partly wishing that the Freeze would try and fight back. Maybe Webb thought that group would include Commander Jack Pritchard, too, despite his passionate speech to the contrary. They landed, climbed in their trucks, which had just been offloaded from a special truck transport, and drove to the preliminary staging area and interfaced with the local police and folks from WFO who were spearheading the effort. Webb turned his back and fiddled with some of his gear when he saw Percy Bates appear from one of the Bucars and talk to Pritchard. Webb didn't really need a run-in with Bates right now for a lot of reasons. The main one being he didn't know if he could trust himself not to punch the guy's lights out for not telling him about the assault. Bates was probably just trying to protect Webb, maybe from himself, but Webb would have preferred to make that decision on his own. They drove to the last staging point and received the final set of orders. Now it was time to hit the road to the target. They moved quickly through the darkened rural roads. Hotel team was in one Suburban and was approaching the Freeze compound from the rear, while Gulf was going in the left side. The topography would require the assault teams to navigate through the dark, dense woods. That wasn't really a problem since they had night vision optics. Just before the truck doors popped open, Romano crossed himself. Webb almost said what he had always said to Danny Garcia, that God didn't come around here and that they were on their own, but he didn't. Yet he wished Romano hadn't done the sign of the cross. This was all beginning to seem way too familiar, and for the first time Webb started to wonder if he was in any shape to participate in the assault. The doors popped open before he could think any more on this, and they poured into the woods, and then came to a stop, crouching and surveying the terrain ahead. Through his bone mic, Webb listened as the snipers filled them in on what lay ahead. Webb recognized Ken McCarthy's voice from X-Ray. McCarthy's call sign was Sierra 1, meaning he held the sniper's highest observation post. He was probably straddling a thick branch of one of the big oaks that ringed the perimeter around the compound. Webb figured that would allow him to see the entire area, get a good firing lane, and provide maximum defilade or position of cover and concealment. The Freeze were definitely inside the compound. Most of them lived there, in fact. The snipers had counted at least 10 of them inside. There were 4 buildings constituting the fenced compound. 3 were living quarters, and 1 was a large warehouse-style building where the men held their meetings and did whatever work they did while there, such as making bombs and plotting how to kill innocent people, no doubt, thought Webb. There were often dogs at outposts like this. Canines were always a problem, not so much a personal danger to HRT members, since even the fiercest dog couldn't bite through Kevlar or withstand a bullet, but they were terrific early warning sentries. Fortunately, thus far, at least, there were no dogs here. Maybe some of the Freeze were allergic. The weaponry they'd seen were mostly pistols and shotguns, although one young lad of about 17, McCarthy said, was carrying an MP5. There were two sentries outside, one in the front and one in the rear, armed with pistols only and bored expressions. McCarthy wryly noted, as was customary with HRT, the sentries were given identification names by the sniper that had first spotted them. The guard in front was named Pale Shack because he bore a passing resemblance to the big basketball center, but of course was white, since the Freeze were definitely not going to have persons of another color around. The one in the rear was christened Game Boy, because McCarthy had noted a Game Boy player sticking out of his front pocket. The snipers had also observed that both sentries carried cell phones that had a walkie-talkie feature that posed a problem, since they could quickly signal trouble to their Confederates inside. Hotel teams spread out and moved through the woods with great caution. Over their flight suits, they wore IR camouflage, green smocks with visual patterns that broke up each man's night profile. Thus, even if the Freeze had night vision optics, they wouldn't get a clean visual. Though the compound was not yet in sight, in the dense foliage the Freeze might have posted either additional pickets or even booby traps that had escaped the eyes of the snipers, unlikely as that might be. Webb's NV goggles made night into day, but he kept one eye closed still and assumed all the others were doing the same thing to avoid the orange burn later. They hit another stop spot and Webb pulled the goggles up and blinked quickly to reduce the effects of the high-tech optics. His head was already starting to hurt. On the actual assault, Romano would be point man and Webb would bring up the rear. Though Romano hadn't practiced this hit with the team, he was still the best assaulter they had. Webb slid his hand down the short barrel of the MP5 subgun he was carrying. He wasn't toting his usual SR-75 rifle, because after using it in that courtyard he had found he couldn't pick the damn thing up again. He first touched the .45 pistol in his tactical holster, and next the twin gun riding in his cross-draw shoulder rig that hung across his trauma plate, and he smiled tightly when he saw Romano watching him do this and giving him a thumbs up. "Now we're bulletproof, big guy," said Romano. The man was probably still doing BTO turns in his head. Thought Webb's heartbeat was not yet at 64, and he was striving mightily to get it there. He rubbed his fingers against his palm and was surprised to feel sweat, for it was a chilly night, yet 60 pounds of gear and body armor made for a nice little personal sauna. He had pistol mags hanging from his gun belt and spare MP5 ammo in his thigh pads, along with flash bangs, slap charges, and other goodies that he might or might not need tonight. You just never knew. Still, he hoped the sweat didn't signal nerves that could cause him to screw up right at the moment he needed to be perfect. They moved forward again and neared the edge of the woods through his goggles. Webb could clearly make out the Freeze compound. To ensure that communications were short and that everyone was working off the same page, the first floor of a target, in HRT parlance, was always designated Alpha. The second, Bravo. The front of the building was white, the right red, the left green, and the rear black. All the doors, windows, and other openings was given sequential numbers beginning with the farthest port to the left. Thus Game Boy was stationed on the outside of the fence at roughly Alpha level black port 3, while Pale Shack was at Alpha level white port 4. Webb checked out Game Boy through his goggles and quickly summed the guy up as untrained as well as downright careless. The accuracy of this opinion was reinforced when the guy pulled the Game Boy from his pocket and actually started playing it. There were lights on in the main building of the compound. The lights must have been powered by portable generators because there were no overhead electrical lines evident. If there had been, HRT would have found the transformer supplying the power and shut it off just before the assault. Going from light to dark was disorienting and would have given HRT the slight edge it needed to prevail without loss of life. Since there were only 2 assault teams, snipers were standing by to jump into their blacks or Nomex flight suits and help in the attack. Each sniper carried, in addition to his sniper rifle, a Car-16 auto-assault rifle with a 3-power Litton night scope. The plan was to hit from the front and the side in blitzkrieg style and contain the Freeze in the main building. At that point, the regular FBI would come in, read rights, execute search warrants, and the next stop for the Freeze would be court and then prison. There was just enough to make this interesting, thought Webb. The Freeze had to know that the FBI was watching them. This was a very rural area, and word of strangers got around, and the Bureau had had them under surveillance for a while now. HRT had to assume that their chief weapon, the element of surprise, would at least be diminished in this case. Having learned something from the Charlie team debacle, they had brought along two very bulky but very powerful thermal imagers. Romano fired one up and performed a sweep of each building on their side of the compound. Gulf was doing the same from the front. This thermal imager could look through darkened glass and even walls and nail the heat-filled image of any person lurking there with a slingshot or a minigun. Romano completed his surveillance and gave the all clear. No automated sniper nest this time. All buildings except the main one were empty. It might go very clean through his NV goggles. Webb looked around and noted the lights winking through the jumble of trees. These light pulses represented snipers who were wearing fireflies, infrared glow plugs the size of a cigarette lighter. The flies would blink every 2 seconds in a light spectrum visible only with night optics. This way the snipers could keep in touch with one another without giving away their position. If a target was suspected of having night optics as well, the flies weren't used for obvious reasons. Assaulters never used them. Each wink of light represented a friendly body with a .308 suppressed rifle backing him up. It was comforting when you weren't sure whether you were walking into an ice cream parlor or a hornet's nest. Webb assumed tonight that it would be the latter. With a flick of his thumb, Webb put the fire selector on his MP5 to multiple round bursts, and then worked on getting his pulse rate down to the proper zone. There were the sounds of wildlife all around squirrels, mostly in birds flitting from tree limb to tree limb, disturbed by the men crouched in their space with all this fancy gear. The padding of animal paws and the flapping of bird wings was somehow comforting, if only to reassure Webb that he was still on planet Earth, still connected to living, breathing things, though he had potential killing on his mind. The plan here was a little dicey. The snipers were not going to open fire on the sentries. Gunning down folks in cold blood who had yet to be convicted of anything was not something law enforcement types got to do very often. Webb certainly never had. It would take a very high-stakes hostage situation to justify that sort of approval from Washington. The director and probably the Attorney General would have to bless that sort of operation. Here they were going to flank the guards, jump them, and make sure they had no time or opportunity to warn their comrades inside of the coming attack. The assaulters could have employed a diversionary explosive or perhaps drawn the guards into the woods somehow to be met by assaulters in ghillies waiting to jump them. But the flanking plan had been devised based on prior intelligence gathered on the freeze that intel had proved correct in the careless nature of the sentries. It might just work, thought Webb. If the exterior breach points were locked, they would be blown, of course. That would warn the rest of the freeze. But by then, HRT would be inside and the battle would pretty much be over, barring something extraordinary occurring, which Webb could no longer rule out ever again. Hotel was going to hit from the rear, Gulf from the side in a very explosive way. Assault teams always tried to hit from angles, never front-back or side-side, to avoid friendly fire casualties. Webb tensed as Romano asked TOC for compromise authority, and quickly got it. Now Webb took one last cleansing breath and assumed the total focus of an assaulter with one of the most elite law enforcement teams ever put together. Pulse at 64, Webb really did just know his body's inner workings. Romano gave the high sign and he and Webb went to the left, and the other two operators slid to the right. A minute later they were on both flanks of Game Boy, who was still intent on his video screen, apparently having a great time whipping the computer's ass. By the time he looked up, there were .45 pistols stuck in both of his ears. Before he even had a chance to say, "Shit," he was down on the ground, peerless cuffs around his hands and ankles, and a plastic chain strap tied the cuffs together so that he was fully immobilized like a tethered calf during a roping contest. At the same time, a strip of adhesive was placed over his mouth. They took his pistol, cell phone, and a knife they found in a sheath tied to his ankle. Webb did leave the man his precious Game Boy. They passed the living quarters of the group and moved to the crisis site, the exterior rear door of the main building, and crouched low. Romano touched the door gingerly, then grasped the door handle and tried it. Through his mask, Webb could see him grimace. It was locked. Romano called up the breacher, who quickly moved forward, laid his 400-grain flex linear charge, rolled out his cable and readied the detonator, while the rest of the team watched his back even as they took cover. At that point, Romano informed Tak that they were at phase line green, and Webb listened to Tuk's confirmatory response. 30 seconds later, members of Gulf did the same thing. So Webb knew they had successfully bagged Pale Shack out front and then gone to the side of the building for their very special assault. Tak stated that it had control, and the line rankled Webb even more now than it had before. Yeah, that's what you said to Charlie, wasn't it? 3 snipers joined the Gulf boys on the side, and Ken McCarthy had come down from his Sierra 1 position and become an instant assaulter, along with 2 other whiskey snipers who joined Webb and hotel team. When Ken saw Webb, Webb couldn't see the man's expression, but Webb was sure it was a surprised one. They all took off their NV goggles, since muzzle flashes and explosives made them useless anyway, and would actually leave you blind and defenseless in such a light-filled environment. From here on, everyone had to simply use their ordinary 5 senses, and that was okay, was Webb. The countdown began. Webb's heartbeat seemed to slow even more with each number. When Tak reached 3, Webb was fully in the zone. At the count of 2, every HRT operator looked away from the crisis site so that the blast wouldn't blind them. At the same moment, each man's fingers also slipped off his weapon's safety once more, and then index fingers slid to triggers. Here we go, boys, Webb thought. The charge blew and the doors fell inward, and Webb and company roared through, banging, called out Romano as he drew a flash bang from his stretch Cordura holder, pulled the pin and lobbed. 3 seconds later, a 180-decibel explosion screamed through the hallway with a 1,000,000 candle power flash in its wake. Webb was to the right of Romano, looking for threats from any source, his gaze going first to distant corners, then pulling back. There was a small interior room with a hallway heading left off that, their intelligence confirmed by their thermal imagery, had told them that the Frees were gathered in the main room in the left rear of the building. It was a large space, maybe 40 by 40, and mostly open, so they didn't have to worry about lots of nooks and crannies for resistance to hole up in. But it was still a large space to secure, and there would no doubt be furniture and other equipment to hide behind. They dropped off one guy to hold the room they had first entered. The rules of engagement were that you never gave back ground you had taken, and you never allowed yourself to be rear-flanked. The rest of the strike force raced on. So far, they had seen no one, although there were shouts up ahead. Webb and the rest of Hotel flew down the hallway. One more turn, and they'd hit the double doors to the target space. Banging, yelled Webb. He pulled the pin, lobbed the flash bang around this last turn. Now anybody looking to ambush them from up there would have to do so while blind and deaf. When they reached the double doors, no one bothered to check whether they were locked. Romano quickly placed a slap charge on the door jamb. The explosive consisted of a length of tire rubber 1 inch wide and 6 inches long with a strip of C4 explosive called a data sheet. At the bottom of the device were a shock tube and a blasting cap. The men stood back and Romano whispered into his mic. A few seconds went by and the slap charge blew and the doors collapsed inward. At the exact same moment, the side wall of the main room exploded inward and Gulf team charged through the opening. They had placed a flex-linear charge V-shaped strip of lead and foam, loaded with explosives around the wall. It had completely taken out the wall, throwing debris into the room. One of the Frees was already on the floor, holding his bloodied head and screaming. Hotel charged in from the main doors and blitzed the danger zones that were basically any space where somebody with a gun could take cover and do HRT harm. Banging, called out Romano as he raced down the right side of the room. The flashbang explosion sounded seconds later. The room was filled with smoke and blinding light, and the shouts and screams were deafening as the Frees fell over each other trying to escape. However, there were no shots, and Webb began to think that this might just end peacefully, at least by HRT standards. Webb followed Romano, his gaze sweeping the area, looking to the farthest corners for threats, and then reeling back. He saw both young and old men hiding under overturned chairs, prone on the floor or pushed against the walls, all covering their eyes and holding their ears, all of them stunned by the carefully crafted assault. The overhead lights had been shot out by HRT as soon as they entered the room. They were all operating in darkness now except for the occasional flashbang. FBI on the floor, hands behind your head, fingers interlocked. Do it now, or you're fucking dead. Romano screamed all this out in a Brooklyn accented staccato roar. That mouthful even got Webb's attention. Most of the freeze in Webb's line of sight began to obey the instruction, semi-incapacitated as they were. That's when he heard the first shot. And that was followed by another shot that hit the wall right next to Webb's head. From the corner of his eye, Webb saw a free coming up from the floor, holding an MP5 and pointing it his way. Romano must have seen the same thing. They fired together, both their MP5s on multiple round bursts. All 8 shots hit the man either in the head or torso, and he and his gun went back down to the floor and stayed there. The other freeze, blinded and disoriented, but also angered by the death of one of their members, pulled their weapons and opened fire from behind whatever bulwarks they could find. HRT did the same. However, it was pistols, shotguns, flesh and overmatched men playing soldier against body armor, subguns and men trained for battle and killing. The gunfight did not last very long. The freeze foolishly looked at the eyes of their opponents. Webb and his men calmly keyed on the hands and the weapons held there as they fired round after round, moving forward, staying on their marks. Aimpoint red laser dots from the finders bolted to their subguns were directly on their targets. They maintained their fields of fire, shooting around and over each other as though they were performing a superbly choreographed dance. The frantic freeze shot wildly and with no discipline and missed badly. HRT aimed with precision and scored hit after hit. Twice HRT operators were shot, more out of luck than skill. But they were torso hits, ordinary pistol ammo running right into the latest generation Kevlar, and while the impacts of the bullets stung like a bitch, the only result was a deep bruise. HRT aimed for the head and chest, and each time a round impacted, another free died. With the rout clearly on, Webb had had enough of this carnage, and he flipped his MP5 to full auto and raked the tops of the cheap tables and chairs, blowing chips of particle board and wood veneer and strips of metal into the air, and filling the opposite walls with lead as his weapon threw out slugs at the rate of almost 900 a minute. HRT did not fire warning shots, but there was nothing in the manuals or in any other training Webb had done that said you had to slaughter an outclassed enemy for no reason. The remaining frees were no danger to anyone anymore. They just needed some extra persuasion to officially give up. Romano did likewise with spray from his gun. The resulting blizzard of destruction had the opposition flat on their bellies, hands over their heads, their thoughts of fighting and perhaps winning obviously gone. In unison, Webb and Romano slapped in fresh 10mm ammo stacks with machine-like movements and speed. They opened fire again, once more aiming just over the heads of the cowering enemy, and poured it on until the last of the frees, still alive, finally made the only sensible choice. 2 crawled out from the debris of dead bodies and destroyed chairs and tables. Their hands in the air, their weapons on the floor. They looked shell-shocked and were sobbing. Another free just sat there staring at his hands, bloody from touching a large seeping wound on his leg, and there was vomit on his shirt. An operator went over to him, cuffed him, and then laid him gently back, slapped on surgical gloves and mask and started ministering to the wound. A gunman suddenly turned lifesaver of his enemy. Paramedics were called up from the medic truck that accompanied every HRT assault to tend to the wounded. The guy would probably live, Webb concluded, after checking out the bloody leg, if only to spend the rest of his life in prison. As Romano and another assaulter cuffed the first 2 frees to surrender, several other operators went quickly around the room, making sure that the dead actually were. The men on the floor were just bodies now, Webb felt certain. Humans were not built to withstand 1 shot to the head, much less half a dozen. Webb finally lowered his gun and took a deep breath. He surveyed the battlefield, looked over the survivors. Some didn't even appear old enough to drive, dressed in oversized farm jeans, t-shirts, and dirty boots. One of them had a peach fuzz goatee. Another even had acne. 2 of the dead men looked old enough to be grandfathers and maybe had recruited their grandsons to join the frees and die as one they hardly qualified as worthy opponents. They were just a bunch of stupid people with guns and screwed-up lives who had run into the realization of their worst nightmares and foolishly chosen the wrong course of action. Webb counted 8 dead bodies, the blood flowing thick and absorbing fast into the cheap carpet, and though the freeze would contest it, all blood regardless of ethnic or racial background flowed red out of the body. At that level, everybody was the same. He leaned against the wall even as he heard the sirens coming. It hadn't been a fair fight. Yet it had not been a fair fight last time either. A part of him should have at least felt some level of satisfaction, however. The only thing Webb London felt was sick to his stomach. Killing was never an easy business, and maybe that's what separated him from men like the Ernest B. Freeze of the world. Romano came up to him. Where the hell did those shots come from? Webb just shook his head. Well, shit, said Romano. It ain't exactly how I figured this going down. Webb noted the large bullet hole in Romano's cami smock that revealed the Kevlar underneath. The hole was near his belly button. Romano followed Webb's gaze and shrugged it off like it was a mosquito bite. Another inch lower and Angie'd have to get her kick somewhere else, said Romano. Webb struggled to recall exactly what he had seen and what he had heard and exactly when. Webb knew one thing for certain. They were all in for a lot of questions, and none of those questions held easy answers. Pritchard's warning came hurtling back to him. They had just annihilated numerous members of the Freeze, the group suspected of wiping out a team of HRT. What Webb and the others had really done was open fire and wasted a bunch of young boys and old men because shots had come from a source they weren't sure of, and because Webb had seen one of them lifting up his gun and pointing it his way. Webb was completely justified in doing what he did, but it wouldn't take a master spin doctor to whip that set of facts into something that smelled to high heaven. And in Washington, D.C., they had more spinmeisters per capita than anywhere else on the planet. Webb could hear feet pounding toward them. The regulars would be showing up soon, the Bétesses of the world. They would take over the task of figuring out what the hell had happened. Like Romano had said, HRT was just in the business of banging and hanging. Well, they just might have hung themselves this time. Webb started to feel something he never had when the bullets were flying: fear. There was movement over 1,000 yards away in the woods to the rear of the compound and behind the perimeter set up by HRT. The ground seemed to rise up and a man crouched there, his sniper rifle with attached scope held in his right hand. It was the same rifle he had used to kill Chris Miller outside Randall Cove's house in Fredericksburg. The FBI probably thought that Webb London had been the target, but they would be wrong. Miller's death was just another way to bring further misery to Webb London, and what the man had just done, instigating the fight between the hapless Freeze and HRT, was simply another method of adding to London's mounting troubles. The man laid aside the cloth that was covered with dirt, mud, animal feces, leaves, and other things designed to help him blend in with the surroundings, his very own ghillie suit. He had long ago concluded that one should only copy from the best, and, at least for now, HRT was the best, and Webb London was supposed to be the best of this elite group. That distinction put him squarely in the man's sights. This was personal to him, very personal. He folded the material and hooked it to his backpack, and Clyde Macy quietly made his escape. Despite his normally stoic nature, the man just had to smile. Mission accomplished. 44. Since he hadn't been able to get a handle on the origin of the group supplying oxy and other prescription drugs to the D.C. area, Randall Cove had changed strategies and decided to hit it from the receiving instead of the supply end. He had used what the informant T had told him to latch on to a drug crew who he had told him had lately been dealing these narcotics. It was amazing the results you could get from a snitch when you held him upside down over 100-foot drop. Cove figured at some point they would have to pick up more of the product. This new tactic had brought him here tonight, and he hoped it would produce some huge dividends. The woods were thick, and Cove moved through them as quietly as a human being was equipped to do. He stopped near the tree line, squatted low, and surveyed the terrain. The vehicles were parked on a dirt road that snaked through these woods near the Kentucky-West Virginia border. If Cove had had any backup to call, he would have... He had thought about bringing Venables, but Sonny had done enough, and he also had a wife and kids, and was getting ready to retire. Cove was not going to mess with that. Cove was a brave man, well used to being in dangerous situations, but still there was a fine line between courage and idiocy, and Cove had always kept on the right side of that flimsy divider. Cove ducked down as several men gathered around one of the vehicles. He slipped out his envy monocular for a closer look. The plastic-wrapped items the men were carrying confirmed Cove's suspicions, not coke bricks, but what looked to be tens of thousands of pills. He pulled his flashless camera and took some pictures, and then Cove debated what to do next. There were at least 5 men that he could see, and all of them were armed. He couldn't really execute an arrest without putting himself in serious jeopardy. While he was contemplating his next act, Cove didn't notice, but the wind changed slightly. He didn't realize it, in fact, until the dog that had been lying on the other side of the truck and out of Cove's line of sight came tearing around the vehicle, and directly at his position, Cove swore under his breath, turned, and fled through the woods. The dog was gaining, though, with each step, and Cove's battered knees just weren't up to this anymore. And he heard something else that didn't provide him with much hope either. There were 2-legged animals coming his way. They cornered him in a swampy section of earth. The dog came at Cove, fangs bared, and Cove aimed his pistol and shot it dead. That was the last time he would fire, as an array of pistols were leveled at him. He put his gun up in the air in surrender. "Drop it," said one of the pursuers, and Cove dropped it. The men came forward, and one of them frisked Cove and found the other gun he kept stashed in his coat sleeve, and also took his camera. Nemo Straight knelt next to the dog and touched it gently. Then he looked up at Cove like the man had just slit his mother's throat. Straight raised his pistol and stepped forward. "I had old Cuss for 6 years. Damn good dog." Cove said nothing. Another man punched him in the back with his gun, but only got a grunt from Cove. Straight drew closer and spit in Cove's face. "Damn me for not making sure you were dead when we shoved your car down that slope. You should have just called that your luckiest day on earth and got yourself out of town." Cove said nothing, but he took one tiny step closer to Straight. He glanced at some of the other men. The buyers of those prescription drugs were from the city, and all were black. Cove didn't look to his own race for help here. Money trumped everything else in the criminal world. Straight looked over his shoulder toward where the horse trailer with Bobby Lee was, and then looked back at his prisoner and smiled. "Man, you always got to be in other people's business, huh?" He tapped his gun against Cove's cheek and then slapped it hard with the metal. "Answer me when I ask you a question." Cove's response was to spit in the man's face. Straight wiped off his face and put his gun against Cove's temple. "You can just kiss your ass goodbye." The knife came out of the same sleeve that Cove's second gun had. He had never had anyone check for weapons in the same spot where one had already been found. He aimed for the heart, but Cove's foot slipped in the mud, and Straight was a bit quicker than Cove had anticipated, and the knife plunged deeply into Straight's shoulder. Straight fell back into the swampy water. The knife still in his shoulder, Cove stood there staring at the men surrounding him. For a split second, every sound in the world seemed to stop for Cove. In his mind, he could see his wife and children running to him from across a field of nothing but beautiful flowers, and their smiles and anticipated hugs carried away every foul thing that had ever happened to him in his whole life, and there was a great deal to wash away. And then the guns opened fire. Cove was struck several times and went down. At the same instant, all the men looked to the sky because they could hear the drone of a chopper. Seconds later, lights appeared over the treetops. Straight jumped up. Let's get the hell out of here, even with his injury. The powerful Straight was able to cradle his dead dog and carry it off. In less than a minute, the place was empty. The chopper soared on, its crew apparently unaware of what had happened down below. Straight had been wrong. The chopper was merely ferrying a group of businessmen back from a very late meeting. As the sounds of the night resumed, there came a groan out of the darkness. Randall Cove tried to get up, but as strong as he was, he couldn't make it. The body armor he was wearing had absorbed 3 of the 5 shots. The 2 shots that had hit him directly had taken their toll, though. He dropped back to the ground as his blood turned the water red. Clare Daniels was in her office, working very late. The outer door was locked and the building had security, so she actually felt safer here than at the hotel where she was staying. Her pharmacist friend had gotten back to her on the odd-looking pill that she had taken from Webb. Clare had assumed it was some powerful barbiturate because she still thought it possible that a bad drug interaction with a delayed effect had incapacitated Webb in that alley. At some level it might seem far-fetched, but it did cover the facts as she knew them. And right now, nothing else came close. The phone call had changed all that. It's a placebo, her friend had told her. Like they use for control groups in drug tests. A placebo. Clare was stunned. All the other pills were what they had appeared to be. As she sat in her office now, Clare tried to figure it all out. If it wasn't a drug interaction, what could it be? She refused to believe that Kevin Westbrook had placed a curse on Webb with the words "damn to hell," and yet clearly the words had had an effect on him had he just cracked. Clare looked at some of Kevin's sketchbooks that Webb had allowed her to keep. The one with Kevin pointing the remote control had gone right to the FBI, and there were no other drawings like that in any of the other sketchbooks. Clare studied the drawings she had, many of them quite expertly done. The boy had considerable artistic talent. Nowhere in the sketchbooks were the words "damn to hell" written. It couldn't be that easy, Clare supposed. She wondered again about the words. Old-sounding Civil War, maybe before. Damn the torpedoes, full steam ahead, or something like that Admiral Farragut had reportedly said during a naval battle in the war between the states. Clare wrote the words on a piece of paper. Civil Warera, Webb had thought. Slavery, black and white supremacists. Her brow wrinkled as she thought about it. But then it dawned upon her, yet Clare's next thought was that it couldn't be. The Free Society? Damn to hell. She looked at her computer. It was just possible. A few clicks of the mouse and a few minutes gave her the answer. The Free Society had a website, a disgusting, hate-filled propaganda tool that they presumably used to recruit the ignorant and demonic into their ranks. When she saw it, the breath froze in her throat. At that very moment, her office went completely dark. The timing of the blackout, coupled with what she had just learned, caused her to cry out. She immediately picked up the phone and called the front security desk. The reassuring voice of the guard came on the line, and she explained what had happened. "It's not the building. Dr. Daniels, we've got lights down here. Probably a tripped circuit breaker. You want me to come up?" She looked out her window and saw that surrounding buildings were also lit. "No, that's all right. I think I've got a flashlight. If it's just that, I can turn it back on." She hung up, rummaged through her desk, and finally found a flashlight, then felt here way out of her office and into the darkened reception area. She made her way to the closet where the power box was and turned the handle. It was locked. That was a little strange, she thought. But then she remembered that the closet also housed the phone and security system lines for the office, and those lines needed to be protected from interference. But how was she supposed to trip the breaker back then? She contemplated packing up and going to the hotel. But all of her notes were here, and she didn't have a laptop computer on which she could access the internet from the hotel. She shone the light on the lock. It looked pretty simple. She went into the small kitchen and found a screwdriver. She went back to the door, held the light under her armpit, and worked on the lock. It took about 5 minutes, and resulting from more luck than skill, the lock finally gave and she opened the door. She shone the light inside and looked around. She quickly found the power box, and the main circuit had indeed tripped. She popped it back and the lights came on. She was about to close the door when something caught her attention. A small device was wired into the power lines that ran up the wall. Clare didn't know much about such things, but it still looked out of place to her, almost like a bug. Perhaps it was because of what she had just discovered, or that she had suddenly become unduly paranoid. But in a flash, it hit her. She raced from the room, never noticing the tiny wireless trip button on the door jamb that was activated whenever someone opened the door to the power closet. She ran to her office and looked around. Her gaze went from floor to walls and finally to the ceiling and stopped. She grabbed her desk chair, slipped off her shoes, and stood on the chair to reach the smoke detector. She had been working with law enforcement folks for enough years to know that smoke detectors were favorite places to house listening devices. She pulled the piece off the ceiling, and there appeared to be wiring there that shouldn't have been. Was it only her office, or were others bugged as well? She left the detector dangling from the ceiling, jumped off the chair, and ran to the office next to hers, which was O'Bannon's. It was locked. However, it was the same lock as on the power closet. Using the screwdriver, she was able once again to pop it. She went in, flicked on the light, and looked up. There was another smoke detector. She ripped it down and found the same suspicious wiring. She was about to race to another office when she saw the open file on the desk. It went against all of her professional instincts to examine a colleague's files, but the circumstances were particularly extenuating. She told herself. She picked up the file. The name on it was Deborah Reiner. Webb had mentioned her, the widow of one of the men from his team. She ran her gaze through the many pages. Reiner had been coming to see O'Bannon for quite some time, and at frequent intervals. What surprised Clare was the number of notations for hypnosis sessions that they had engaged in. O'Bannon had hypnotized the woman almost every time she had come to see him. Something truly awful dawned on Clare as she noted some of the dates that Reiner had come in. 3 days before the slaughter of Webb's team in the courtyard had occurred was one date that popped out at Clare. She put the papers down and went over to the filing cabinet. It was locked too, yet cheaply constructed, and she quickly levered it open with the screwdriver, no longer caring about professional etiquette. She started pulling out files. There were many agents and spouses of FBI agents represented in here from many parts of the Bureau. She scanned some of the files like Reiner's. They involved an inordinate number of hypnosis sessions. Clara's thoughts raced. Hypnosis was a funny thing. You could, in very rare circumstances, use it to get someone to do something he or she ordinarily wouldn't do. But what you also could do was put a person under, get him or her relaxed and comfortable and trusting, and then subtly pry information on what this person as agent was doing or, in the cases of a spouse of the agent, what the husband or wife was doing. Clare could envision O'Bannon coaxing out from a hypnotized and vulnerable and perhaps distressed Debbie Reiner whatever details she knew of her husband's work, including what target was going to be visited by HRT and exactly when, if Teddy Reiner shared that with his wife. And some men would, despite professional rules that prohibited it. Many marriages, Clare knew, trumped all such policies if just to keep domestic peace. Or it could be as simple as a slip of the tongue by one of the HRT men, which a hypnotized wife would then unwittingly pass on. It would all be fairly simple for someone as experienced as Ed O'Bannon. And, as she had done with Webb, O'Bannon could always give a carefully crafted post-hypnotic suggestion that would swab away from the person's memory anything suspicious that might have occurred during hypnosis even, the fact that they had been hypnotized at all. My God, Clare thought, Debbie Reiner might have unwittingly aided in her husband's murder. And on top of that, the listening devices recorded all of the confidential information that was given by the patients who came here. Valuable information that could later be used to blackmail them or set others up as Webb's team had been. Without going into detail, Webb had mentioned that things were going wrong at the Bureau. If Clare was right about what O'Bannon was doing, the psychiatrist could be behind many of these problems as she stared at the file cabinet. Clare's gaze settled on something that wasn't there. Under the letter L there were several files for people with a last name that started with that letter. But there was a large and empty hanging file. Clare wondered if that was where Webb's file had been, yet the one O'Bannon had given her wasn't nearly as large as the space she was looking at, unless he had not given her the whole file. Would the man have kept part of the file away from her? O'Bannon was a supremely confident, even arrogant man, she knew. In his mind, no one was smarter or more experienced. It was just possible he was withholding information to keep her in the dark. Perhaps he had had an even more powerful reason, beyond professional vanity, to keep Webb as a patient. She immediately started scouring the office. She worked through the man's desk and any other space where the missing information could be hidden and found nothing. Then she looked up once more. The ceiling was a drop-down. She climbed on the chair again, holding her flashlight, and popped up one of the ceiling panels. On her tiptoes, she could see above the ceiling. She shone her light around and almost immediately saw a small box that had been placed on the metal framework holding up the ceiling. She moved her chair over there and quickly pulled the box down. Inside was the rest of Webb's file, and as she sat down to examine it, she discovered it was a treasure trove. Clare kept shaking her head as each new page held a stunning revelation. O'Bannon, she knew, was organized to the point of obsession, something the two had laughed about before. And he kept meticulous notes. Those notes, though cryptic and indecipherable to a layperson, revealed to Clare that he had hypnotized Webb numerous times, even more than Debbie Reiner, when Webb had come to him after his mother's death. Each time O'Bannon had employed a post-hypnotic suggestion, much as Clare had done, to suppress the session from Webb's consciousness. Clare jolted upright as she discovered that during one of the hypnotic sessions, Webb had revealed to O'Bannon the entire episode about his stepfather's death. The notes were almost in code, but Clare saw references to Stockton, Attic, and Daddy Dearest written in all caps, enough to convince her that O'Bannon had gotten the same story she had from Webb. Now Webb's shouting at her during the hypnotic session, "You already know this," made complete sense. His subconscious had revealed it all once, only to O'Bannon and not to her. The use of the placebos was also discussed in the notes. Clare figured they were probably to gauge how firmly O'Bannon had insinuated his commands into Webb's subconscious, and in fact, as she read further, O'Bannon had noted that the placebo had been coupled with his hypnotic suggestion to Webb that these were the most powerful sleeping pills on the market, and Webb had duly reported that the pills were working. Webb had also told O'Bannon about the contest among HRT members with the taser guns. The truth of what had happened to Webb in that alley finally hit her. It was ingenious, she thought, because it didn't have the problematic issue of making Webb do something he didn't want to do, like kill someone in cold blood, which Clare did not believe was possible, but rather commanded Webb not to do something. She contemplated calling Webb to tell him what she had figured out and to enlist his help, but she couldn't from here, not with all the listening devices around. She would have to leave the office and call him. She continued leafing through the material. The cruelest aspect of this doctor-patient relationship was revealed on the very last page and showed that O'Bannon had built in a level of certainty that Webb would perform as instructed. O'Bannon had written in his cryptic manner that he had established an excellent rapport of trust with Webb. And O'Bannon had noted that a psychiatrist, O'Bannon wisely was not claiming to have done so himself, could build into his hypnotic suggestion that he was a father figure to a patient such as Webb and would protect him against his stepfather. And that if Webb failed to carry out the psychiatrist's commands, then the stepfather would come back and kill Webb. In effect, his only safety lay in doing exactly as he was instructed. O'Bannon had concluded that Webb would make an excellent candidate for post-hypnotic suggestion and thus posed a security risk. It was only Clare's special knowledge and her familiarity with Webb's case that allowed her to read between the lines of O'Bannon's report. Clare, with her clear understanding of Webb's psychological makeup, knew it would have been impossible for Webb to counteract that command. And yet, with all that, Webb had still managed to temporarily overcome the post-hypnotic suggestion, go into that courtyard and fire at those guns despite a potent mental barrage telling him not to. That had to have been Webb's most remarkable performance of the night. Clare had to concede that O'Bannon had written his report very craftily and was obviously covering his tracks, another reason for her to be careful. O'Bannon had foreseen just about every contingency except for Clare's treating Webb, finding out for herself what O'Bannon already had from plumbing the depths of Webb's subconscious, and now her discovering both the bugs and this file. No wonder O'Bannon had tried so hard to keep Webb as his patient. It was time to call in the people who knew how to handle these things. She was way out of her league. Clare turned to go back to her office, to grab her things and leave. The man was standing there watching her. She held up her screwdriver, but he pointed a gun at her, and Ed O'Bannon looked as though he would have no problem using it. 45 back at Quantico, Webb put away his gear and gave his debriefing along with the rest of the crew. They couldn't explain much. Webb believed the shots could have come from outside the building. If so, those bullets would have to be in the room somewhere, though there were lots of slugs embedded in the walls that would have to be sorted through and matched to their respective weapons. The snipers were being debriefed as well, but Webb didn't know what they had seen or heard. If the shots had come from outside, then the snipers must have noticed something. They had the place pretty much surrounded. No one had come out of the building, so far as Webb knew. Yet if the shots had originated from outside, the shooter was already there when HRT had shown up, and that, once more, meant a probable leak of HRT's assault. None of it was good news. WFO was combing, though, the compound looking for additional clues further linking the freeze to the hit on Charlie team. Webb hoped they could find enough to explain it all, though he doubted they could. How could you explain young kids and old men with that much hate in their hearts? Showered and changed, Webb and Romano were walking down the hallway of the admin building to leave when Bates appeared in front of them, motioned them to follow him into an empty office. "I guess him bad luck, Perce," said Webb, only half jokingly. He really was wondering if he was suddenly jinxed somehow. Romano piped up, "No, really. Bad luck Woodvie had us losing guys, not them. Him never going to apologize for walking out of a place alive. Like flying a plane, man. Any landing is a good landing." "Both of you shut up," said Bates, and they did. "The press will rip us on this, but we can handle it," the man said. "What I can't handle are two guys disobeying orders. They were short-handed, Perce," said Webb, "and I can't believe you never told me. I was the one who put you on to that camera." Bates got right in his face. "I didn't tell you, Webb, precisely to prevent what did happen from happening." Webb didn't back down an inch. "Whether I was there or not, the result wouldn't have been the same. If you get shot at, you shoot back, and I wasn't going to let my guys go in weak. You can run me out of the bureau if you want, but it'd do the same damn thing again." Both men stared at each other until their features grew calmer. Bates sat down and shook his head. He looked up at the men and motioned them to sit, too. "What the hell?" said Bates. "It can't get any worse. So why should I worry? If you were so concerned about something like this happening, why didn't you send a SWAT team instead?" asked Webb. "It wasn't my call. Orders came from higher up. How high up that's not your concern. It is if my ass is going to be in the ringer over this." Bates just stubbornly shook his head. "If the shots came from outside, somebody knew we were hitting the place," said Romano. "That's brilliant, Romano. Remind me to put you in for a promotion," snapped Bates. "Leaks can come from anywhere," said Webb. "From the bottom up or the top down, right, Perce? Stow it, Webb." "Is there anything you can tell us, then?" Actually, the night wasn't a total waste. He turned and opened a file on the desk behind him. Found some interesting stuff on the Freeze. Silas Free was among the dead, and with him were several gents in their 60s and 4 men who weren't old enough to vote yet. I guess the Freeze had really fallen out of favor after the school shooting recruiting problems. "But no, Ernest B. Free," said Webb. "I checked. No, Ernie." Bates pulled some papers out of the file. "But hidden in a space in the floor of one of the houses, we did find a quantity of bomb-making materials and 3 intelligence files on Judge Ledbetter, Scott Wingo, and Fred Watkins. Pretty clean trail," said Romano. "And that's not all. We also found OxyContin, Percocet and Percodan, with a street value of about $10,000. Webb looked surprised. The Freeze working the black market for prescription drugs, membership down, probably funds running low. Oxy is a big-time moneymaker in rural areas. It makes sense," said Bates. "Damn, do you think that's the tie-in to what Cove was investigating? Freeze set up a bogus drug ops center in D.C. Snooker Cove and HRT gets called in and then wiped out." Bates was already nodding. "And maybe they're the ones putting the muscle on Westbrook and the other drug crews to get them to combine," added Bates. Though Webb also nodded his head in agreement at this. Something just didn't feel right. "We also found this," continued Bates, "a roster of past and present members of the Free Society." He looked at Webb. "Want to take a guess who was once a Free?" Webb shook his head. "I'm too tired to think." "Tell me." Clyde Macy. Webb forgot all about OxyContin. "You're kidding me." From 10 years ago until about 2 months after the shooting in Richmond. The Freeze kept good records, maybe to use as blackmail on ex-members later when their cash flow ran low. KKK probably does something like that. Macy a Free. And then he jumps to being muscle for a black guy in ghetto DC Epiphany, or the man just looking for work where he can get it, don't know, and we've now lost track of him. And of course there's the other body. What other body? Antoine Peebles. Gunshot wound to the head. We found him last night. You think Westbrook was behind it? It makes sense, though. Nothing in this case has made sense so far. Webb debated whether to tell Bates about Clare's run-in with someone impersonating Big F, but then finally decided against it. Webb didn't think the giant had been behind Peebless' death, but he had no reason to help Big F, and he might just confuse things by telling Bates Webb held out his hand for the file. "Mind if I take a look?" Bates stared at him for a long moment. "Sure. But if you see anything that hits you funny, I'd appreciate knowing about it before you walk out of this office." While Romano stepped out of the room to speak to another hotel team member who passed by, Webb turned through the pages. There was a posed photo of a younger Clyde Macy in combat garb, holding a machine gun in one hand and a shotgun in the other, and with a scowl that would probably scare off bears. As he read through the file, Webb saw the speeding tickets Macy had gotten and that Bates had mentioned earlier. He glanced at the tickets and looked up. A guy like this, and all his got are speeding tickets. Hey, such is life. His one lucky or careful bastard, or both, said Bates. How about the rental truck that the machine guns came off? Silas Friededrant, it. We checked with the rental agency. They remembered him, but about a week after he rented it, he filed a stolen vehicle report. Pretty convenient, said Webb. No, it's SOP for people plotting some serious stuff. Rent the vehicle, and then say it was stolen. And you hide it somewhere and fill it full of explosives, or in this case, machine guns. The rental truck is direct evidence of the Freeze connection to what happened to Charlie Team, said Webb. And after last night, we are going to need it, commented Bates ominously. The next thing Webb turned to made his mouth go dry. He looked up at Bates and showed him the pages. What's this? Oh, that's real cute. That's the Freeze newsletter. I guess they want to keep members informed on their various murders and mayhem. It's a fairly recent thing because I'd never heard of it before. They even have a website now, if you can believe it. Webb didn't hear Bates' remark. He just stared at the name of the newsletter emblazoned across the top of the front page. Damn to hell. That was the name of the Free Society's newsletter. And they were also the exact words Kevin Westbrook had spoken to him in the alley. Webb and Romano walked over to the vet. Webb was still deep in thought over what he had learned. It was all so murky, though, like the edges of a nightmare. You knew something formidable was lurking nearby, yet you couldn't get a comfortable handle on it. Webb stowed his gear in the vet and started to climb in the passenger side. Romano was looking at him with an expression that was probably as close to sympathy as the man ever got. Hey, Webb, you know, all the years we've been working together, I've never once let you drive this thing. Webb looked confused. What? How about you drive us back to the farm? Trust me, when you're feeling shitty, there's nothing like a ride in this machine to get you back. Thanks, Paulie, but I don't think so. In response, Romano tossed the keys to Webb, who caught them. It's like a bottle of great wine, Webb. You have to sit back and just let the experience happen. Romano climbed in the passenger's side and looked at him. You don't keep a beautiful woman waiting, Webb. Don't tell me you gave this thing a name, too. Like your guns. Just get in. He winked at Webb and added, if you think you're man enough. They drove out to the main road. Before they hit the highway, Romano said, okay, rule number 1, you get one scratch on her and your ass is mine. You'd think after 8 years of jumping out of choppers with me in the middle of the night with explosives tied to our butts that you'd trust me to drive your stupid car. Rule number 2, you call her a stupid car again and it'll break your face. Her name is Destiny. Destiny. When? They reached Interstate 95, Webb headed south and passed a state trooper writing a ticket. The hour was still early enough and they were heading against traffic, so they were pretty much alone. Okay, we got some breathing space now and a long straightaway, so punch it now or forever. Hold your gonads, said Romano. Webb glanced at him and then hit the accelerator. The car roared to 100 so fast, Webb could feel himself being held against the seat by the force of the acceleration. They flew past the only other car on the road as if it had been parked. Not bad, Paulie, and I've only got it halfway to the floor. Let's see what it really can do. Webb punched the gas again and the car rocketed even faster. They were now coming up to a curve in the highway. From the corner of his eye, Webb watched Romano. The guy looked calmly ahead, as though he drove this fast every day. Hell, maybe he did. Webb cranked the car to 130 and then 140. The trees on either side were one green blur and the curve was directly ahead. There was no way Webb could navigate it at this speed. Webb glanced at Romano again, and he saw a small bead of sweat appear on the man's forehead. That alone was worth about 10 million bucks. They were 2 seconds from kissing a wall of pines. Okay, said Romano. Slow the damn thing down. You mean slow destiny down? Just do it. Webb hit the brakes and they soared around the long curve at a mere 80 miles an hour. Slow it down some more. I just changed the oil. Ill bet, Destiny loved you being inside her. Was it good for you too? Webb cut it to 70, found an exit, and they pulled in front of a diner. Inside, they ordered coffee. As the waitress walked off, Webb leaned forward. I hope you're prepared for the heat we're going to take about the freeze. Romano shrugged but said nothing. It's going to come, you know. Let it. Those pricks had it coming, wasting Charlie. They haven't been convicted yet, Paulie? The brass at the Bureau wouldn't have authorized the hit unless they were damn sure they knew those punks had done it. He added in a less confident tone, at least. I sure as hell hope so. Webb leaned back. What's bothering me about this whole scenario is the fact that we're expected to believe that the guys we just wiped out were sophisticated enough to put together an automated sniper nest using miniguns stolen from the Army. And they did it so well that nobody saw it coming. And on top of that, they murdered a judge, prosecutor, and attorney using cutting-edge bomb materials and came within a whisker of taking out Billy Canfield. And you and me as well? And now they're supposed to be orchestrating a large-scale drug operation that's reached into the district. And this is supposed to be revenge for something that happened years ago? Hell, most of the guys we just shot were still in 6th grade back when Ernie and his buddies hit that school. Their stupid sentries were playing video games, and they had one subgun in the whole group. This shit does not compute, Paulie, or am I missing something? No, it doesn't add up, he agreed. But you got direct evidence, Webb. Enough to go to court with and win. And who gives a shit about the freeze? They're scum, that's right. Who cares about the freeze? They make a perfect patsy. And everybody's figuring they busted Ernest free out of a maximum security prison 2,000 miles from here. But he wasn't in that compound. And him thinking those losers would have as much chance of knocking over the White House as they would getting Ernie out of jail. Romano stared at Webb. Okay, you've got my attention. What are you thinking? Him thinking why a real tough street drug dealer would bother to tell me about those tunnels, and him also wondering why a truck registered to Silas B. Free and later reported stolen is videotaped at the exact spot where we think the guns are going in once we know about the tunnels. You didn't hear Bates say that because you had stepped out of the room? Maybe Silas was telling the truth? Maybe the truck was stolen. But you're right, it's connect the dots time, everything seems to fit. That may be nice and clean from a prosecutor's point of view, but I don't think even old Silas was that stupid, and I don't think my good buddy Francis Westbrook is that charitable Webb looked out the dirty window of the diner as sunlight started to stream in. Wouldn't it be nice if things could clear up so pristinely in his head? He looked back at Romano. Were you born with a silver spoon in your mouth, Paulie? Yeah, right, one of 10 kids in tenement housing in Brooklyn. Hell, I had my own butler. Well, I wasn't born with one either, but my gut tells me we were just spoon-fed the sweetest damn concoction you ever saw, and we swallowed every drop. I think somebody wanted the freeze wiped out, and we just did it for them. 46 when they got back to East Winds, Webb called Clare on her cell phone, but she didn't answer. He tried her at work and got no answer. Webb called the hotel where she was staying. No luck there either. He put the phone down, not liking any of that one bit. He mulled whether to go to the hotel or not. She might simply be in the shower. He decided to try later. The next thing he and Romano did was something neither of them could avoid. They grabbed a few hours of sleep. After that, they drove up to the main house and relieved the agents patrolling there. Gwen met them at the door, her face pale. "We've seen the news," she said. She led them inside to a sitting room off the main hallway. "Where's Billy?" asked Webb. "Upstairs. Has just been lying in the bed." He hadn't seen that tape in years. I didn't even know it was on the damn shelf. Webb could see that her face was damp with tears. "It was my fault, Gwen. I don't know what the hell I was thinking, playing that tape in your house. It didn't matter, Webb. It was bound to happen sometime. Is there anything we can do? You've damn well done enough." They all turned and looked at the doorway, where Billy stood in old jeans, bare feet, with his shirt tail hanging out. His hair was in disarray and he basically looked like hell, observed Webb. Billy lit up a cigarette and cupped his hand for an ashtray as he came forward. Webb noted that Gwen made no move to stop him from smoking. He sat down across from the two men, his piercing eyes watching them from behind the drifts of smoke. Webb could smell the alcohol from where he stood and assumed Gwen could too. She rose from her chair to go to her husband, but he motioned her back down. "We saw the TV," said Billy. "That's what Gwen said," replied Webb. Billy squinted at him, as though he were having trouble seeing over the 1 foot that separated them. "You killed them all?" "Not all. Most." Webb kept his gaze on the man. Part of him thought Billy might toast the demise of the Freeze, and part of him thought the man might throw him and Romano out for leaving any of them alive. "How'd it feel, Billy?" said Gwen. "You have no right to ask that. We're talking about people being killed." "I know all about people being killed, honey," said Billy as he shot her a smile that had nothing in it. He looked back at Webb, awaiting an answer. "It felt like shit. It always feels like shit. Most of them were high school age or grandfathers. My son was 10. He said this without emotion, just stating it as a clear, indisputable fact. I know that. But I hear what you're saying. It ain't easy killing somebody, unless you're way screwed up to begin with. It's only hard for the good guys." He pointed at Webb and then at Romano. "For men like you." Gwen swiftly went to her husband before he could stop her again. She put an arm around his shoulders. "Let's go back upstairs." Billy ignored her. "TV says old Ernest B. Free wasn't among the dead." "That right." Webb nodded and Billy smiled. "Some bitch's luck just keeps holding, doesn't it? Looks that way. But if he was planning to come home to his little group, hell have to find somewhere else to live." Billy considered this. Well, that's something. He looked at Gwen. Where's straight Gwen seemed very relieved by the change in subject. On his way back from the sale, "Hell be here tonight." He called from the road. "It went really well. Every yearling sold, and we got the price we wanted on every one." "Well, damn, that's something to celebrate." He eyed Webb and Romano. "You fellas want to celebrate, I tell you what? Well, wait until old Nemo gets back tonight, and then well have us a little party right here. What do you say?" "I doubt that they feel much like celebrating, Billy," said Gwen. "Well, I sure as hell do. We got yearlings sold, Freeze dead, and we got to give Webb and Paul here a going-away party, 'cause with those boys dead, we don't need protection anymore, do we? Y'all can pack up and get out right now," he said in a loud voice. "Billy, please," said Gwen. Webb was about to say that the jury was still out on Gwen and Billy being safe, but he stopped himself. "I tell you what, Billy, you let us stay on a couple more days, and well come to your party tonight." Gwen looked at him in astonishment while Billy merely nodded and grinned, sucking down the rest of his cigarette with a long pull. He put it out in his leathery palm without even wincing. Webb noted the man's hands for the first time. They were large, muscular, and stained with what looked to be acid or something like it. Then he recalled the taxidermy workshop, killing and stuffing. "See you tonight, gents," said Billy. Gwen led them out and told Webb in a low voice that he didn't have to do this. "He'll see you tonight, Gwen," was all he said in response, and she closed the door slowly after them. "What the hell was all that about?" said Romano. "I mean, talk about your freaky shit," before Webb could answer. His phone rang. He whipped it out, hoping it was Clare, but it was Bates. "I guess it's time to pull the pole on the East Wind's tent," Bates said. "You can call your guys off, but the Canfields have asked Romano and me to stay." "Are you kidding me?" "No, and I think it's a good idea, actually. The Frees who were at that compound are gone, but who's to say they don't have more members out there? And Ernie's still at large, that's true. Okay, look, you hang there. But let me know if anything goes down, and I mean the second it happens, not Webb London time." "You got it. Anything from Cove? Nothing. It's like he's disappeared from the face of the earth." Webb thought about Clare. "Yeah, I got one of those too." About the time that Webb was wiping out the Free Society in Southern Virginia, Clare Daniels sat blindfolded with a gag stuffed painfully in her mouth. She could hear men in the background discussing, or rather arguing, presumably about her. She recognized Ed O'Bannon's voice, and she bristled each time she heard it. The bastard had kept the gun on her all the way down to the parking garage and then duct-taped her arms and legs and thrown her in his trunk. She had no idea where she was. As she blinked back tears, she still couldn't believe she had worked next to the man all this time and never suspected what was going on. The voices stopped and she felt people moving toward her. All she could think was that another pistol was going to be placed against her head, and this time the person would surely fire and kill her. Clare was suddenly pulled up so roughly she thought they had popped her arm out of place. She felt herself being lifted up and put over a shoulder. Whoever was carrying her was strong. The man wasn't even breathing hard, and where her stomach was pressing against him, he felt hard as iron. A few minutes went by and she was laid down, and then she felt the plink of metal against metal. Another car trunk. Blindfolded and shuttled from place to place. Clare had lost her sense of balance and also felt nauseous. The car started and they were soon on the move. She tried listening for sounds that would provide some clue as to where they were, but she soon gave up. There were just too many confusing noises, and they were all muffled. She judged they had been driving for about an hour when the movement of the car seemed to indicate that they had gone from straight, level roads to winding, rolling ones. Had they gone into the country? Were they driving her to some isolated wooded area to kill her and leave her body for the animals, insects, and elements to slowly destroy? In her work with law enforcement, Clare had seen the remains of a woman who had been raped and murdered and left in the forest for 2 weeks. Other than bone, there was virtually nothing left of her. She had become sick at the sight of it. Was that how she would be found? The car slowed, and then she felt a sharp turn, and then it decreased its speed again. Now they were going over rough dirt roads, and she was pitched around in the trunk, hitting her head twice, once hard enough to bring tears. The car stopped again, and then she heard the engine cut off and the doors open. She braced herself. She heard footsteps moving to the rear. She tensed even more, the feeling of despair and helplessness, far worse than she had ever endured before. What did it feel like to die? A bullet to the head. Would there be any sensation of pain? Webb had been shot twice. He knew what it was like to think he was dying. He had survived, though, because he was a survivor. He had it much tougher in life than she had. She counseled folks over their troubles, and except for a divorce that was fairly amicable, Clare had had no significant disruptions in her own life. For the first time ever, she wondered what gave her the right, other than her fancy degrees, to tell people how to get through their issues. Yes, Webb had survived much. Clare didn't think she was that strong. She took a deep breath as the trunk was opened, and strong hands closed around her and lifted her up. It wasn't O'Bannon. Clare knew he was a man of very little physical strength. From all around, she heard the sounds of the forest and animals that lived there, predators that might soon be visiting her remains. She initially fought back the tears, and then just decided to let them go. These people wouldn't care. She felt the man moving over uneven ground, stumbling a few times but then righting himself. His feet went from dirt to something else, wood, brick, or perhaps stone. She wasn't sure, but she had heard the change in sounds, and then a door was unlocked and opened. This surprised her because she had assumed they were in the middle of nowhere. Perhaps it was a cabin, but then she heard noises of machinery going in what she thought raced the flow of water. Were they near a stream or river? Was there a dam nearby or a water treatment plant? Was that where her body was going to end up? Then she had a sense of either going up or down. She wasn't sure about that either, for with her ruined sense of balance, she had also lost her sense of direction. In fact, she thought she might be sick, and her stomach pushing into the man's hard, bony shoulder didn't help much. And there was also a strong chemical odor that seemed familiar, but that she couldn't quite identify. So out of whack were all her senses. For an instant she thought that vomiting on him would give her some small sense of pleasure, of triumph, but it also might prompt him to accelerate the timing of her death. Another door opened and they passed through, presumably into another room. He squatted and laid her down on something soft, perhaps a bed. Her skirt had risen up embarrassingly high while she had been riding on the man's shoulders, and with her hands bound she had no way to pull it down. She tensed when she felt his hands go up her legs to a point where she thought he was going to pull down her underpants and add rape to his list of felonies. However, all he did was tug her skirt down to its normal position. The next thing he did was pull her bound hands over her head, and the clink of metal made her think that he had handcuffed her hands to something, perhaps the bed or a ring bolted to the wall. As soon as he moved away, she tried to pull her hands down but couldn't budge them. Whatever she was handcuffed to, she wouldn't be able to escape it. "You'll get some food and water later, for now. Just try to relax." She didn't recognize the voice. The man didn't laugh at his insane words, but Clare could easily sense the mirth behind them. The door closed, and she was once again alone. Alone, that is, until she sensed movement from across the room. "You okay, lady?" asked Kevin Westbrook, 47. Webb was now getting worried. Clare had not called back, and he had phoned the hotel but gotten no answer. He called her house, and there was no answer there either. Her office hadn't seen her. She had no patients scheduled because it was her normal day off. Maybe she had just gone out for a drive along the Blue Ridge or something, he thought. She hadn't mentioned a trip to him, and even if she had gone, why didn't she answer her cell phone? Every professional instinct he had was telling him something was wrong. He left Romano at East Winds and drove to the hotel. It was not the sort of place where anyone would necessarily note the coming and going of guests, but Webb figured he'd try. However, the staff that possibly would have seen her come in the previous evening was not on duty yet, and no one he talked to remembered anyone resembling Clare coming through the lobby the day before. Her car wasn't in the parking lot either. He drove to her house, found a back window open, and crawled through. Webb went through her house thoroughly, but found nothing that could tell him where she might have gone. He did find a book with her daughter's phone number and address in it. She went to school in California, so it wasn't like Clare could have popped in to see her for the day. Webb contemplated calling the daughter, but a call from the FBI might throw the girl into needless hysterics if it turned out nothing was wrong. He left and went to Clare's office. O'Bannon was not in, but another person who worked there was. She hadn't talked to Clare and didn't know where she might be. "3 strikes and you're out," muttered Webb. He went downstairs to the security desk, flashed his badge, and asked if anything unusual had happened the previous night. The rental cop snapped to attention at the sight of the FBI shield and flipped through the notes left by the night shift. Webb had gone through the security check before when he had come to see Clare because guests had to sign in, but he didn't recognize this guard. They probably rotated them throughout lots of buildings. Yeah, the log shows a call from Dr. Daniels at 12:30 a.m. She said the lights had gone out in her office, and the guard informed her that all electrical systems were a go and that it might be her circuit breaker, and asked if she needed assistance. The young man read this all in a stilted yet quavering voice. Probably not all that far removed from puberty. She replied in the negative, and that was all. He looked up from the paper. "You want me to do anything?" The kid's big eyes were just begging Webb to send him into action. The guy was armed and probably shouldn't have been, Webb noted. "I know you keep a record of visitors entering and leaving the building. I just signed in on my way in, that's right." Webb waited patiently for a few seconds, but the kid just wasn't getting it. "Can I see the register?" Webb finally said. The fellow almost jumped out of his chair. Webb had noted that the kid had checked out his face and might have recognized him from all the TV stuff lately. He was probably thinking that Webb was half insane and needed to be humored at all costs if one wanted to avoid a violent death, and right now Webb was perfectly fine with that perception. "Yes, sir." He pulled the book out, and Webb quickly searched through the pages. There had been lots of guests during business hours the day before, but they ended at 6 o'clock. He looked at the guard. "What about after hours? What's the sign-in procedure?" "Well, it's a keycard system, and the doors automatically lock at 6. If you want to get in after 6, a tenant has to call down and let security know, and when the guest gets here, we call up, and the tenant has to come down and get the person when they show up. Or the guest may use the exterior phone, identify themselves and who they're here to see. We call up, and the tenant comes down. If the tenant doesn't answer or isn't expecting the visitor, they don't come in. That's the rule. There are some government offices in here and such. I think maybe something to do with the Pentagon even," he added, with a small measure of pride. "It's a very secure facility." "I'm sure," said Webb absently as he continued to study the pages. "This place have an underground garage. Webb had always parked out front, yes sir, but it's on a keycard system 24 hours a day, tenants only. Webb made a mental note to check and see if Claire's Volvo was there, so tenants can come and go through the garage elevator and bypass security. That's right, but tenants only. Regular liftgate on the garage? The guard nodded. How about someone slipping into the garage without a car? Can they take the elevator up without a key card? Not after hours, but how about during business hours? Persisted Webb. That might be possible, said the guard, in a small voice, as though Webb's observation had just blown his whole professional life. Right? Look, is there any way I can talk to the guy who was on duty last night? The one who spoke with Clare? Tommy Gaines. Hez a friend of mine. We actually joined up at the same time, right out of high school. Hez working the 10 to 6 shift, he grinned. Tommy's probably home dead asleep. Call him, said Webb, in a tone that made the kid grab the phone and start dialing. Tommy was reached and Webb took the phone and identified himself. He could hear the sleepy Gaines become instantly alert. How can I help you? Webb explained what he was looking for. I take it you didn't see Claire Daniels leave. No, I figured she just went out through the garage like she always does. I worked the day shift there for a year and so I knew who she was. She was a real nice lady. She's not dead yet, son, said Webb. No, sir. I didn't mean that. It says she called you at 12:30 last night. Did she often work that late? Well, I wouldn't necessarily know that since she didn't have to come and go through the front lobby. I understand that. I was trying to find out if you had ever seen her here that late before. No, I hadn't. Did she sound strange when she called? She sounded scared. But I guess if the lights went out on me, I would be too, and she was a woman by herself and all right. Webb knew female FBI, Secret Service, and DEA agents who could bite young Mr. Gaines in half and never break a sweat. Did she say that she was all by herself? What? Well, actually, come to think of it, no, she didn't. But I sort of got that impression because she called down and all in the lights down here were fine. Yep, and I could see some of the other buildings out the front. The lights were all right there, too. That's why I told her the breaker might have popped. See, this building is set up that each unit has control boxes for their space. That way, if one office is doing renovation or has to cut the power for some reason, it doesn't affect the rest of the building. There is a main power switch for the whole building. But that's locked up and the building engineer has the key, and you told her you'd come up, but she said that was all right, and she said she'd check the circuit breaker box herself. That's right. And you didn't hear anything else from her? That's right. Webb thought for a moment. The lights were working in Claire's office now, but it might be worth another check. Oh, Agent London, Gaines said. Now that I think about it, about 20 minutes after Claire called, I did notice something. Webb tensed. What? And give it to me exactly as you remember it, Tommy. Well, an elevator started up. That can only happen after hours if somebody has a key card and activates it. Where did the elevator originate from the garage heading up? I could see it on the floor indicator. It was on P2 and then was coming back up. I was doing rounds and got a clear view of it. The other guard piped up to Webb. Maybe that was Claire Daniels leaving, Webb. Shook his head. Most elevators, especially after hours, are programmed to return to the lobby level. If Claire had hit the button for the elevator, it would have originated from the lobby, not the garage level. Oh, that's right, said the crestfallen kid. Tommy Gaines obviously had heard this exchange and said, I guess I was thinking it was Miss Daniels too because she had called so recently, and I was thinking the lights going out had freaked her out, and she had decided to go on home. But you're right about the elevators. The car must have been called from someone on the P2 level, and I happened to pass by it when it was heading back up and got it in my head that Miss Daniels had called it up. Webb said, but did you see where it stopped at? If I remember correctly, the office where she works takes up most of that floor. No, I just kept making my rounds. So I didn't see that, or when it came back down either. But whoever it was didn't come out the lobby. I would have seen them, he added. Sorry, that's all I know. No, that's okay, Tommy. You've helped me a lot. He looked at the kid at the desk, and you too. As Webb hit the elevator button and headed back up, he had a lot to think about. Either it was coincidental that somebody had gone up about 20 minutes after Clare called down, perhaps just another tenant burning the midnight oil, or something else was going on. Under the circumstances, Webb just had to assume it was the latter. When Webb got to Clare's offices, he asked the same woman who had helped him before if he could see the electrical closet. "It's over there, I think," she said uncertainly. "Thanks. Do you think something's happened to Clare?" the woman asked nervously. "I'm sure she's fine." Webb went to the closet and found it locked. He looked around, but the woman had gone back into her office. He pulled out his little pick-lock kit and soon had the closet open. He looked around. The first thing that struck him was that something had been pulled out of the wall. There was a clear gap on the power board and wire insulation, and other bits of debris were on the floor. Webb had no idea whether it had been done recently or long ago. He hoped it hadn't happened last night. As he swung his head around, his experienced eyes picked up what Clare's had missed. The wireless button trip on the inside of the door jamb, similar to those installed in homes that would trigger an alarm if the door was opened and the contacts broken. Webb had seen lots of these devices, but never on an electrical closet in an office building. He walked to the front door of the office and opened it. There was no trip button there. In fact, he saw no security panel at all. Why have a security system on your electrical closet and not your office? A cold sense of dread hit Webb as he looked at all the closed doors of this space. Clare had told him that a great number of FBI agents, spouses, and other law enforcement types sought professional help here. A lot of intimate, confidential information was being revealed behind those portals. Shit. Webb ran to Clare's office. The door was locked. He picked it and went in. He saw the flashlight on the floor and was about to search her desk when he happened to look up and saw the smoke detector dangling there. He reached for it and drew back as his FBI training took over. Potential crime scene fingerprints don't contaminate the evidence. He called Bates, explained the situation to him, and the FBI put out an APB on Clare, and Bates and a tech team showed up 30 minutes later. Within 3 hours, the entire office had been meticulously gone over and the people questioned. Webb was sitting out in the waiting room the whole time. Bates came out looking pale. "I don't believe this, Webb. I really don't." The smoke detectors were listening devices. Weren't they? Bates nodded. And video. Pinhole cameras, PLC technology. Bates nodded again, like the spooks use. Sophisticated stuff. "Well, I guess we just found our leak." Bates looked down at a list he held. "I guess. You look at it singly, and it's like an agent here, a spouse there, no big deal. But we checked Uptown, where they keep records on this because the Bureau's insurance foots the bill." Can you believe that? Almost 200 agents, spouses, and other personnel connected with the Bureau are patients here. I'm talking people at the bottom all the way to people at the top, and who knows how many at other agencies like DEA, Secret Service, Capitol Police. Well, going to shrinks wasn't real popular with agents before this. Now, I guess you can just kiss it. Goodbye O'Bannon had high-level clearances. Ex-Army worked in-house at the Bureau as a counselor, solid as a rock. Or so we thought. An ocean of intelligence. Webb just shook his head. Debbie Reiner, Angie Romano, and others. Guys aren't supposed to really talk to their wives about work, but it happens. I mean, everybody's human. That must be how they knew you guys were hitting the place that night, and even which team was going to be where it was a planned assault. Lots of lead time. One of the guys could have told the missus, and she lets it slip to O'Bannon, and bam, the bugs pick it up. Bates covered his face with his hand. Damn. How do I tell Debbie Reiner she might have helped kill her husband? You don't, Perce. You don't, Webb said firmly. But if I don't, she'll find out from some source. And God, think of the blackmail potential. How do we know that hasn't happened already? Face it, Perce, this is an octopus with tentacles that never stops growing. Webb looked around the office. All personnel accounted for here. All except Clare Daniels, and O'Bannon. Bates sat down. It looks like he was definitely involved. His files have been cleared out. We checked his house. That's been cleared out too. We've got APBs out, but if this all went down last night, he's got a big head start. By private plane, he could already be out of the country. Bates rubbed his head. This is a nightmare. Do you know what will happen when the media gets hold of this? The Bureau's credibility will be wrecked. Well, if we can nail the people behind this, we might be able to get some of it back. O'Bannon's not sticking around for us to come and arrest him, Webb. I'm not talking about O'Bannon. Who then? First of all, let me ask you a question that'll probably make you want to take a swing at me, but I need a straight answer if I am going to be able to help you ask it, Webb. Is there any possibility that O'Bannon was working with the Bureau to bug the offices so management would know what the foot soldiers' problems were? That crossed my mind, actually. And the answer is no. Thing is, there are some real higher-ups who come here too. It's not just rank-and-filers. And him talking the kind of heavyweights and their wives, by the way, who could bring down just about everybody at the Bureau if that sort of crap was going on. Okay, then let's assume that O'Bannon orchestrated this whole intelligence-gathering scheme. Why not for kicks, for profit? It always comes down to the bucks. He sells information to lots of different people, and law enforcement operations everywhere get blown as a result. And maybe somebody bought info from O'Bannon to execute the hit on Charlie. Like you said, he could have gotten details from one of the wives he was seeing as a patient. Hoover's behind that. I want them. Well, I thought Witt'd know. The Freeze. We already nailed them. Oh, you really think so, don't you? It seems to fit almost too perfectly. Do we have any more information about what might have happened to Clare? Yeah, and it's not good. Less than half an hour after the lights went out in Clare's office, O'Bannon arrived at the garage. He used his keycard to get in, and that gave us both his identity and the time of entry. Webb nodded and his spirits fell even more. She trips the alarm. O'Bannon probably had a remote unit at his house and got the signal. He hightails it over here and finds Clare. Yeah, I'm sorry, Webb. Webb drove back to East Winds as depressed as had ever been in his life. As bad as things looked for the Bureau right now, he didn't even care. All he cared about was finding Clare alive. Romano was cleaning one of his pistols and looked over when Webb came up the stairs of the carriage house. Man, you look bummed. Webb sat down across from him. I screwed up, Paulie. Hell, it's not the first time. Romano smiled, but Webb obviously wasn't in the mood. Romano put down the gun and looked at his friend. So talk to me, Clare Daniels, your shrink. My psychiatrist. He paused and then added, and my friend? Some guys threatened her but then let her go. They're connected with my case, so she was put in danger because of me. She comes to me for help, and what do? I don't help. Did you offer her protection? Yes, but she didn't want to take it. She thought the threat wasn't real. She made it sound very logical. Now it turns out this O'Bannon guy she worked with was bugging all the psychiatrists' offices and getting information from patients during sessions. Lots of those patients were people who worked at the Bureau, and folks connected to them, he added. He didn't know if Romano was aware that Angie was seeing O'Bannon, and if he didn't know, Webb did not want to be the one to tell him, then has probably been selling the info to the highest bidder to use in knocking out law enforcement operations all over the place. Holy shit. Do you think Clare was in on it? No. It looks like she stumbled on the truth and now she's disappeared. Maybe she's hiding out. She would have called Webb's, hands balled to fists. Damn, I'm an idiot for not putting her on around-the-clock protection. Now it's too late. Don't be so sure. From the little I saw of her, she can take care of herself. On the drive to the farm, I was talking to her some, and the lady is sharp. You mean you were trying to get some free psychiatric advice? I wasn't looking for any, but hey, everybody's got problems, okay? Talking to Clare, she made me see some things. Take me and Angie. Webb stared at him with great interest, if only to get his mind off Clare's plight for a few moments. Okay, what about you and Angie? Romano looked vastly uncomfortable now that he had raised the subject. She doesn't want me to do HRT anymore. She's tired of me being gone all the time. I guess no big surprise there, he added quietly. And the boys are getting older and they deserve a father who's around more than a month out of every year. Is that what she said? Romano looked away. No, that's what he said. So you're really thinking of hanging up your 45s? Romano shot him a glance. Don't you ever think about it? Webb sat back. I talked to Debbie Reiner recently, and she said more or less the same thing about Teddy. But it's different for me. I don't have a wife or kids, Paulie. Romano hunched forward. See, the things is, in the last 8 years, I've missed 4 Christmases, both my boys' first communions, every damn Halloween, a couple of Thanksgivings, and my son Robbie being born. And on top of that, I can't tell you how many birthdays, baseball games, and soccer matches, special stuff like that. Hell, it's like my boys are surprised when I'm home, Webb, not when I'm gone, because me gone is like normal to them. He touched the spot near his belly button. And that hit I took last night? Got a nasty bruise and it hurt like hell for a while. But what if it had been an inch lower or 2 feet higher and through my head? Him gone. But you know what? It wouldn't have been that much different than when I was alive, at least for Angie and the boys. And then what happens? Angie's gonna get remarried, you know that. And the boys will maybe get a real dad and forget all about Paul Romano even being their old man. I'd take a damn Barrett round in the head over that, Webb. I really would. Every time I think about it, shit. Webb could actually see wetness in Romano's eyes, and the sight of one of the toughest men he had ever known being brought to his knees over love for his family hit Webb harder than even Francis Westbrook ever could. Romano quickly looked away and swiped at his face. Webb gripped Romano's shoulder. That's not going to happen, Paulie. You're a good dad. Your kids would never forget you. As soon as he said this, it struck Webb. He had forgotten his father totally and completely. A birthday party. 6 years old, Clare had said Webb and his old man were having a really good time, until the cops showed up. And you're doing good for your country, too. Don't forget that, he added. Nobody gives a damn about serving their country anymore. Everybody just complains about how rotten it is without doing anything to make it better. But man, the second they need you, you better be there. Yeah, serving my country. And wiping out a bunch of hick kids and old farts who couldn't hit the Statue of Liberty from 3 feet away with a bazooka. Webb sat back and said nothing because he had nothing more to say on that subject. Romano looked up at him. Claire will turn up, Webb. And who knows, maybe you and her can be more than friends. Get a real life, you don't think it's too late? It all sounded impossible to achieve. Hell, if it ain't too late for me, it sure ain't too late for you, said Romano. Webb didn't think he sounded too confident, and the men looked miserably at each other. Webb stood. You know, Paulie, both of us are in sorry-ass shape. And you know what else? What? Now am really looking forward to this party tonight. 48. Percy Bates was sitting in the Strategic Ops Center at WFO when the man walked in. Buck Winters wasn't alone. He had his usual twin escorts, and also several others with him. Bates recognized one as a young bureau lawyer and another as an investigator from the Bureau's Office of Professional Responsibility, which looked into any wrongdoing by members of the FBI. With exaggerated solemnity, they all sat down across from Bates. Winters tapped the tabletop with one of his long fingers. "How's the investigation coming, Perce?" "It's coming real well," answered Bates. He looked at the other people. "So, what's all this? Are you starting an investigation of your own?" "Heard from Randall Cove lately?" asked Winters. Bates once more glanced at the others. "You know, Buck, with all due respect, is it okay for these people to be hearing that name? They're all cleared for it, Perce. Trust me. They've been cleared for a lot." Winters stared directly at him now. "This is a total disaster, you know. Look, HRT got sent in, and they were fired upon, and they fired back. Those rules of engagement are about as clean as you can get. Nothing in the Constitution says our guys have to stand there and get gunned down. I wasn't specifically talking about the Free Society massacre. Damn it, Buck, it wasn't a massacre. The Frees had guns too, and they were using them. 8 dead old men and young boys, and not one loss on HRT's side. Now, how do you think the press will play out that one?" Bates dropped the file he was holding along with any shred of patience he had left. "Well, if the Bureau does its usual head in the sand and lets everybody else control the facts and the spin, I guess not real well. What do we have to do to make our image look okay, lose a few guys on every mission?" "Another Waco," said the fresh-faced lawyer, shaking her head. "Like hell it is," yelled Bates. "You don't know what you're talking about. You were still in law school with your thumb up your ass when Waco went down." "Like I was saying," said Winters calmly, "I wasn't specifically talking about the Freeze." "What then?" asked Bates. "Oh, I don't know. Maybe the fact that the entire security of the FBI has been compromised." Bates took a long breath. "Because of the psychiatrist's office." Winters exploded. Yeah, Perce, that's right. Because for God knows how long, agents and secretaries and technicians and who the hell knows who else. But apparently everybody who has a head problem in the Bureau has spilled their guts in that place. And somebody's been vacuuming it up and using it for God knows what. I'd call that a compromise of security. We're out looking for O'Bannon right now. The damage has already been done. It's better than us never having found out about it. Not by a wide margin, it's not. I guess you know that I was on record a long time ago against using outside psychiatrists and psychologists for this very security reason. Bates studied the man warily. And so you're going to use this disaster to move your career a few pegs higher, right, Buck? Like maybe the director's office. No, Buck, actually, I wasn't aware of that. It's all in the paper trail, Winters said confidently. Check it, I'm sure it is, Buck. You were always the best of the best with the old paper trail. And not much else having to do with being a real FBI agent. Well, heads are going to roll on this one. But not yours. So what's this I read about London participating in the assault? Please tell me that's just an enormous typo. He was there, admitted Bates. Winters looked like he was ready to erupt again. Then Bates sensed a very small indication of satisfaction on the man's features, and he finally understood where this conversation was going. Well, the press can just go ahead and crucify us now, said Winters. HRT takes out its revenge on old men and young boys. That'll be the lead headline on the wires tomorrow. Now hear this, Bates, and hear it good. London is through, effective immediately, for effect. Winters picked up a pencil off the table and snapped it in half. Buck, you can't do that. It's still under review. Yes, I can do that. He was on official leave of absence pending an SRB inquiry. Winters motioned to one of his aides, who handed him a file. Winters took his time slipping on a pair of reading glasses and then glanced over the file. And now I've also discovered that while on paid leave, he was assigned to protection duty regarding one William Canfield, who operates a horse farm in Fauquier County. Who authorized that? I did. Canfield's son was killed by the Freeze in Richmond. 3 people connected with that incident have been murdered. We believe by the Freeze. You know all that. We didn't want Canfield to become number 4. Webb was available and Canfield trusts him. In fact, Webb saved his life and mine, so it seemed a good fit. Can't say much for Canfield's judgment then. And we had direct evidence connecting a truck rented by Silas Free to the machine guns that were used to ambush HRT. We had every right to hit them, and the assault was okayed by all appropriate parties. Check the paper trail. I realized that. I actually signed off on it myself. You did? Bates asked with a curious expression. I actually wanted a SWAT team, Buck. You didn't insist on HRT going in, did you? Winters didn't answer. And right then, Bates realized exactly why HRT had been sent in. Winters had wanted something like this to happen to fuel his crusade against hostage rescue. And Bates also knew that as wily as Winters was, he'd never be able to prove it. I was not made aware that Webb London was part of the assault, Winters continued. Well, that came later, Bates said slowly. He was defenseless on that one, and he knew it. Oh, thanks for the explanation. That really clears it all up. And who authorized London being in on the assault? His commander, Jack Pritchard. Woodvie had to give the okay, then has gone. Effective now. Bates stood. My God, Buck, you can't do that. Pritchard's pulled 23 years at the Bureau. He's one of the best we've ever had. Not anymore, he's not. As of now, he's one of the worst. And it will be duly noted for the official record, and I'm going to recommend that he be stripped of everything, including his pension, for insubordination, action detrimental to the Bureau, and about a half-dozen other things. Believe me, it'll be an easy sell once all this breaks. There will be an enormous need for scapegoats. Buck, please don't do this. Okay, maybe he stepped out of bounds a little on this one, but has got a list of commendations taller than I am. Has risked his life more times than I can count. And has got a wife and 5 kids, 2 of them in college. This'll ruin him. This will kill him. Winters put the file down. I tell you what, Perce, I'll make a deal with you, because I like you and I respect you. Bates sat down, instantly suspicious, as the Cobra moved in for the kill. What sort of deal? If Pritchard stays, London goes. No questions asked. No fight. No defenses. He just goes, what's it going to be? Percy Bates just sat there while Buck Winters watched him, waiting for his answer. For years, Clare had been a tooth grinder to such an extent, in fact, that her dentist had made her a mouth guard that she wore at night to save her teeth from being worn down to the gums. She had wondered where the symptom of anxiety came from, perhaps from listening to her patients' problems. Now she was thankful for her grinding because she had worn the gag down such that it had finally ripped apart, and she spit it out the way her hands were bound over her head, however, made removing the blindfold impossible. She had tried to rub her head against the wall to pry it off that way, until it felt like she had worn off most of her hair. Exhausted, she slumped over. "It's okay, lady, it'll be your eyes," said Kevin. "They got me locked up too, but I'm working on that." With her gag off, they had started talking, and Clare had learned who Kevin was. "Webb London told me about you," she said, "and I've been to your house. We spoke to Jerome." Kevin looked anxious. "I bet they worried. I bet Granny about to die from worry. They're okay, Kevin, but they're worried. Jerome loves you very much. He always good to me, he and Granny. Do you know where we are?" "Nope." Clare took a deep breath. "It smells like chemicals. Like we're near a dry cleaner's shop or some type of manufacturing plant." She struggled to recall the details of how she had gotten here. The roads and the terrain the man had carried her over seemed more reminiscent of the country than the city. "How long have you been here? Ain't no days sort of run together? Has anyone been in to see you?" "Same man. Ain't know who he is. He treats me nice, but he gonna kill me. I can see that in his eyes. It's the nice ones you gotta watch out for. Folks who scream and shake their fist, ill take them any day over the quiet ones." If she hadn't been so unnerved at the thought of being murdered, Clare might have smiled at the boy's mature insight into human nature. "How did you get hooked up with all this?" "Money," Kevin said plainly. "We saw the sketch you did with the remote control. I ain't know what was gonna happen. Nobody told me that. They just give me it and told me what to say. Damn to hell." "Yep. Then I was supposed to trail him going down that alley, and then, when I got close enough to the courtyard, hit the remote button. I seen that man. Webb. He all froze up and the rest of his buddies went running into that courtyard. Webb, he ain't never see me behind him. He got up and followed his buddies, but he was walking like he was drunk or something. I hit the button and then hung back, because you wanted to see what happened. Those people ain't never tell me about no guns. I swear that on my mama's grave, I swear." "I believe you, Kevin. I was supposed to go back to where I was, but I couldn't, seeing all them folks die like that. And then Webb, he yelled at me, give me a heart attack. He saved my butt. I would have run out there if it ain't for him, and then I'd be dead too." "Webb said that somebody switched you for another boy." "That's right. I ain't know why." Clare took a deep breath, and the strong chemical smell invaded her lungs again. Now she too was able to identify it as chlorine, but she had no idea what its source was. She felt totally helpless. 49 Webb and Romano met Nemo Straight on their way up to the mansion to attend the party. "What happened to you?" asked Romano. Straight's arm was in a sling. "Let a damn horse get the drop on me. Thing kicked me. Felt like my collarbone was in my throat." "Anything broken?" asked Webb. "They x-rayed it up at the hospital in Kentucky, and they didn't see anything, but they put me in this thing for the time being." Now I'm a one-armed farm manager, and Billy's probably going to be pissed at that. They were welcomed at the house by Billy. Webb was surprised at how he was dressed. He had on nice pressed slacks and a blue blazer. His hair was neatly combed and he had even shaved, yet as they passed through, Webb could smell on the man's breath that he had begun the party a while back. Billy led them down to the lower level. Next to the bar were two men Webb didn't know. They were dressed expensively if casually in Armani, Bruno Magli with no socks, Tag Heuer watches, and gold necklaces that were visible because the men's shirts were open about 2 buttons too many. They were deeply tanned, fit and trim, nails professionally manicured, and hair perfectly coiffed, and for many reasons Webb's initial impression was that they were gay. Billy led Romano and Webb over to them. "Want to introduce y'all to a couple new friends of mine. Giles and Harvey Ransom. They're brothers now. They ain't married." Billy was the only one to laugh at that remark. "They're my neighbors from next door." Finally got them to come over for a drink. Webb and Romano exchanged a quick glance. "This is Webb, London, and Paulno. Make that Paulie?" Billy added with a wink from the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Ransom brothers both looked ready to run at that. Harvey Ransom, Webb thought, appeared as though he might faint. Webb put out his hand. "We're off duty tonight." The Ransom brothers cautiously extended their hands, as though they feared that there was a real threat of handcuffs being placed on them. "Billy didn't tell us the FBI would be here tonight," Giles said, giving his host an unfriendly stare. "I love surprises," said Billy. "Ever since I was a kid." He looked over at Straight. "What in the hell happened to you? Horse got the better of me." "This is my farm manager, Nemo Straight," said Billy to the Ransom brothers. "He just made me a small fortune up in Kentucky selling a bunch of horse meat to some new suckers." "We did real well," said Straight quietly. "Where the hell are my manners?" said Billy. "You boys need some drinks." He pointed at Webb and Romano. "I know you boys are beer drinkers. How about you, Nemo? Whiskey and water, best kind of painkiller there is." Billy went behind the bar. "I'll join you in that one." He looked toward the stairs. "Well, come on down and join the party." Webb looked toward the stairs, expecting to see Gwen. Instead, there was Percy Bates. "Billy was nice enough to give me an invite," he explained as he joined them. He smiled at Webb, but in that smile, Webb could see something that he didn't particularly like. Once they all had drinks in hand, they broke up into small groups. Webb went over to the Ransom brothers and began subtly probing them as to what was going on at the Southern Belle. But the men were being exceptionally guarded, which made Webb even more suspicious. Nemo and Romano were looking over Canfield's collection of shotguns, while Billy was standing all alone and scowling back at the grizzly bear in the corner. One by one, all their heads turned when she came down the stairs. If Billy was more overdressed than usual, his wife looked ready to attend a Hollywood premiere. She was as far removed from her normal boots and jeans horse rider persona as it was possible to be. The red gown was long, body-hugging, and ran down to her ankles. The slit came to mid-thigh, right at the precise point where decency was still maintained, but where male fantasy was compelled to sprint. The shoes were open-toed, with ankle straps that, to Webb at least, suggested the concept of bondage if one hadn't already been thinking about it. The gown was strapless, her bare shoulders tanned and muscular, but retaining much feminine allure despite the ripples. The gown's bodice was cut low enough to make maneuvering difficult without revealing too much, and perhaps that was the intent. Her hair was piled high on her head, her jewelry tasteful, and the woman required very little makeup. There was complete silence as she descended to them until Webb heard Romano whisper, "Amore," and then he took a gulp of beer. "Now the party can really get started," said Billy. "What you having, Gwen?" "Ginger ale." Billy filled this order. He looked over at the Ransom brothers. "She's stunning," said Harvey. "A goddess," echoed Giles. "She's also my wife." He brought the drink over to her. Nemo got himself all banged up with a horse. Webb noted that she barely glanced in the man's direction. "So I see." She nodded toward the Ransoms. "I don't believe we've met," she said coolly. Harvey and Giles fell over themselves to see which of them she would meet first. Webb just stood back and watched all this happen. The woman was, without doubt, exceptionally beautiful, yet the way she was dressed, the magisterial way that she was acting, seemed totally out of sync with Gwen Canfield, at least as he had pegged her. Perhaps he had been wrong. He didn't notice Bates at his elbow until the man spoke. "A going-away party, I understand." "Yeah, case closed." "Good guys win again," Webb added dryly. "Time to get drunk and pat ourselves on the back. At least until all the shit comes back tomorrow. We need to talk later, it's important." Webb glanced at him. To someone who didn't know the man well, Bates looked like he didn't have a care in the world. To Webb, who did know him about as well as anybody, the man seemed ready to implode with whatever he was carrying around inside. "Don't tell me I won the lottery? I guess it's all in how you look at it. I'll let you decide. You want to slip outside and discuss it now?" Webb eyed the man steadily. "So it was pretty bad." "No, Purse, right now. I just want to enjoy my drink and go over and talk to a very beautiful woman." He left Bates and managed to extract Gwen from the fawning Ransom brothers. They settled in twin club leather chairs, and Gwen cradled her drink in her lap and looked over at her husband. He's already been partying hard for about 6 hours, so I see. He looked her over without seeming to, at least he thought so, until she shot him a glance. A little different attire than you're used to, I know, she said. Her cheeks reddened slightly at this remark. Hey, you got it? Flaunt it? I'm just glad there aren't any other women here, because they'd really be out of their league. They wouldn't just be wallflowers, they'd be part of the wall as far as the men here are concerned. She patted his hand. You're sweet. The fact is, I'm about as uncomfortable in this dress as I can be, worried that I'm going to fall out any second and embarrass myself, and my feet are already killing me. These Italian shoes are pretty to look at and absolutely impossible to wear if your feet are over a size 4. So why the get-up then? Billy picked it out for me. Hez not the sort of man who tells his wife what to do or wear, she added quickly. Quite the contrary, I usually pick his clothes out. But he wanted me to look really knock 'em dead, he said. Webb raised his glass. Consider your mission accomplished, but why? I don't know, Webb. I really don't know what's going through his head right now. Maybe it has something to do with that damn tape again. Sorry. Gwen just shook her head. It's not just that. This has been brewing for some time. Billy's been changing over the last few months or so, and not sure why. To Webb, it seemed like the woman did know why, but wasn't to the point where she was going to reveal it to a semi-stranger like him. His behavior has been becoming more and more bizarre. He looked at her curiously. How so? Well, he's become obsessed with his stuffed animals always down there messing around. My God, that is the most repulsive thing. It is pretty gruesome. And he's been drinking hard even for him. She looked at Webb and spoke in a lower voice. Do you know what he told me while we were getting dressed? She took a sip of her ginger ale. He said that they should put all the heads of the Free Society members up on poles and parade them around like they used to do hundreds of years ago. Why, to send a message? No. They both looked up and saw Billy standing there. He downed the rest of his whiskey. No, you do it because the best place to put your enemies is right in front of you, so you know exactly where they are all the time. That's not always easy to do, commented Webb. Billy smiled through his drink glass. That's right. And that's why folks' enemies get the drop on 'em more often than not. It was just a quick glance, but Webb was almost certain that Billy looked at Nemo straight when he said this. Billy held up his glass. Ready for a fresh one? I'm still working on this one. Well, let me know. Gwen, you ready for a real libation? Dressed this way in a room full of men. I think I need to keep my wits about me tonight, she said with a coy smile. For the record, Webb noted, her husband didn't return the smile right before they went up to dinner. Webb heard a scream and looked over to its source. The gun cabinet was swung open, revealing the secret room, and Harvey and Giles were both holding their chests after having been surprised by Billy's slave mannequin. And the man himself was leaning against the wall laughing so hard he was gagging. Webb just had to smile. After dinner, coffee and snifters of brandy that Billy insisted everybody try, they all took their leave. Gwen gave Webb a hug, and he felt her soft breast push into his own hard chest. Her fingers seemed to cling to him a beat too long. He didn't know exactly how to take that, and so all he managed to say was goodbye. They went outside and straight climbed in his truck, and one armed it back to his house. A limo pulled up in the front circle, and Harvey and Giles Ransom piled inside. They had both made fools of themselves over Gwen, Webb had thought, but she had taken it with good graces. She was no doubt upstairs right this minute, slipping out of the painful shoes and the uncomfortable dress. In fact, she was probably naked right now, and Webb felt himself glancing toward the upstairs windows in hopes of what? He asked himself, a glimpse? It didn't happen. Bates came up to him and Romano. Romano, Webb, and I need to talk. The man said it in such a tone that all Romano did was turn and walk toward the carriage house. Webb and Bates faced off. Okay, Webb said. What's the deal? Bates told him, and Webb took it silently until the man finished. What about Romano? Asked Webb. Buck didn't mention him, so I'm assuming Hez. Okay, let's keep it that way. I don't know what to do, Webb. I'm caught between a rock and a hard place. No, you're not. I'll make it easy for you. I'll resign. Are you shitting me? It's time for me to move on, do something else. I'm not getting any younger, and to tell you the truth, I'd like to find out what it's like having a job where people aren't shooting at you. We can fight this, Webb. Winters doesn't have the final say on this. I'm tired of fighting perspates. Just looked at the man helplessly. I didn't want it to end this way. Me and Romano will finish up here, and then I'll be moving on. You know the heat this is going to generate with what happened with the freeze? And with you, leaving HRT. The timing of that will make everyone assume you're the scapegoat. It's going to get dicey. The media will come after you. In fact, it's already starting. There was a time when that would have bothered me, but not now. The men stood there quietly for a few seconds, as many years of fighting the good fight together suddenly had abruptly come to an end for them, and it seemed neither of them was prepared for it. Webb finally turned and walked away. 50. It was around 2:00 in the morning. The only movements at East Winds were the horses in the pastures and the wildlife in the encroaching forest. Then came footsteps that crept along the path leading through the trees. There was one light on in the house, and a man's silhouette was stark in the outline of the window. Nemo Straight held a cold beer can against his injured shoulder, grimacing as the frosty metal hit the damaged skin. He wore a t-shirt and boxer shorts. His thick, muscular legs had split the fabric at the thigh. He lay on his bed, picked up the semi-automatic pistol there, and deftly loaded the gun's magazine, but with only one hand he had trouble sliding the bolt back to chamber around. Frustrated, he finally put the gun on the nightstand, lay back on the bed, and sipped his beer. Nemo Straight by nature was a worrier, and right now he had a lot to concern him. He was still thinking about the chopper that had come out of nowhere in the dark woods. Straight had watched the flight of the aircraft. It had not landed in the woods, and it did not appear to be the police. Straight had thought about going back to where they had shot Cove to make certain the guy was dead, yet he had to be. They had fired 5 shots into him. No one could shake that, and even if the man somehow managed to live, he'd be a vegetable, incapable of telling anyone what had happened. Still, Straight didn't like it, and he had scanned every news program he could find in the hopes of learning that an FBI undercover agent had been found dead. And he also wanted to hear that there were no clues to the killers. He rubbed his shoulder. Straight's blood was out there, of course, but they had to have something to match his DNA to, and his was not on file anywhere that he could remember, except the Army. But after more than 25 years, would they still have it? Would the stuff be any good? He doubted it. Still, he could feel it was getting close to the time he would be moving on. He had accomplished everything he had set out to do, and last night's transaction had left him with enough money to retire to just about anywhere he wanted. At first he had thought about buying a place up in the Ozarks and passing the rest of his life doing nothing more than fishing and spending his money in increments that would arouse no suspicions. Now he was rethinking that strategy. Now he was thinking that another country might be a far better retirement venue. Well, he had heard the fishing was terrific in Greece. If Straight heard the back door open, he made no indication. It had been a long day, and his painkiller was wearing off. He took another slug of it and wiped his lips. The door to his bedroom slowly opened. Again, Straight seemed not to notice. The person moved into the room. Straight turned on some music on the radio next to his bed. The figure moved closer to the bed. Finally, Straight stopped what he was doing and slowly looked around. "I didn't think you were going to come tonight," he said. "Thinking with one arm I wasn't good enough anymore." He took a drink of his beer and then put it down. Gwen stood looking down at him. She wore the red dress she had had on at the party, but her high heels had been replaced with flats. Her gold anklet glittered a bit in the wash of light. She moved closer to him, her gaze drifting to his shoulder. "Does it hurt much?" "Just every time I breathe." "Which horse did it?" "Bobby Lee." "Is not known as a kicker. Every horse can be a kicker." "I forgot you're the expert." She smiled demurely, but there was something behind the look that was not nearly so playful. "No, but I grew up with the damn things. I mean, you don't learn this stuff in a year or even in 10 years. Look at Billy. Has a fast learner, but he still basically knows shit about running a horse farm." "You're right, that's why we hired you and your good old boys." She paused. "You're our white knight, Nemo." Straight lit up a cigarette. "Yeah, that's a good one." She surprised him by reaching over and taking a drink of his beer. "Don't you have anything stronger than this?" she asked. "Bourbon. Get it." While he pulled out the bottle and glasses, she perched on the bed and rubbed her calf. She touched the anklet, a gift from Billy. It had both their names engraved on it. Straight handed her a full glass, and she downed it in one pass and handed it back to him for a refill. "Take it easy on that stuff, Gwen. It's not candy. It is to me, besides. I didn't drink at the party. I was a good girl." Straight's gaze ran down her long body, took in her bare legs, her ample bosom. "Every man in the place wanted to jump your bones." Gwen did not smile at this compliment. Not every man. "Hey, Billy's getting up there, can't do it on demand anymore. Hell, I'm getting to that point myself faster than I'd like. It has nothing to do with age." She reached over and took a puff of the cigarette and then handed it back. "And when your husband hasn't touched you in years, it tends to drive a woman to other sources." She glanced at him. "I hope you recognize your limited role here." He shrugged. "A man has to take what he can get, but it ain't right that he still blames you for what happened to your son. He has every right. I was the reason David was at that school. You didn't order them crazy frees in there to shoot up the place now, did you?" "No, and I didn't ask the FBI to send down a bunch of men who were too cowardly or incompetent to save my son either. Kind of strange having the FBI right here on the farm. We knew that was a very real possibility." Straight smiled. "Come here to protect you," Gwen said dryly, "from ourselves. Well, the little bomb in Billy's phone that I detonated when Webb tossed it out the car that threw them off the scent for good, they're not looking in our direction. Webb London is a lot smarter than you probably think." "Oh, I know. Hez real smart. I ain't going around underestimating anybody on this one." Gwen took a sip of her second bourbon, slipped off her flats and slid back on the bed. He caressed her hair. "I've been missing you, lady. Billy could care less, but it's a little difficult to move around with the FBI patrolling your property." "Well," said Straight, "now it's just Webb and Romano. Has another one to watch, ex-SWAT and Delta. That dude can be bad news. See it in his eyes." Gwen rolled over on her stomach, propped up on her elbows and stared at him. His eyes were locked on her cleavage, which was now spilling out of her dress. She noted his gaze, but apparently his attention did not interest her. "I wanted to ask you about the horse trailers." Gwen's question caused his gaze to lift from her breasts to her face. "What about him? I grew up on a horse farm too, Nemo. You had some of those rigs customized in a very special way, and I want you to tell me why." He grinned. "Can't a man have any secrets?" She got up on her knees and slid closer to him. She started kissing his neck, and his hand went first to her chest and then moved to her bottom. He hiked her dress up to her waist and discovered she had on no underwear. Good thinking. With me as horny as I am, you would have just gotten those panties ripped off anyway. She moaned into his ear as his fingers moved over her. One of her hands went to his face, and then down to the neckline of his t-shirt. And then with a flash, she had ripped the shirt down the front and sat back. Her movement surprised Straight so much that he almost fell off the bed. He followed her gaze to the blood-stained bandage on his shoulder. "Mighty odd bruise from a horse kick," said Gwen. The two stared at each other. And before he could stop her, Gwen picked up Straight's pistol, chambered around, and drew aims at various points in the room. She looked at the gun. "The balance on this is off, and you really should get some lithium sights, Nemo. They do make a difference with night fire." A bead of sweat appeared on Straight's forehead. "You handle that thing real good? Horses weren't the only thing I grew up with in Kentucky. My father and brothers were very active members of the NRA. I would have joined too, only it wasn't deemed ladylike by my parents. Hey, that's real good to know. I'm a member too." He breathed a sigh of relief when she set the safety. Yet she still didn't put the gun down. "So what is it?" she asked. "Drugs. Look, baby, why don't we just have a drink and get to?" The pistol came up and the safety went off. "I came here to screw you, Nemo, not to be screwed with. It's late, and I'm starting to get tired. If you want any candy tonight, you better cut the bullshit." Okay. Damn, you're something." He took a quick belt of his drink and wiped his mouth with his hand. "It's drugs, but not the kind you think. Prescription stuff with a kick twice that of morphine. No lab, No border problem. Just steal 'em or work a deal with a pharmacy assistant making 8 bills an hour. This OxyContin stuff started rural, but him taking it to the big cities, about damn time us country folks got a piece of the pie. It's sweet. And you're using East Winds as your base and our trailers to move your product? Well, we've been distributing the drugs mostly in pickup trucks, prearranged drop spots, and even through the mail. Then I got the idea to use the horse trailers. We move horses across state lines all the time. And if the cops stop us for permits and papers on the trailers or the horses, the smell's gonna keep them away from where the stuff is, and I don't know of many dogs trained to sniff out prescription drugs. I've been shuffling men and trailers around so you and Billy wouldn't notice. The run we made to Kentucky was our biggest yet. He raised his beer in salute, apparently to himself. Gwen eyed his wound, but not a complete success. Well, you do something illegal. You got to be prepared to face some risk. Did this risk come from your demand chain or maybe the cops? Come on now, honey. What does it matter? You're right. I guess either way it means you've put us at risk. You were supposed to be working for us, Nemo, full time. Well, a person's got to look out for himself, and it was too good a deal to pass up, and I ain't breaking my back on horse farms the rest of my life. Okay, I hired you for a specific purpose, because of your unique qualities and experience, right? The fact that I got a damn good head on my shoulders, know folks who don't mind killing people, and I can put together some pretty slick explosives. Well, I done that, baby. He ticked the points off his fingers. A federal judge, a U.S. attorney, a defense counsel, Laidbetter, Watkins, and Wingo. A judge with no backbone, a prosecutor with no guts, and a defense counsel who would gladly defend his own mother's killer if the guy had enough money. I consider that we did society a service by ending their pathetic lives, right? And we took out HRT and then suckered them into wiping out the damn freeze. Man, we tricked a veteran undercover into thinking that he'd come upon the drug operation to end all drug operations. We set that place up like something straight out of the movie The Sting. He looked at her, and his features grew grim. So I delivered for you, lady. So what I do on my time is me business. I ain't your damn slave, Gwen. She kept the pistol pointed at him. Webb London is still standing. Well, hell, you said to keep him that way, make him look like a coward. We got lucky when I found out the shrink he was seeing was an old acquaintance of mine from Vietnam. So everybody thinks Webb's rotten to the core. This whole thing took a lot of planning, had a lot of risk. And let me tell you, we executed it to damn near perfection, and you got it for pennies on the dollar, 'cause I think what happened to your son stinks. He looked at her with a hurt expression, and I don't even remember you saying thank you. Her tone was businesslike, her expression unreadable. Thank you. How much money have you made off the drugs? Surprised. He lowered his drink. Why? After what I've paid you and what we've sunk into this place, Billy and I are in the hole. They'll be coming to take his antique car collection pretty soon because we borrowed against that too. We could use some free cash flow because we're going to be selling out and moving on too. Especially since however you got that injury tells me that one day somebody's going to come knocking on our door with questions I don't have answers for. And frankly, I've had enough of Virginia hunt country. I'm thinking our next stop is a small island where it never gets cold and there are no damn phones. You want me to give you a share of my drug money? He asked, incredulously. Actually, demand would be more accurate. Nemo spread his hands. Well, I wasn't kidding, darling. We got some good prices for those fine yearlings, he said in a very sincere tone. She laughed at him. This place never made any money before we bought it, and it's not going to make any money now. Fine yearlings or not. Well, what do you want from me? It's very simple. I want you to tell me how much you have made from the drugs. He hesitated for a moment before answering. Not that much, actually. She raised the pistol and pointed it in his direction. How much? Okay, about $1 million. There you satisfied? She gripped the pistol with both hands and took very careful aim at his head. Last chance. How much? Nemo. Okay, don't get your panties all twisted. He let out a deep breath. Tens of millions. Then I want 20%, and then we go our separate ways. 20% wired to an offshore account. Assuming that a great businessman like yourself has set up some secret account somewhere to hide your millions. Excuse me, tens of millions. But look, I got expenses, right? You probably paid your help off in pills, since most of them are too stupid to know better. And since running prescription drugs means low cost, lower risk, I imagine your profit margins are pretty nice. And I don't think you've been paying taxes on the income. And on top of that, you use our equipment that we paid for to move your product and also the manpower we're paying to work the farm to do it for you. So there was very little capital out of your pocket, and that makes for an even greater return on investment. And so, yes, I want my share. Well, call it rental fees for equipment and labor, and you're lucky it's only 20%. She slid a hand enticingly down her front. In fact, you're fortunate that I'm in a generous mood right now. Straight just shook his head. What was your dad a damn MBA, too? Billy and I have gotten the wrong end of the deal for long enough. At least we're still alive. My son only had 10 years. Does that sound fair to you? And if I say no, he'll shoot you, in cold blood. A religious woman like yourself, I pray for my son every day, but I can't say that my faith in God is absolute anymore, and I can always call the cops. Nemo smiled and shook his head. And tell them what I'm dealing drugs? And oh yeah, I killed a bunch of people for you. What's your leverage? My leverage, Nemo, is that I don't give a damn anymore what happens to me. That's the best leverage of all. I have nothing more to lose because I've already lost everything. What about Billy? He knows nothing about this, and now it's 25%. Well, hell, keeping the gun trained on him, she stood, unzipped her dress and let it fall to the floor, then stepped out of it completely naked. And hair is the sweetener, she said. Going once? Going twice? Deal, said Nemo straight, as he held his arms out for her. The sex was hard, and left them both breathless. Straight collapsed on his back, nursing his aching arm, while Gwen let her legs down and stretched them out. Straight had almost driven her right through the box springs and twisted her legs back into positions they were never meant to go. She would be hurting for a couple days, but it was a wonderful pain, something her husband had withheld from her for so long. And not just the sex, but also the love, which was far worse. In public he made a pretense of affection. In private he bothered not at all. He had never been abusive to her, on the contrary. It was extreme diffidence coupled with irreversible melancholy. Being ignored had never been so painful. Gwen sat back against the headboard, lit a cigarette and blew fat rings to the ceiling. She lay there for about an hour and then reached over and put a hand on Straight's hairy chest, slowly rousing him. That was wonderful, Nemo. Uh-huh. He grunted back. Think you can do it again before sunrise. He opened one eye. Damn it, woman, I ain't 19 and I got a bad wing. You get me some of that Viagra crap, maybe I can? In your line of work, I'd think you'd be tired of pills. He raised his head slightly and looked at her. Hey, you wouldn't entertain the notion of moving to Greece with me, would you? It'd be a hell of a lot of fun, guaranteed. I have no doubt, but my place is with my husband whether he knows it or not. He slumped back down. Yeah, I thought you'd say that, and you're really just looking to cut me out of my 25% okay, I give up, Nemo. Yeah, what do you think happened to Ernest B. Free? He sat up, used her cigarette to light his, then sat back next to her and put an arm around her. Hell, if I know that one's really got me stumped. I thought he'd be at the compound HRT hit, but he wasn't. Unless the feds are lying, but why would they? They bag him, they'd be screaming that to the world, and the guy I used to set up the freeze also planted the drugs and other stuff down there, including some made-up files on the judge and 2 lawyers. He actually knows old Ernie, so he would be seen and recognized him if he was down there, even if they had him real well hidden. She ran her fingers through his hair. Webb and Romano are leaving soon. Yeah, I know. Good riddance. They're cramping my style, although it was pretty sweet driving 50,000 stolen pills right out under the feds' noses. But to tell you the truth, I kind of like those guys. If they found out what we've done, they'd try and put us on death row, but except for that, I wouldn't mind popping back a few brews with them from time to time. Straight glanced over at Gwen, and the look on her face startled him. I loathe Webb London, she said. Look, Gwen, I know what happened with your son and all. She exploded and beat the mattress with her fists. It makes me sick to see his face. They're worse than the freeze. They come rushing in to save the world and innocent people start dying. Those people swore to me that once HRT was called in, no one else would die. And then they paraded around Webb London as this big hero while my son lies dead in his grave. I'd love to shoot them all down myself." Straight swallowed nervously at her wild tone and words as she knelt there on the bed, her hair in her face, her lean, naked body, every muscle tensed, made her look like a panther about to spring. He eyed the gun where Shed put it on the nightstand and was ready to make a lunge for it. But she was quicker. She pointed the gun all around the room as Straight looked on nervously. Finally, the barrel ended up pointed at Gwen herself. She looked down at it, as though she wasn't sure what it was. Her finger eased closer to the trigger. "Then why don't you do it yourself?" he said, eyeing the gun. "Kill Webb, I mean. Like you said, accidents happen, especially on horse farms." Gwen thought about this, and finally dropped her angry look, and smiled at him, putting down the gun. "Maybe I will. Just don't blow it, though, 'cause we're in the home stretch." She got under the covers, snuggled against him, kissed his cheek and put her hand under the sheet, rubbed him down there. "Just one more time," she said in a low, throaty voice, her gaze holding his. She slid the sheet off them both and looked down and smiled. "My goodness, who needs Viagra? Nemo." "Woman, you're playing me like Charlie Daniels plays the fiddle?" Even without the potency drug, Straight managed to satisfy her one more time, though it about killed him. Later, as Gwen dressed, he watched her. "Damn, you were a hellcat." She zipped up her dress and held her shoes in one hand. Straight got up and started gingerly pulling his shirt over his bad arm. She looked at him. "Early morning plans? Oh, you know how the life on a horse farm is. There's always something to do." She turned to leave. "You know, nothing personal or anything, Gwen. But it ain't good for a person to carry that much hate around. You just gotta let it go at some point, or else it'll ruin you. I was like that when my ex took the kids. At some point, you just got to let it go." She slowly turned and looked at him. "When you've seen your only child lying dead right in front of you with a bloody hole in his chest, Nemo, and then you lose the only other person you love because of it. When you've reached the lowest point of despair a person can reach, and then watch yourself drop even lower, then you can come and talk to me about letting go of the hate." 51. Clare jerked up from a deep sleep that she had fallen into from exhaustion, and despite her terror, she felt the fingers against her skin, and she was about to strike out at her attacker when the voice made her stop. "It's just me, Clare," said Kevin, as he lifted off her blindfold. There was no light, so Clare had to let her eyes adjust to the darkness. She looked down at Kevin, who was sitting next to her, his hands around the cuffs that held her to the wall. "I thought you were tied up too." He smiled and held up a small bit of metal. But I took this off one of the markers they give me to draw with. Pick the lock. I'm good with my hands. I can see that. Give me just one more minute and I get you loose too." In less time than that, Kevin had her free. She rubbed her wrists and sat up, looked around and eyed the door. "I take it the door's locked." "Always has been. Maybe not now if they think we chained up." "Good point." She stood, taking a moment to get her balance after being off her feet for so long, a condition that was compounded by the darkness. She looked around again. "Anything we can use for a weapon? In case someone's on the other side of that door," she whispered. Kevin went over to the cot, turned it over on its side and unscrewed two of the metal legs. He kept one and handed the other to Clare. "You hit him high and I hit him low," he said. Clare nodded without a lot of confidence, though. She wasn't sure she could hit anybody. Kevin seemed to sense her trepidation, because he added, "We only hit 'em if they're trying to hurt us, right?" "Right," said Clare, a lot more firmly. They inched over to the door and tried it. It was locked. They listened intently for a bit, yet could hear no one on the other side, even though the machine-like sounds were not as loud now. "I guess we're not getting out of here until they want us to," said Clare. Kevin eyed the door and stepped back. "I ain't never noticed that before." "What? That the door hinges are on the inside?" Clare looked hopeful, but only for an instant. "But we'd need a screwdriver and hammer to get them out." "Well, we got the hammer." He held up the metal table leg, "and right here is the screwdriver." He went over to where the cuffs that had held Clare were attached to a bolt in the wall. With Clare's help, they finally managed to unscrew the bolt from the wall, and Kevin slid off the cuffs. He held up one of the cuffs. It got a nice edge to it, like a screwdriver. "Good thinking again, Kevin," said Clare, with considerable admiration. Here she was feeling totally helpless, and Kevin was pulling one miracle after another out of his hat. It took them some time, and they kept stopping and listening for anyone coming. But the hinge pins finally came out. They were able to pry open the door and step through. It was dark here too, and they stumbled along, touching the walls of the narrow corridor for guidance. The smell of chlorine was very strong now. They were confronted with another locked door that Kevin was able to pick with his pen clasp. They encountered yet another door that thankfully was unlocked. Clare took in a long breath, as did Kevin. He smiled at her. "Feels good to finally be outside. Well, let's get going before they come and lock us back up." They moved past the covered pool, crept through the bushes, and then down a winding grass path. As they neared the end of the path, Clare could see a building far up ahead. It was the mansion. She had glimpsed it on her visit. They were at East Wind's farm. "Oh my God," she exclaimed. "Shh," said Kevin. She whispered into his ear. "I know where we are. I have friends who are here. We just have to get to them." The problem was that, in the darkness, it was hard to tell in which direction was the house that Webb and Romano were using, even with the mansion as a marker. "If they at the place where we've been locked up, how you know they really your friends?" "I just know. Come on." She took his hand, and they made their way in what Clare thought was the direction of the carriage house. Long before they could reach it, however, both stiffened when they heard a vehicle coming. They ran back into the bushes and peered out. Claire's spirits plummeted. It was a truck, not the Mac or Romano's Corvette. She gasped when the truck pulled to a stop and several men with guns climbed out. Their escape had apparently been detected. She and Kevin ran deeper into the woods, such that Clare totally lost her bearings. They finally stopped, caught their breath. Kevin looked around. "I ain't never seen so many trees in one place. Can't tell which way's out." Clare breathed deeply, attempting to get her lungs and her nerves under control. She nodded. "I know." She studied the lay of the unfamiliar land and was attempting to make a decision on which direction they should go when they heard footsteps. Clare pulled Kevin to her and they squatted low in the underbrush. The person was on the path and walked right past them, obviously unaware of Clare's and Kevin's presence. Clare peeked out. She didn't know Gwen Canfield and thus had no idea why a woman in a long red dress was walking barefoot through thick woods at this hour. Clare thought about calling out to her, but finally decided against it. She had no idea who their captors were. This woman could be part of that group. Once Gwen was out of sight, Clare and Kevin started moving again. They came to a darkened house, but that had a truck parked out front. Clare was debating whether to try and slip inside the place and use the phone to call the police when a man charged out of the house, jumped in his truck, and roared off. "I think that person just found out we got loose," she whispered to Kevin. "Come on." They ran to the house. Clare had noted that in his haste, the man had left the door open. They were about to go inside when they heard a sound that made Clare's stomach lurch. "Hez coming back," cried out Kevin. They raced back into the woods even as the truck bore down on them, pushing their way through the thick undergrowth. Clare quickly lost her shoes, and her and Kevin's clothes were being shredded by thorny vines and hard branches. They reached an open bit of ground, paused to catch their breath, but took off running again when they heard the sounds of feet crashing through the underbrush. They raced through to an open space, and Clare saw a building loom up out of the darkness. "Quick," she said to Kevin in there. They climbed up on a loading dock and entered the monkey house through a hole in the wall. Clare and Kevin looked around at the ruined insides of the place. Clare shivered when she observed the rusted cages. Kevin held his nose. "Damn, it stinks in here," he said. The sounds of men, and now the baying of dogs, were growing closer. "Over there," Clare said frantically. She climbed onto a box, boosted Kevin up and into a hole in the wall that probably once housed a ventilator fan. "Stay down and keep quiet," she told him. "Where are you going?" "Not far," she said. "But if they find me, don't come out. Whatever they say they'll do to me, don't come out. Do you understand?" Kevin nodded slowly. "Clare," he said. She turned back. "Please be careful." She smiled weakly, squeezed his hand, and climbed back down. She looked around for a moment and then crept out through a gash in the rear wall. Once she was outside, the sounds of the dogs was even more terrifying. They must have given the animals something with her and Kevin's scent on it. She tore off a bit of her dress, grabbed a small rock, tied it inside the strip of material, and threw it as far away from the monkey house as she could. Then she ran off in the opposite direction. She reached the woods again, slid down an embankment, and halted at the bottom. She looked around, trying to gauge the direction the sounds of men and dogs were coming from. Unfortunately, because of the topography, the noises were echoing all around. She forded a small creek, falling down halfway across and soaking herself. She struggled up and managed to scale a small embankment on the other side, then found herself on flat land. She was so tired now, part of her just wanted to lie here and wait for them to find her. Yet Clare pushed herself up and ran. When she reached another steep climb, she gripped a sapling and used it to thrust herself up. At the top, she surveyed the land. Off in the distance, she saw a light, and then another and another, all in pairs, a road. She took several deep breaths and took off at a steady jog. Her feet were torn and bleeding, but she didn't allow the pain to slow her down. She had to get help. She had to get help for Kevin. The sounds of the men and dogs were gone now, and she allowed herself the small hope that she might actually manage to succeed in escaping. She crawled the last few feet to the road and sat in the ditch for a moment, the tears spilling from her, partly from exhaustion, fear, and having gained her freedom. She heard a car coming, stood and ran into the road, waving her arms and screaming for help. At first it didn't appear the vehicle was going to stop at all, and Clare realized that she must look like some lunatic. But the vehicle finally slowed and then stopped. She ran to the passenger door and pulled it open. Her first sight was of Kevin sitting in the front seat, his mouth gagged, his arms and legs bound. The second sight was of Nemo Straight pointing a gun at her. "Hey, Doc," he said, "you need a ride?" He stretched his long body and then involuntarily shivered. The night had been a little cool and the dampness seemed to have settled into him. He wrapped the blanket tighter around him. Francis Westbrook was not accustomed to camping out. What he was doing was about as close to camping as he was probably ever going to get, and he was not enjoying it. He drank some water and then edged his head out from his hiding place. The sun would be rising soon. He gauged. He hadn't slept particularly well. Hell, he hadn't really slept since Kevin had disappeared. One lousy phone call. That was all he had been given. He had met with London like they had told him to, and filled him in on the tunnels, again like they had told him to. He had undertaken a little unfinished business along the way with tuna. Sure. Contrary to what Westbrook had told Webb, he could abide skimmers and even those who used the product, because if you didn't, you wouldn't have anyone willing to come to work for you in the drug trade. It was as simple as that. But what he would never tolerate was a snitch. Macy had tipped him off to what tuna was doing, and he had checked it out himself and found out Macy had been correct. So tuna was, appropriately enough, fish food. Sometimes life was fair, he thought. Through the street grapevine, he had learned that Peebles had been killed. The boy just didn't have what it took. But Westbrook had also learned, albeit too late, that Peebles had been orchestrating a takeover of his crew and consolidation of other crews in the area. That one had caught him off guard. He hadn't thought that old Twan had that in him. Macy had simply disappeared. That disloyalty had really ticked him off. Westbrook shrugged, served him right for putting any trust in a white boy. Now whoever had killed Twan might be gunning for him. Westbrook would just have to lie low and rely only upon himself until things worked out. Relying only on himself, it was just like old times. He had a couple of pistols, a few mags of ammo, about $1,000 in his pocket. He had abandoned the Navigator when he had come here, and the cops were still looking for him. Well, let them look. He had seen the feds patrolling the place, but he had spent enough time dodging the cops to know how to hide even his very large carcass so that he blended right in with where he was. He had seen some strange things going on here, and he had heard the sounds of dogs barking off in the distance. The dogs were bad news. He had hunkered down farther into his hiding place and pulled over him a blanket he had covered with branches and leaves until the sounds had receded. As best as he could figure, London was still close by, and if London thought this place was important, then Westbrook did too. He checked his gun and settled back, took another drink of water, listened to the crickets, and wondered what the new day would bring. Maybe it would bring Kevin. Ed O'Bannon paced around the small, bare space. He hadn't smoked in years, yet he had gone through almost a pack in the last 2 hours. Discovery was something that he had always contemplated. But as time went on and things went smoothly, his fears had receded, even as his bank account had swollen. He heard someone coming and turned to the door. It was locked, and thus he was surprised when he heard the knob turning. O'Bannon backed away when the man came in. He breathed a sigh of relief. "Long time no see." Doc O'Bannon put out his hand, and Nemo straight shook it. "I wasn't sure you were going to make it, Nemo. When have I ever let you down? I've got to get going. The feds are bottling the country up. Daunt, get yourself all bent out of shape. We got lots of ways for you to go and the planes papers and the people to get you there." Straight held up a packet of documents through Mexico to Rio, and then on to Johannesburg. From there you got your option of Australia, New Zealand. Lots of fugitives go there. Or maybe hit our old stomping grounds in Southeast Asia. O'Bannon eyed the packet and breathed another sigh of relief. He smiled and lit another cigarette. "That seems like 100 years ago. Hey, I'll never forget. You saved my ass after the Viet Cong screwed with my mind. Deprogramming. Not so difficult for someone who knows what is doing." "Lucky for me you did," said Straight. He paused and grinned and catching a little drug action on the side. "That was a nice little side benefit for your practice." O'Bannon shrugged. Everyone was doing that back then. Hell yes, they were, myself included. Though it was just for my personal use, I have to hand it to you. When you looked me up with your idea of bugging my offices and selling the information on the streets, that was pure genius. Straight grinned. "Well, the feds got all these resources. We had to level the playing field a little bit. But it was a win-win. You got the info. I got folks who need that stuff to conduct their business, myself included. You make money. I make money, and the feds get the short end of the stick. What could be better?" When Gwen had brought Straight in on her plan to exact revenge on the people involved with her son's death, he had started investigating both hostage rescue and Webb London. Growing up on a horse farm just made a person methodical like that, Straight had long ago realized. You got all the information you could, formed a plan, and executed that plan. Until he had been captured by the Viet Cong, Straight had been an excellent soldier, leading his company in and out of many hellish situations. And he had a chest full of medals to prove it, not that that had ever mattered to him. Then he discovered that the Ed O'Bannon he had known in Vietnam was the same O'Bannon treating Webb London, that had given him the idea to both set up London and HRT because he knew firsthand what Ed O'Bannon could do with someone's mind. Initially, however, O'Bannon wanted no part of it. But when Straight had learned how many law enforcement people he had as patients, he had approached O'Bannon again and repeated his offer to bug the premises, sell the information to criminals, and split the proceeds 50-50 with the good doctor. With that inducement, O'Bannon had signed on immediately. The passage of years had not lessened the man's greed. Some of the bug psychiatrist sessions had also provided Straight with all the information he needed to set up HRT. He had never told O'Bannon about his OxyContin drug trade, because the man no doubt would have wanted a cut of that too. And now Straight already had a partner in Gwen Canfield. 25%. Damn. But he had to admit last night had been worth it. Nemo said, "I was one surprised pup when you brought Clare Daniels to us, although I guess I shouldn't have been. When you told me London was seeing her, I knew it'd be a problem down the road. I tried to get him to stay with me, but like I said, I couldn't push too hard without raising suspicions. I kept most of his file from her, of course, and you were the only ones I could turn to. You did the right thing. I can guarantee you this. Shall never testify against you in court." O'Bannon shook his head. "It's hard to believe it's over. Well, we had us one sweet operation going." "Had is right," O'Bannon said mournfully. "I guess you got no love for our federal government either. After what I saw in Vietnam, no. And working for the Bureau in-house didn't do much to change that opinion. Well, in betting you got you a nice little nest egg to last you the rest of your days." O'Bannon nodded. "I've been smart about it. Now I just hope I get to enjoy it. I want to thank you, Doc, for all your help. You did London perfect with his background. Believe me, he was an easy case. Didn't even need any drugs." He smiled. "The man trusted me. What does that say for the mighty FBI? Straight yawned and rubbed at his eyes. Late night? Asked O'Bannon. You could say that, sort of burning the candle at both ends and in the middle, too. There was a quiet knock at the door. Straight said, "Come on in." He looked at O'Bannon. "Harry's your ride." "This is my best guy, Hell. Take care of everything." Clyde Macy walked in and stared first at O'Bannon and then at Straight. "I go way back with this boy. Showed him the error of his ways, I guess. Ain't that right?" Macy said. "The old man I never had." Straight laughed. "You got that right. If you can believe it, this boy infiltrated a black drug crew in D.C., set him up to take the heat for what we did. One of 'em, dude named Antoine Peebles, was trying to take over this fellow Westbrook's turf. So Mace played along with this little plan. Peebles helped us when we needed it, and then Mace killed Peebles." O'Bannon looked puzzled. "Why'd you do that?" "Because I wanted to," said Macy, his remorseless eyes dead on O'Bannon. "It was a mission I put together for myself, and I successfully completed it." Straight chuckled. Then he made sure HRT and the Free Society shot it out. "The man is invaluable, okay, Mace? This is Ed O'Bannon, the friend I told you about." He handed O'Bannon the documents and slapped him on the shoulder and shook his hand. "I meant what I said, Doc. You did right by us. Thanks again, and you make yourself one fun-loving fugitive from justice." Straight turned and left. As he closed the door behind him, he heard the first muffled shot, and then one more. Damn, that Macy was efficient. Head taught the boy real well. He did have some faults, though. Macy's competition thing with the FBI was sometimes inconvenient. One of the concessions he had made to keep the boy happy had been pretty risky, but all in all, Straight could not have pulled this off without Clyde Macy. Straight had nothing against Ed O'Bannon, but loose ends were loose ends, and Nemo Straight didn't trust Ed O'Bannon or anyone else. Okay, one problem down now. Just two more to go, Kevin Westbrook and Clare Daniels. They had escaped once, but they wouldn't have a chance to do it again. And then it was time to call it a career. The Greek islands were sounding better and better. Not bad for a boy who had grown up dirt poor and who had lived by his wits ever since. America was the land of opportunity indeed. As he got in his truck, Nemo Straight wondered if there were any horse farms in Greece. He hoped not. In the carriage house, Webb opened his eyes and looked around. He didn't hear Romano stirring, and when he glanced at his watch, he knew why. It was not yet 6. He got up, opened the window, and inhaled an early morning breeze. He had slept unusually heavily. He would be gone from here soon, and part of him was glad about that, and part of him wasn't. What he was thinking about mostly, though, was Clare. His experience told him that there was very little chance that the woman was still alive. It was numbing, the thought of never seeing her again. As he continued to gaze outside, he saw Gwen driving down the road from the mansion in a Jeep with its top off. She pulled into the cobblestone courtyard in front of the carriage house and got out. She was dressed to ride in jeans, boots, and a sweater. Her long hair gracefully framed her face. She wore no hat. As she walked to the door, he called out, "Rent checks in the mail. Call off the eviction." She looked up, smiled, and waved. "I thought we might go for one last ride." She looked at the lightning sky. "By the time we saddle up, it'll be the best time of the day to cruise the trails. You with me, Mr. London?" She flashed a smile that seemed to push away just about every concern Webb had. They saddled their mounts, Gwen on Baron and Webb on a smaller roan horse named Comet. Gwen explained that Boo had an infected leg. "Hope the big fellow will be all right." "Not to worry, horses are very resilient," answered Gwen. They covered a good deal of ground over about an hour and a half, and as they rode along, all Gwen could think was that she had never killed anyone before. Yes, she had bluffed Nemo Straight the night before, but when it came down to it, could she do it? She looked at Webb riding next to her, and tried her best to cast him in the form of her worst enemy, her most terrifying nightmare. Yet it was difficult to do. For years she had dreamed about killing each and every member of this so-called heroic band of federal agents, whom everyone had assured here were the best there was, that they would get her son and all the other hostages out alive. That was what they had drilled into her, until Gwen's fears had receded and her expectations had soared. It was like being told you had cancer, but that it was absolutely curable, and you believed this until they closed your coffin and put you in the ground. Well, they had almost accomplished their goal of rescuing every hostage, allowing only her son to perish, and then she had watched, seething, as Webb London's face graced newspaper, magazines, TV shows, his heroic deeds outlined in nauseating detail, ending with a medal given to him personally by the president himself. She could not think of his horrible injuries. She did not know of the grueling ordeals he had endured as he fought his way back onto HRT. Not that any of that would have mattered to her. All she could think of was that Webb was alive and her son was dead, some hero. Yes, the sight of her son lying dead next to Webb London had popped something in her brain. She could actually remember the crackle that seemed to go through every nerve in her body, like lightning had struck, and she had never been the same since. She had never had a day since when she did not see the bloody body of her son lying there on the ground. Nor could she ever forget the image of men in battle gear going in to rescue her son and somehow managing to bring everyone out alive except him. She looked back at Webb and he slowly took on hues of black, of evil. He was the last man. Yes, she could kill him. And maybe her nightmare would finally be over. I suppose you and Romano will be leaving today. Looks that way. Gwen smiled and flicked at her hair. She kept a tight grip on her reins for she felt her hand might start shaking. Your good work done, something like that. How's Billy? All right, he goes through moods, like we all do. You don't strike me as moody. You seem the type to roll with the punches. You'd be surprised sometimes. That was some party last night. Billy can really throw them. The Ransom brothers were not exactly what I expected. You don't believe that's their real name, do you? Not for a second. When I first met them, I thought they were gay. That is, until you walked into the room, and then their sexual orientation became pretty clear. Gwen laughed. I'll take that as a compliment. They rode past the opening to the small glen where Gwen's chapel was. Aren't you going to the chapel today? Not today. Gwen looked away from the opening in the trees. Today was not a day for prayer while Webb wasn't looking, though. She crossed herself, "Forgive me, God," for what I'm about to do, even as she silently mouthed the words. She never really expected that prayer to be answered. They reached a steep slope of earth that at the top was covered with trees. She had never taken Webb this way before. Perhaps in the back of her mind she had known this day would come. Gwen whipped up Baron and charged toward the slope. Webb and Comet right on their heels. They galloped up the slope, Webb almost nosing ahead of Gwen. When they got to the top, they stopped their mounts and gazed out over the countryside while the horses sucked in huge amounts of air. Gwen looked at Webb with genuine admiration. I'm impressed. Hey, I had a great teacher. The watchtower is close by. The view's even better from there. Webb didn't tell her Head already been up there with Romano when they had checked out the ransom spread. Sounds good. They rode to the tower, tethered the horses to a wooden post and let them graze. Gwen led Webb up to the top of the tower and they watched the sun rising and the woods coming to life down below. I guess it doesn't get much better than this, said Webb. You'd think not, said Gwen. He leaned against the belly-high wall and looked at her. Problems with you and Billy. It's that obvious? I've seen worse, have you? What if I told you that you have no damn idea what you're talking about? She said with sudden anger. Webb's tone remained calm. You know, we've never really done that. Talked. She avoided his gaze. Actually, I've talked to you more than I do to most people, and I barely know you, chit-chat maybe. And I'm not that hard to get to know. I'm not totally comfortable with you yet, Webb. Well, we're running out of time. I don't think our worlds will come together again. But I guess that's a good thing. I suppose, she said. I'm not sure. Billy and I will be at East Winds much longer. Webb looked surprised. I thought this was it for you too. Why go anywhere else? You may have your problems, but you're happy here, aren't you? This is the life you wanted, right? She spoke slowly. There is a lot of factors that go into the equation of happiness. Some are more apparent than others. I guess I can't help you there. I'm not an expert on happiness, Gwen. She shot him a curious glance. Neither am I. They stared at each other awkwardly for a long moment. Well, you deserve to be happy, Gwen. Why? She asked quickly. For some reason, she actually wanted to hear his reasoning. Because you've suffered so much. It's only fair, that is, if anything in this life is fair, have you suffered? There was a harsh bite to her words, but she covered it quickly with a sympathetic expression. She wanted to hear that he had. But it couldn't come close to what she had endured. I've had my share of bad times. My childhood wasn't exactly the American dream, and my adulthood hasn't really made up for that. I always wondered why people do what you do, the good guys. She said this with a completely straight face. I do the things I do because they need doing, and most people can't or won't do them. I'd much prefer that my occupation become obsolete, but I just don't see that happening. He looked down. I never had a chance to tell you this, but I might not get another one. He drew in a long breath. What happened in Richmond? That was about my first time as an assaulter. The guys who go in and get the hostages. He paused again. After Waco, the FBI was really spooked and got ultra-conservative in those situations. I'm not saying that that was right or wrong, just that it was different. We wait around for the negotiators listening to all the lies on the phone. It seemed like it always took someone dying before they let us do what we do, and by then we were always playing catch-up. But those were the new rules, and we had to play by them. He shook his head. I knew something was up when the freeze broke off negotiations. I could feel it. I'd been a sniper for a lot of years, and watching things unfold all that time, you get a sixth sense for what's coming. You just do. He looked at Gwen. I've never told you about this. Do you want to hear it? Yes. Gwen said this so fast, she had no time to even think about it. Billy knows some of it when he came to see me in the hospital. I'm sorry I never was able to. I didn't expect you to. I was stunned to see Billy, actually. Webb seemed to take a few moments to compose his thoughts while he did so. Gwen stared out at the foothills of the Blue Ridge in the distance. Now that she thought about it, she really didn't want to hear this, but she couldn't tell him no. Webb said, we got to the gymnasium entrance clean. I looked through the window. Your son saw me. We made eye contact. This clearly surprised her. I didn't know that. Well, I never told anyone before, not even Billy. The time never seemed right. What did he look like? She said slowly. Her pulse was pounding in her ears as she waited for his answer. He looked scared, Gwen, but he also looked stubborn, defiant. Not an easy thing when you're 10 years old and facing a bunch of psychos with guns. I guess now I see where David got that spirit. Go on, she said in a small voice. I motioned to him to keep calm. I gave him the thumbs up because I wanted him to stay cool. If he got spooked and reacted or something, they probably would have shot him instantly. Did he? Webb nodded. He was smart. He knew what I was trying to do. He was right with me, Gwen. With all that stuff going down, he was as brave as anyone could be. Gwen could see that there were tears in his eyes. She tried to say something but found she couldn't speak. The terrible years of her life started to seem erased by his words. We were about to go in, quiet, no explosive. We'd seen through the window where each of the frees was positioned. We were just going to pop them all at once. We got our countdown and then it happened. What? What happened? A sound from inside. It was like a damn bird or whistle or alarm or something. It was loud, high-pitched, and it couldn't have come at a worse time. The frees were instantly on alert, and when we came through the door, they opened fire. I don't know why they shot David, but he was the first to go down. Gwen wasn't looking at Webb now. Her gaze seemed frozen on the hills. A whistle. I saw the shot hit him. Webb's voice was now very shaky. I saw his face, his eyes. Webb closed his and the tears dribbled out from under the lids. They were still looking at me. Gwen's eyes were filled with tears now too, yet she still wasn't looking at Webb. What did he look like then? He turned and stared at her. He looked betrayed, Webb said. He touched his damaged face, my face, and the 2 bullet holes I have in my body. None of it hurt me more than the look on your son's face. He said again, betrayed. Gwen was trembling so badly now that she had to support herself against the railing as the tears poured from her. Still, she couldn't look at him. A whistle maybe, that's why I disobeyed orders when I joined the attack on the freeze. He stared at her. It cost me my career, Gwen. I've been kicked out of the bureau for it. But he'd do it again. Maybe it was my way of atoning for things. See, your son deserved better than I could give him. I live with that every day, and am sorry that I let him and you down. I don't expect forgiveness, but I just wanted you to know," she said quietly. "We probably should get back." Gwen went down first and walked over to Comet instead of Baron. She lifted the horse's foreleg. Every nerve in Gwen's body was now on fire, her pulse still banging in her ears. She could barely stand, but she had to do this, despite all that had just been revealed. She had to do this. She had waited long enough. She closed her eyes and then reopened them. "Is there a problem?" asked Webb. She couldn't look at the man. It seemed like he was a bit off in front, but it looks all right. I'll have to keep an eye on it. She reached up and patted Comet's neck, and while Webb wasn't looking, she slipped the object she held in her hand under the saddle. "Okay, now this is your big test," she said. "We're going to gallop hard down that slope toward those trees. But then you have to rein in the horse quickly, because the path through the trees is too narrow to do much more than a walk, understand him." "Game," Webb patted Comet's neck. "I'm sure you are. Let's ride," she said with finality. They both swung into the saddle and started toward the trees. "You want to lead?" asked Webb as he settled into the saddle. "You go ahead. I want to watch Comet's leg." The horse bolted and Webb wasn't ready for it. Comet accelerated and headed at full gallop down the slope and straight for the thick trees. "Webb!" screamed Gwen, and she rode after him. But she was subtly reining Baron in and was falling behind. As she watched, Webb lost a stirrup and then almost fell off. The reins dropped from his hands, and he clutched the saddle horn in desperation even as the ground between him and trees was closing fast. He didn't know it, but every bounce in the saddle was driving the small tack Gwen had placed under the saddle further into the horse's body. Webb never looked back, but if he had, he would have seen a woman suddenly in terrible conflict. Gwen Canfield wanted so desperately to see horse and rider slam into those trees. She wanted to see Webb London die right in front of her, to be vanquished forever. She wanted to be released from the pain that had tormented her. For so long she just couldn't endure it anymore. She was beyond her limit. Something had to give. All she had to do was sit back. Instead, she whipped up Baron and thundered after Webb. 50 feet separated Webb from those trees, and Comet was living up to his name. At 40 feet, Gwen slipped a little to the side of her horse. At 30 feet, she started reaching out, poising her hand at just the right angle. They were 20 feet from the trees, and now Gwen had thrown her fate in with Webb's. For if she couldn't stop Comet, she and Baron would be hitting those trees too. At 10 feet, she managed to lean far enough over to grab the reins. And she pulled with a strength that came from all the agony bottled up inside her for all those years. For she almost single-handedly pulled down a 1,000-pound horse going at breakneck speed barely 5 feet from the tree line. Breathless, she looked over at Webb, who just sat there slumped over. He finally glanced at her but still said nothing, and yet Gwen felt like the load of the collective misery of the world had been lifted from her shoulders. She had long envisioned it as akin to barnacles against her soul, impossible to remove. And yet now it had disappeared like sand in a breeze, and she marveled that finally letting go of all the hate could actually feel this wonderful, yet the cruelty of life had not finished with her, because now Gwen's hate had been replaced with something even more corrosive. Guilt. 52. When Gwen dropped Webb off at the carriage house, she was strangely silent. He tried to thank her for saving his life, but she had cut him off and driven away. A very curious woman was Gwen Canfield. Maybe she blamed herself somehow for what had happened with Comet, yet at least Webb had accomplished his goal of finally telling the woman what he had been holding in all these years. He thought about going up and telling Billy, too, but maybe it would be better coming from Gwen if she bothered to tell her husband at all. He went inside and Romano was eating breakfast. "You look a little whipped," commented Romano. "Hard ride?" "So we are officially done here, aren't we? See, Angie's back, and she is one ticked-off lady. I'm going to need to head home sometime and face the music." "Yeah, I guess we're done here. Hey, Webb, I'll race you back to Quantico. Well, find out what your Mac is really made of. Look, Paulie, the last thing I need is a speeding." He froze and Romano looked at him curiously. "What?" "It's not the end of the world getting stopped for speeding. You flash your creds, and they let you go. Professional courtesy." Webb pulled out his cell phone and punched in the numbers. He asked for Percy Bates, but he wasn't in. "Where is he?" This is Webb London, Webb Newbaytest, Secretary June, and she recognized his voice. I know it's you, Webb. I'm so sorry, what happened? So Percy isn't around? The truth is he took a couple days off. The media relations people are going nuts. They wanted to bring you in to get some quotes, but Percy said no. Have you seen the TV or the papers? No. Well, someone would have thought we killed the Pope by mistake, for the fuss people are making over what happened. Well, a lot of people did die, June. People with guns shooting at other people take that risk, Webb, she said, steadfastly towing the bureau line. Anyway, Percy said he had to get away for a couple of days. I know he felt horrible about what happened with you. I know, June, but maybe there's a silver lining in there for me. I hope so, I really do now. Can I help you with anything? Clyde Macy. He worked as a foot soldier for one of the local drug crews. I saw some speeding tickets in his file. I just wanted to find out exactly where he had gotten them and when. He'll have to call somebody for that, but it should only take a few minutes. Webb gave her his number to call back. As promised, she did shortly. She gave him the information and Webb thanked her and clicked off. He looked over at Romano with a dumbfounded expression. What? Asked Romano, as he swallowed the last bite of his pastrami on rye breakfast. Clyde Macy got 3 speeding tickets over a 6-month period. Almost lost his license. Big whoop. So he drives too fast. Guess where he got all 3? Where? All within 1 mile of the Southern Bell farm, and one of them less than 100 yards from the entrance. The entrance was actually noted as a landmark on the Fauquier County police officer's report. That's why I picked up on it. Okay, so I guess I'm not going home to Angie today. Sure you are. But tonight we're hitting the Southern Bell. They packed their gear and got in their cars. You tell them we're heading out? He motioned toward the mansion. They know. Webb glanced back at the stone house and said quietly, Good luck, Gwen, as they were driving out. They saw Nemo heading toward them in his truck. He slowed and stopped. He looked. Webb noted, very surprised to see him. Hey, you boys want to have a beer? Nemo asked. The vet's top was down and Romano was seated up on the top of the seat back. Give me a rain check on that. Straight pointed at him and grinned. You got it, Delta. Thanks for your help, Nemo said Webb. I guess you guys are closing up shop, looks that way, but keep an eye out on the Canfields. Old Ernie is still at large, that I will. As Webb and Romano drove off, Nemo looked thoughtfully after them, and then stared up ahead at the mansion. Apparently, the Hellcat had lost her nerve. Angie Romano was not in a good mood. Shed had her sons by herself all this time, and the trip to Bayou Country apparently had not been all that pleasant. Webb tried to give her a friendly hug when he came to pick up Romano, but stopped when she glared at him like she might break his arms if he tried. And so the toughest member of Hotel Team and the sole survivor of Charlie Team fled the Romano household late at night and climbed in the mock for what might well be their final gig together. Webb had not told Romano about him resigning from the bureau, but the word had gotten around and Romano had found out when he got back home. He had been really upset at Webb for not telling him, but now he was more upset at the bureau. You give 'em everything you got, and this is how they thank you. Man, it almost makes me want to go and work for a cartel in Colombia. At least you know where you stand with those guys. Forget it, Paulie. Hell, if things work out right, I'll start my own protection company and you can come and work for me. Yeah, and wearing a bra under my Kevlar. The men were prepared to go to war with their 45s and MP5s and body armor and even their 308 sniper rifles because they weren't exactly sure what they would find at the Southern Bell. They couldn't call the bureau in because they had nothing to tell them except some speeding tickets and a few conspiracy theories. But the bright side to Webb's not being officially with the bureau anymore was that sometimes an honest citizen could get into places and do things a cop never could. Webb had had second thoughts about taking Romano, but when he voiced those concerns with Romano, the man had told him that if he didn't go, neither would Webb, because Romano said he'd shoot Webb in a place no man would want to be shot. And Webb chose not to test Romano's resolve. Webb parked the mock on a dirt road that ran along the property line between East Winds and the Southern Bell. As they were making their way through the dense forest, Romano was complaining. These damn NV goggles are already giving me a headache. I hate the sons of bitches. They weigh a ton, and you can't even shoot anyone when you're wearing them, so what the hell good is that? Then take the damn things off, Paulie, or stop complaining before you give me a headache. However, Webb slid his off too and rubbed his neck. As far as sounds came at them from all directions, Romano said, "No snipers to cover our butt," him feeling kind of nervous and lonely. Webb the man was just kidding. Webb knew. There was nothing on this earth that really scared Paul Romano. At least that Webb knew of. Well, except for Angie, you'll get over it. Hey Webb, you still haven't told me what you expect to find tonight. Whatever it is, it'll be more than we know right now, without Bureau resources behind him. Webb had not been able to send the FBI's fact-digging machine into gear to discover what it could about Harvey and Giles' ransom. He could have called Ann Lyle, but he just didn't want to talk to the woman right now. With him out of HRT, it would have been too hard because she would no doubt break down, and then so would he. The two men made their way forward through the trees until they could make out the buildings they had seen from the watchtower. Webb signaled for Romano to hold up while Webb crept forward. Webb smiled when he reached the edge of the tree line. There was a lot of activity at the old Southern Belle tonight. A large truck was parked at one of the warehouse-style buildings, its ramp down. Men were carrying equipment out of the truck, and Webb's gaze went over each of them looking for weaponry, yet he saw none. A large crate on a forklift was being driven to the warehouse. When the door slid open, Webb tried to make out what was going on inside, but he couldn't. All he could see were blinding lights before the door closed. Off to one side, Webb did see a horse trailer with a man working around it. From his angle, Webb couldn't see if there was actually a horse in it or not. He spoke into his walkie-talkie and called Romano up to his position. Romano joined him a minute later and squatted next to him. He surveyed what Webb had been looking at and whispered to him. "So, what's your take? Could be anything from drugs to a chop shop. I don't know." At that moment, the door to the building opened and the forklift came back out. And that's when they heard the woman scream. It rose higher and higher. Webb and Romano looked at each other. Or maybe a slavery ring, hissed Romano. They put their MP5s on automatic fire and slid out from the woods. Each held the butt of his weapon against his right pec, the muzzle gripped with the index and forefinger. They made it to the side of the warehouse without being seen. Webb spotted a side door and pointed it out to Romano, who nodded. Webb made more hand signals, telling Romano with his fingers in the special language of the assaulter what he was planning. In a way, it was like the communication between a baseball pitcher and his catcher. However, the big difference was they would be facing something a lot more ominous than a Louisville slugger. Webb tried the door. Surprisingly, it was unlocked. He opened it a notch farther. Then they heard the woman scream again in a garbled manner, like someone was driving something right down her throat. Webb and Romano burst in, guns ready, took in the scene in seconds from the corner of his eye. Webb could see Giles Ransom sitting in a chair. Webb bellowed out, "FBI on the floor, fingers interlocked behind your head." "Do it, or you're fucking dead." Romano would be proud, thought Webb. There were more screams from all corners as people hit the floor. Webb caught a glimpse of somebody flying by to his left, and he pointed his gun that way. Romano was charging straight ahead and then stopped. Harvey Ransom was standing in the middle of what looked like a bedroom, a bunch of papers in one hand. On the bed were three beautiful, surgically enhanced, and totally naked women and one young man, fully aroused. "What in the hell is going on here?" yelled Harvey. When he saw that it was Webb, he paled. Webb and Romano were looking around now, and they both noted the film cameras, banks of lights, generators, grips, gaffers, cameramen, props, and the mock bedroom suite, which was one of 4 different sets, the others resembling an office, the inside of a limo, and Webb noted with surprise a church. "That's what this was!" The Southern Belle was the cover for a porno studio. The screams had been ones of false ecstasy. Webb lowered his weapon as Harvey advanced toward him, script in hand. "What the hell is going on?" Webb. Webb shook his head clear and stared fiercely at the man. "You tell me. This is a perfectly legit business. You can look it up. We have all the permits and approvals." He motioned toward the naked people in the large bed. "And all of these people are professional actors of legal age. You can check them out." Romano went over to the bed, where Webb joined him. The young women looked at the two men with defiant expressions, while the man tried to hide under the sheet, his most prominent feature now long since deflated. The women didn't make a move to cover themselves up in the presence of strange men with guns. "All you people here voluntarily?" asked Romano. "You bet," Sugar said, one whose bosom was so large it almost covered her stomach. "Hey, you want a part in the movie? I'd like to show you how voluntarily I can be." When Romano blushed, the women all started laughing. "You got a gun that big in your pants," said another woman. "Webb?" Romano asked helplessly. "What do you want to do here?" Giles joined his brother. "This is First Amendment territory, Webb. You don't want to go there. We'll have you and the Bureau in court for years and we'll win. Well, if it's so legit, why the farm cover? We have to think of the neighbors. If they knew what we were really doing, they could make trouble for us. They're wealthy, and they know powerful people in public office who could make our lives miserable." "All we want," said Harvey, "is to be left alone to create our art." "Art," said Webb. He waved his hand at the naked bodies. "Is that what you call screwing on a 2-bit set with inflated Barbie dolls? Art." One of the women stood up in all her naked and pumped-up glory. She barely looked 20. "Who the hell do you think you are?" "No offense, lady, but I'm just calling it like I see it." "You don't know what the hell you're talking about." "Yeah, you're right, and I bet your mommy's real proud of you too, isn't she?" said Webb. Harvey put a hand on Webb's shoulder. "Listen, Webb, we're legit. We pay our taxes. We do things by the book. Check it out. We're not going anywhere. My brother and I have been doing this for 30 years out in California. So why'd you move here?" "We got tired of the LA scene," answered Giles, "and this is such pretty country." Romano looked at the naked actors. "Well, I doubt they ever see it. We don't want trouble, Webb," said Harvey. "Like I said, we'll win in court, but we don't want it to go to court. We're not hurting anybody here. And lots of people, whether they admit it or not, use our product and not just flakes on the fringes, but moms and dads smack in the middle of mainstream USA. You know what they say. Sex is good for the soul, and watching professional sex can be even better. It's fantasy, man. All fantasy," added Giles. "We just give people what they want." Okay, I get your point." No wonder the two brothers had been all over Gwen Canfield. They probably wanted to hire her for their next production. "Listen, is there anything we can do for you?" "You know, to say thank you for keeping this on the QT?" asked Harvey anxiously. "Just so we understand each other, Harv. I will check you out, and if you're lying to me or any of these actors are underage, I'll be back. And if you're thinking of sneaking out in the meantime, don't try because, well, have people posted." "All right, I guess that's fair. Oh, and there's something you can do for me. Just name it. Stop flying your aircraft over east winds." "It's bothering some friends of mine." Harvey put out his hand. "You have my word." Webb didn't shake his hand. Instead, he looked at the young women. "And you ladies have my sympathy." Romano and Webb made their way out, laughter following in their wake. "Gee," said Romano, "I'd call that mission a sterling success. Shut up, Paulie." As they were heading back to the woods, Webb saw the same man standing by the horse trailer that he had observed earlier. Webb walked over. The fellow was dressed like a farmhand. He looked alarmed when he saw their guns until Romano flashed his badge. "Look, I don't want any trouble," said the man, who looked to be about 50. "Serves me right, though, for hiring on to this outfit. I guess you help provide the legitimate cover." The man looked toward the warehouse, or as Webb now knew, film soundstage. "Lots of things need covering up around here. If my poor wife were still with us, she'd skin me alive, but they're paying twice the going rate. That should have told you something," said Webb. I know, but I guess everybody gets greedy, and I've been doing this work a long time. Too long, I suppose." Webb looked over at the trailer. There was a horse in it. Webb could see the top of its head. "You going somewhere?" "Yep. Got a long ride." "Taking that horse up for sale? Got to put on a pretense that we know what we're doing here? And that yearling is actually pretty nice." Webb went over to the trailer. "Really? He looks kind of small to me." The man looked at Webb like he was crazy. "Small? Has 15 hands. That ain't small for a yearling." Webb looked inside the trailer. The top of it was a good 18 inches above the horse's head. He looked at the man. Is this a special trailer? Special? What do you mean size-wise? Is it particularly big? Nope. It's your standard 7-foot townsman bumper pull. This is a standard townsman. And that yearling is 15 hands high, you're sure. As sure as I'm standing here, Webb shone his light around the interior. If this is a standard trailer, how come you don't have your tack boxes down there? He looked at the man suspiciously and shone his light at the sides of the trailer's interior. The man looked at where the light was shining. Well, the first point, son, is you don't never put anything like that where a horse can nick its leg on him. A nicked leg can blow a sail. You can pad them Webb shot back. And the second point is, he pointed up to the front of the trailer where Webb could see a large compartment filled with tack, medicine bottles, ropes, blankets, and the like. And the second point is, you got all that tack room right there. So why do you need to put something special in that might just tear up your horse's legs? The man looked at Webb like he really was insane. Webb wasn't paying attention because something was starting to seep into his brain that, if true, would put a whole new face on everything that had been happening. He fumbled in his pocket and pulled out some photos he had kept in an envelope. Photos Bates had given him. Webb picked one out and held it in front of Romano as he shone his light on it. "The guy who you gave the kid to that night," he said. "Is this him? Think of him with a blonde crew cut, not bald. I know it's hard because he was wearing shades, but try." Romano studied the photo and then gaped at Webb. "I think that's him." Webb immediately took off running for the tree line, Romano right behind him. "What the hell's got into you, Webb?" Webb didn't answer. He just kept running. 53, the door to the underground room opened and Nemo Straight walked in. Clare and Kevin were each cuffed to a large iron bolt in the wall, and their arms and legs were also bound with thick rope. Straight had ordered them gagged, but not blindfolded. "You've already seen way too much, Doc," he had explained to Clare, but it won't matter none. His chilling meaning had been absolutely clear. His men poured in behind Straight and came at her and Kevin with blankets and more ropes. Help us, Clare tried to scream out, but her words were barely audible because of the gag. She struggled vainly against the men. Kevin just stared silently at his captors, as though his expectation of death had finally been realized. "Let's move it," said Nemo Straight. "We don't have all night, and we got a lot to do." As they carried Kevin out, Straight affectionately patted the boy on the head. Webb looked in each of the back windows of Nemo Straight's house. The man's truck wasn't parked out front, but Webb was taking no chances. Romano was checking the sides and the front. They hooked up, and Romano shook his head. "Nothing. Place is empty. Not for long," said Webb. It took all of 20 seconds to pick the back door lock, and they were inside. They methodically searched the place until they came to the man's bedroom. "What exactly are we looking for?" "Webb." Webb was in the bedroom closet and didn't answer right away. He finally backed out with an old shoebox. "This might be a start." He sat on a chair next to the bed and started going through the old photos. He held one up. "Here we go. Remember Straight said he was a guard at a juvenile detention center when he got back from Nam. So guess who was an inmate at that same juvie center for putting a meat cleaver in his grandma's head? I saw the file when I met with Bates at WFO. Who are you talking about? Clyde Macy. He's the guy in the photo I showed you, the guy who impersonated an FBI agent. Damn, I wish it'd shown you his photo before. Now, betting if we looked at the dates, it'll show Macy and Straight were there at the same time, but Macy was with the Freeze after that, and maybe Straight finds him and convinces him to come and work for him. But you said Macy was muscle for Westbrook? What Macy is a cop wannabe. Thinking he was undercover and was infiltrating Westbrook's organization as part of Straight's drug ring. Straight's drug ring, OxyContin. Horse trailers, the perfect way to move the stuff. The trailer at the Southern Belle was how a townsman is really set up. Straight had the one at East Winds put in with a false bottom that raised the floor so much a 15 hands high yearling's head almost touched the roof, and he had storage boxes put in to carry even more drugs. And the speeding tickets? Macy wasn't going to the Southern Belle. He was coming here, and I bet he was the one who found out Tuna was snitching for Cove. He used that information to set up Cove and us and then told Westbrook who eliminated Tuna. You think maybe Macy was the one who fired the shots at the free compound and started the slaughter? and planted the drugs there and all the other evidence for us to conveniently find. And he probably stole Silas' truck. In betting, he was also the one who shot Chris Miller outside of Cove's house. And Straight is ex-Army. And maybe that's how he got hold of those machine guns. And he probably knows something about making bombs, but that means they were both tied in somehow to the hit on HRT. Why? All this time Webb had been going through the photos until he stopped and pulled another one out. Son of a bitch. What? Webb turned the photo around. It was a picture of Straight in uniform in Vietnam. Next to him was a man that Romano didn't recognize, but Webb certainly did. Even though the guy was much younger in the photo, he really hadn't changed all that much. Ed O'Bannon. He was the Army shrink who helped Straight after he escaped from the Viet Cong. Jesus, and that means that they may have Clare and even Kevin around here somewhere. The farm would be a perfect place to hide them. But I still don't get it, Webb. Why would Straight and O'Bannon and Macy want to take out Charlie Team? It makes no sense. Webb thought hard, but that answer wasn't coming to him. At least it didn't until he glanced down and saw it. He put the shoebox aside and slowly reached down and plucked the object up from where it had fallen partially under the bed. He held the anklet up and shone his light on it. Yet Webb already knew to whom it belonged. He ripped the bedspread off and examined the pillows with his flashlight. It only took him a few moments to find the long blonde hairs. He looked at Romano in disbelief. Gwen. The trailer was backed up to the pool equipment room. The horse ramp was down, and one of Straight's men had slid out the long piece of metal revealing the false bottom space that was easily big enough for a large shipment of pills or the bodies of a woman and a little boy. Straight was overseeing the transfer of Clare and Kevin to this compartment. They were struggling mightily and making too much noise open the pool. He ordered, "Be easier if we drown 'em first, and cleaner than shooting them here." The cover over the pool cranked back, and then the men partially slipped the ropes and blankets off Clare and Kevin and started dragging them over to the water. That's when the voice called out, "What the hell are you doing?" Straight and his men whirled around. Gwen was standing there holding a pistol. "Hey, Gwen, what are you doing up?" asked Straight innocently. She looked at Clare and Kevin. "Who are they? Nemo?" "Just a couple of issues I got to deal with, and then we can all ride off into the sunset. You're going to kill them?" "No, Im. Going to let them testify and put me on death row." Several of Straight's men laughed at this. Straight drew closer to Gwen, never taking his eyes off her. "Let me ask you a question, Gwen. You said you were going to take care of London, but I saw him ride off today and the man was breathing just fine. I changed my mind." "Oh, that's good. You changed your mind." "You mean you got cold feet?" "I figured." "When you get right down to it, Gwen, you ain't got the stuff to do this, the killing. That's why you need men like me to do it for you. I want you to leave now, you and all your people. Well, I'm planning to do that. No, I mean without your issues." Straight smiled and drew still closer to the woman. "Now, sweetie, you know I can't do that. I'll let you have a head start of 12 hours before I release them. And then what?" "That's a lot of explaining to do. And you'll take the heat for it? I'm not going to let you kill them, Nemo. Enough people have died already. And it's my fault you were right. I should have let go of the hate a long time ago. But whenever I tried, all I could see was my son dead. See, the problem is, if I leave them here and they talk, the cops will never stop looking for me. But if I kill them, then when I exit stage left, nobody gives a crap. And that's a big difference. Because once I settle down in a place, I like to stay there, and am not spending my retirement running from the FBI." He glanced toward one of his men. He was circling around behind Gwen. Gwen gripped her pistol and aimed it at Straight's head. "I'm telling you for the last time, leave." "And what about your cut of the drug money? That was all you're doing. And I don't want it. I'll take the heat for everything. Just go. Damn, woman, what got into you? You see God or something? Get the hell off my land, Straight, now." "Look out, Gwen," screamed Webb. The voice caught all of them off guard, but the man circling behind Gwen still fired his gun, which missed because she had ducked down at Webb's warning. The shot hit behind her. Webb's sniper rifle barked and the man fell dead into the pool. the chlorinated water instantly turning red. Nemo and his men took cover behind the horse trailer and opened fire, while Gwen disappeared into the bushes. After they had left Straight's place, Webb and Romano had gone to the equestrian center because Webb wanted to check something. Sure enough, he found the small wound on Comet's back. Gwen had plotted to kill him and then had a change of heart because of their talk. If so, Webb wished he had had it years ago with the woman. He didn't have proof of it all, but it seemed clear to him that Gwen had enlisted Nemo and his men to exact her revenge for her son's death. Whether it was Billy Canfield's neglect that had driven her to Straight's bed, he didn't know. They were headed to the mansion next when they had heard the noise at the pool area and come running in time to hear the exchange between Gwen and Straight, in time to hear Gwen admit that the people killed had been her fault, her revenge. Now they were in a full-fledged firefight with no way to call in reinforcements, and the big problem was that Clare and Kevin were caught in the middle. It seemed that Straight realized this because he called out, "Hey, Webb, why don't you come on out now? 'Cause if you don't, I'm gonna put a bullet into the woman and the kid." Webb and Romano looked at each other. Straight didn't know Romano was there. Romano turned and headed to the left. Webb headed right and then stopped. "Come on, Nemo, you've got no chance, and the cavalry's on the way." "That's right. I'm a desperate man with not a damn thing to lose." He fired a shot very close to Claire's head where she and Kevin lay on the pool deck. "Look," Nemo said. "Webb, 2 more killings aren't going to help you any." Straight laughed. "Hell, Webb, they ain't gonna hurt me none either." "Okay, Nemo, tell me the one thing I haven't been able to figure out," Webb called out. "Why the kid switch in the alley? What? You want me to incriminate myself?" Straight yelled back and laughed again. "Look around, Nemo, I got all the evidence I need." "So, if I do like you say, you'll put in a good word for me with the judge, right?" Straight laughed again. "Couldn't hurt. Well, Webb, in my line of work you tend to congregate with some interesting folks, and one particular fellow had some right definite demands, and Hez the sort of fellow you got to accommodate. This is definitely a fellow you got to keep happy. You know what I'm saying? Clyde Macy. Now I ain't naming no names. Webb, I ain't no squealer. Let me help you then. Macy is a wannabe cop. Hez just itching to prove his better. He was dying to dress like an FBI agent, waltz in, and take the kid right out of our hands, just to show himself that he could pull it off. Damn, Webb, you'd make a good detective, but maybe you weren't as confident. You needed Kevin, and you couldn't risk Macy not pulling it off and getting Kevin back. You had to use Kevin in the first place in that alley to throw suspicion on Big F, and you needed Kevin later as leverage over him. So you substituted the other kid for Kevin. That way, Macy gets to have his fun at the Bureau's expense, and if he fails, you still have Kevin, am I right? Hell, I guess. Well, never know. So where's the other kid? Like I said, I guess, well, never know. Webb's walkie-talkie crackled. Romano was in position. Okay, one more chance. Nemo, you got 5 seconds to surrender. Webb didn't bother counting to 5. He slipped his MP5 to full auto and opened fire, strafing the horse trailer behind which Nemo and his men had taken cover. Straight and his men dropped flat to the ground at the same time Romano came up behind them. One of the men saw him and turned to fire and took 2 MP5 rounds between his eyes for his trouble. Guns on the ground, now ordered Romano. Webb saw it, but Romano didn't because his back was to it. A small bit of condensation that was rising into the air off in the woods. Condensation caused by the cold coming up from a gun barrel. It was a classic mistake by someone who knew something about fieldcraft and sniping, but not the small critical details that really made the difference. As a sniper, Webb would use his breath to heat his barrel and eliminate the condensation. 6 o'clock, Romano, he screamed. But it was too late. The shot hit Romano at the base of his spine, and the impact from the high-speed round knocked him down. "Paulie," yelled Webb. Another man rolled out and took aim at the fallen HRT, but Webb dropped him with his .308. He wedged the MP5 against his pec with one hand and pulled out one of his .45s with the other. Romano. He breathed a sigh of relief as Romano started to rise. While it had penetrated his armor, the slug could not get through Link. The third .45 he kept back there in a special holster. Another shot hit near Webb and he dropped to the ground even as Romano threw himself into the bushes. Straight took this opportunity to race out and grab Clare and half carry, half drag her to the truck hooked to the trailer. Webb looked up and saw what Straight was trying to do. Webb shot out the truck tires, cursing loudly. Straight dragged Clare off into the darkness. Webb snagged his walkie-talkie. Paulie, you okay?" Several anxious seconds went by and then Romano answered. His voice was a little shaky, but he was the same old Romano. "Whoever shot me doesn't know jack shit about bullet drop over distance. Fired too low. Lucky for you. I didn't see the barrel condensation until it was too late. I'm betting it's Macy out there somewhere. Straight's got Clare, I'm going after them. Kevin Westbrook is still by the pool. I got things covered here, Webb. You sure, hell? It's only 4 against 1. Go." Webb turned and raced after Clare and Straight. Romano had lost his MP5 and his sniper rifle was not going to be very efficient at such close quarters. He pulled out his .45s and, taking a page from Webb's book, actually rubbed one of them for luck. Despite his bravado, 4 against 1 were not good odds. He could get 3 of them and still be undone by number 4, and there was still the shooter who had nailed him to worry about. He squatted low and edged along the bushes that surrounded the pool area. Shots were fired, but he didn't fire back because they were way off and muzzle flashes told him where his adversaries were. He kept moving and watching. Each time a shot was fired, he duly noted it. These guys were amateurs, but even amateurs got lucky, especially with superior numbers. He crouched low and saw the kid by the pool. He wasn't moving and Romano was thinking that maybe one of the shots had found its mark, but then the kid raised his head slightly. Romano slipped on his NV goggles, and now he could see what the boy's problem was. His legs were still tightly bound. Romano kept moving, putting distance between himself and the enemy. He wanted to get some range so that he could use his rifle. He had his night scope on and all he would need was a sliver of head to work with. Reduce the enemy to 3 or maybe even 1, and then he would move in with his pistols. One-on-one, Romano would win every time. His plan was textbook. Read their muzzle signatures, keep moving, outflank them. Then move in, pop 1 or 2. The others would lose their nerve and give themselves away. Maybe start running, and he would use his sniper rifle. Wait for them to enter the kill zone. And then it would all be over. A voice called out, "Hey, Romano, come on out now." And without the gun, Romano said nothing. He was spending his time getting a fix on the exact location of that voice so he could silence it. He thought it was the farmhand he had dropped on his first day at the farm, but he wasn't sure. "Romano, I hope you're listening to me, because you got 5 seconds to come out or I'm going to put a bullet into the kid's head." Romano muttered under his breath as he drew closer to the source of the voice. He had no desire to let the boy die, but if he came out of cover, the reality was that both he and Kevin Westbrook would die. Romano never played that game, and his only course of action was to try and kill them all before they got to the boy, which was going to be pretty much impossible. "I'm sorry, kid," he muttered under his breath as he moved forward and took up his firing position. The man who had spoken was indeed the fellow Romano had knocked down at the equestrian center. He was crawling forward on his belly, holding his pistol. He stopped, silently counted to 5, and called out once more, "Last chance, HRT." He waited a moment, shrugged, stood, and took direct aim at Kevin Westbrook's head from the cover of the bushes. The man was not a great shot, but this execution would not require a high level of skill. All of the air left the man's body as the enormous man burst from cover and hit him so hard he landed about 7 feet away and on the pool deck. The big man raced to the boy and swooped him up in one massive arm. Then Francis Westbrook turned and ran off into the night with his son, even as he fired his pistol back over his shoulder. Another man jumped out from cover and took aim at Westbrook's broad back. He was about to fire when Romano came out from cover and shot him down. He didn't know that the large man was Francis Westbrook, but Romano wasn't going to sit back and let anyone take it in the back. The only problem was that he revealed his position and he took a round in the leg for being such a nice guy. Romano tried to drag himself off, but soon found an array of guns pointed at him. He was hauled down to the pool deck and 3 men stood over him. "Well, shit, HRTs ain't so hot after all," said one. That one started getting Romano worked up. "Just shoot his ass," said another. Romano's face turned red and his hands turned to fists. "I say we stick his head in the water and drown the mother, nice and slow." Romano looked up and saw that this came from the gent whom Westbrook had drop-kicked onto the pool deck. The same guy Romano had floored his first day at East Winds. His big gut was still sucking in huge amounts of air, and there was blood around his nose where he had skidded across the stone. "What do you say to that, Romano?" the man asked, even as he prodded Romano in the side with his boot. "Sounds good to me," Romano said. He exploded forward and laid his shoulder into the man's quivering gut, and they both went into the water. Romano took a huge breath and then dragged the man under. The two men on the pool deck did what Romano thought they would. They fired into the water, but Romano and the other man were too deep for the bullets to do any damage. One of the guys had a seemingly brilliant idea. He raced over and hit the button to close the pool cover. As it settled over Romano and the man he was still struggling with, Romano, far from being concerned, knew that now he had the means to actually survive this. He slipped out his knife and cut the man's throat. Blood filled the water. Romano then grabbed the body around the legs and pushed it up until he could feel the man's head slam against the cover, as though he were bursting to the surface for air. Then he heard what he expected to hear, the guns firing into the head. He lowered the body, moved his position, and then lifted the body up again. Again the guns fired, sending little jets of propelled water by him on either side. Now, they no doubt thought both of them were dead. At least Romano hoped they did. In fact, he was counting on it to survive. He lowered the body again and then let go of it. It slowly sank to the bottom of the pool to join the one already there. The man Webb had shot earlier. Now Romano had to undertake the riskiest part of this plan. He let out most of his remaining air, floated to the top and hooked his arm into the filter opening as though he had been caught there after getting his head blown off. As the cover opened, he was really hoping these guys did not understand the physics of freshly killed bodies in water, namely that they sank rather than floated on the surface. If they opened fire on him now, he was dead, but they didn't. The cover dragged his body some, and Romano didn't move a muscle. It wasn't time yet. When the hands reached down and pulled him out, he still didn't move. They laid him on the pool deck face down. He could sense them on either side, and then he heard it. They all did, sirens. Somebody had called the cops, one of the men said. "Let's get the hell out of here." That was the last thing he would ever say. Romano erupted to his feet and hit both men dead center of their chests with backward thrusts of the two knives he had hidden in both of his hands. The blades went in up to their hilts, piercing each of their hearts. They stared at him even as they dropped into the water. Romano stood up straight, surveyed the battlefield, ripped off his shirt and used a small tree branch to put a tourniquet on his leg, fished Link, the pistol that had blocked the bullet from hitting his back, out of the water, and held up the ruined gun. "Well, hell," he said, 54. Webb was trailing straight and Clare as best as he could. He was alternating with his NV goggles and his own eyes, but it was very dark here and even NVs needed some ambient light to work properly. He was relying more on his hearing than his eyes, actually, but he couldn't fire at anything based on that, because he could as easily hit Clare as straight. He approached the monkey house, slowed his pace, and finally stopped. The ruined building looked ominous during the day. Now it was completely unnerving. The problem was, if Straight was inside and Webb moved past without clearing the building first, Straight could rear flank him. Webb kept a tight grip on his MP5 and quietly moved forward. He entered the place from the south end and stepped over the debris that littered the former animal prison. Shafts of moonlight came through the holes in the roof as the clouds overhead moved past. The light eerily washed over the wrecked cages, and the sight was a test even for Webb's hardened nerves. Moving through the space without making a sound was impossible, and Webb's gaze kept darting in all directions in hope that he would see something that would give him the instant he needed to save his and Claire's lives and end Straight's in the bargain. There was the issue of Macy being out there too, and that was troublesome because the man did have some tactical skill. Webb immediately sank to the floor as he heard a creak to his left. He slipped on his NV goggles and scanned the space grid by grid. He looked overhead, too, because there was a catwalk up there. That's when the garbled scream rang out. He rolled and the shot hit right where he had been lying. He came up, his gun ready to fire. That had sounded like Clare's voice warning him. He heard shuffling at the far end of the building and then feet running away. He was about to race after them when he saw the same thing he had seen before: gun barrel condensation. He dropped just before the gun fired, and the bullet hit one of the cages and ricocheted harmlessly into a wall. Well, that was good to know Macy, if that's who it really was, wasn't smart enough to realize his earlier error. Webb did a sweep of the space in the direction where the shot had come from with his MP5 blowing junk in the air and rattling empty cages. When he stopped and put in a fresh clip, he heard another pair of feet running away. He slipped out and took up the chase again, grateful to be leaving the monkey house behind. He felt like he was closing in when Webb sensed something to his left and hit the ground again. The shot smacked into a tree directly behind where he'd been standing. Rifle shot, not pistol, he judged. It was Macy again, then not straight. He had probably dropped back again and was covering for his boss. The wannabe against the real thing. Webb said softly, "Well, bring it on." As a sniper, Webb would remain totally motionless when he was on duty. The rule was that in a standoff, the first man to move and give himself away died. Thus, he could lie completely still while waiting to kill someone. He was able to slow down his pulse and even regulate the efficiency of his bladder so that he could go long intervals without having to urinate. He was like an anaconda lying in wait in the grass for a jaguar. When it came, the snake exploded and no more jaguar. As he lay there, Webb wondered how Macy was able to track him as effectively as he had. That made Webb start thinking about the equipment the guy might be carrying. Bates had given him an additional piece of information about the attack on the freeze compound. 2 308 slugs had been dug out of the walls. If Macy was carrying the same ordnance that HRT used, maybe he was carrying other equipment similar to what Webb was using. Webb recalled the photo of Macy in his paramilitary regalia. All those elements definitely fit the profile of a wannabe. Webb slithered forward on his belly, making only minimal noise. He wanted to test something, and giving away his position seemed to be the best way to do it. A shot hit close to him. Okay, that confirmed that, thought Webb. The guy had night optics, too. He slipped on his NV goggles and did a sweep of the area. That's when he saw it, only for an instant. But it was enough. It was just enough. Clyde Macy was feeling good about his strategy. He knew that HRT members were very skilled, but he had always suspected they were also overrated. He had, after all, breached their perimeter at the freeze compound, and he had shot one of them down at the pool area. He hadn't stuck around long enough to see Romano get back up. When Straight had grabbed Clare and run Macy, Ever, the loyal lieutenant, had left to cover his boss back. Straight had been good to him, taking him under his wing at the detention center, and when Macy had gotten out and strayed into the world of the freeze, Straight had tracked him down and made him see the light. The freeze were amateurs. The debacle in Richmond showed him that, and Straight had pointed out, they don't pay you a dime, yet they expect you to help support them. And for what? Straight had pointedly asked him, for the privilege of associating with stupid people. He had taken the sound advice and had worked with Straight for several years. The current gig had been the most lucrative. They had made a fortune with the drug running, and Macy had even gotten to set up the Free Society in the bargain. That and gunning down old Twanet was all worth it. Now that the plan was disappearing as quickly as the sirens were heading their way. Macy had one more goal left to kill London. That would prove his ultimate superiority. In a way, Macy had been training his entire adult life for this very moment. He slipped on his NV goggles, fired them up, and scanned the area where he had last seen London. The man was obviously losing it moving around like that. He was overconfident and had suddenly found himself matched against a foe who was actually better than he was. And now it was time to finish it. Just as he thought this, he locked onto the green beacon blaring at him. For a second, Macy was stunned, for he didn't know what it was. And then he realized it must be a reflection from London's night optics. He aimed, exhaled all his breath. Muscle on muscle, his finger slid to the trigger. He became absolutely motionless, and then he fired. The shot hit the beacon dead center and the light went out. It was only then that Macy realized his own night optics, turned on full power as they were probably giving off the same beacon. But one had to be looking through his own night optics to see the light, and he had just finished off London. He was just a split second quicker, and because of that he was alive and London wasn't. That's what it often came down to. Before Macy could draw another breath, the bullet hit him squarely in the forehead. For a millisecond his mind didn't react to the fact that half of his head was now missing. Then the gun fell from his hands, and Clyde Macy slumped to the dirt. Webb rose from behind a small berm about 3 ticks on the clock away from where he had propped up his goggles on a stump and turned them on full power. He hadn't had to rely on the green beacon coming from Macy's night optics. As soon as Macy fired at what he thought was Webb's head, his muzzle flash had revealed his position. A second later it was over. Final score, professional, 1, wannabe dead. He didn't have time to reflect further on his victory because the crash of feet rushing through the underbrush made Webb hit the ground and aim his .308. When the pair cleared the tree line and stepped into his kill zone, Webb hesitated and then rose on his knees, his rifle pointed directly at the man's enormous chest. "Put down the gun, Francis." Westbrook jerked and looked around in the darkness. Through his rifle scope, Webb could clearly see the giant push Kevin behind him, shielding the boy from this new threat. It's Webb London. "Francis, put the weapon down now." "Stay behind me, Kev," said Westbrook as he edged away from the sound of Webb's voice. "Last time, Francis, gun down and then or you'll be going down another way. I getting Kevin out of here, little man. That all I want to do. No problems, no problems." Webb aimed his shot at a tree branch 10 feet above Westbrook's head. The limb was cleanly cut in 2 and fell behind them. That was the first warning shot Webb had ever fired in his career, and he wondered why he had even bothered. Kevin yelled out, but Westbrook said nothing. He just kept backing up. Then he did something that surprised even Webb. He dropped his gun, knelt down, and pulled Kevin up on his back. At first Webb thought he was going to use Kevin as a shield, but Westbrook kept his body between Webb and the boy, and he kept retreating. "No problems, HRT. Just heading on out. Got things to do." Webb put another shot in the dirt to the left of him. A second warning, shit. What the hell was wrong with him? "Take the guy, Hez, a criminal, a murderer." "No problems," said Westbrook again. "Just heading out, me and the kid." Webb aimed the next shot at the man's head. Then he realized that with the ammo he was chambering, he couldn't shoot Westbrook, because the bullet might pass through even the big man's thick body and hit Kevin. He could aim for the legs and drop the giant. He contemplated this and was aiming for the best possible location when he heard Kevin Webb. "Please, don't shoot my brother. Please. He's just helping me." Through his scope, Webb could see the boy's face next to his father's. He was holding on to the thick neck with both hands, his face filled with fear, tears running down his cheeks. Francis Westbrook looked calm, as though he were ready to face his death. Webb recalled all the scars on the man's belly. He had obviously faced down death many times. He was 120 in whitey years. Webb's finger slid to the trigger. If Webb shot him in the leg, at least Kevin would be able to visit him in prison. It was the right thing to do. He was a cop. The man was a criminal. That's how things worked. No exceptions, no involved internal deliberations, just shoot. And yet Webb allowed the pair to slide off into the woods and disappear. Webb's finger moved away from the trigger. He screamed out, "Take him back to his home, Francis. And then you better run like hell, because it'll be coming for you, you son of a bitch." 55. Straight had heard the sirens too, and he couldn't believe how quickly everything had gone to hell. Story of his life. He put his gun against Clare's head and pulled out her gag. He had already untied her, so he wouldn't have to carry her. "Afraid you're my ticket out of here, lady, and even that might not be enough. But just so you don't get your hopes up, if it looks like they're going to take me, I'm gonna shoot you." "Why?" wailed Clare helplessly. "'Cause I'm pissed off. That's why. 'Cause I worked my ass off for nothing. That's why. Now come on." He jerked her along as they made their way toward the equestrian center. There were trucks there that maybe, just maybe, he could use to get out of here. They were approaching the center from the east, and when he saw the peak of the big hay barn, Straight actually smiled. The farm was vast and its topography complex, and the cops would come in the front, no doubt, while Straight left from the rear. By the time they realized what was going on, he would have ditched the truck, gotten to the little safe house he had set up just for this contingency, and then quietly disappeared. Not with all his money, but with some of it. They cleared a rise in the land and started down toward the horse stalls. The man came at them from out of the darkness. At first, Straight thought it was Macy, but then the clouds moved past and the moonlight revealed Billy Canfield standing there, shotgun in hand. Straight instantly held Clare in front of him, the gun to her temple. "Get out the way, old man. I ain't got no time for you." "Why, because the cops are coming. You damn right they are, 'cause I called 'em." Straight shook his head, a vicious look on his features. "And why'd you do that?" "I don't know what the hell you been doing on my farm, but I do know you been sleeping with my wife. You must think I'm stupid or something." "Well, somebody had to be screwing her, Billy, 'cause you sure as hell weren't." "That's my business," roared Canfield, "not yours." "Oh, it's my business all right, and let me tell you it was some damn fine business. You didn't know what you were missing, old man." Canfield raised his shotgun. "Yeah, go on and fire, Billy, and with that scattergun, you'll kill this nice lady too." The men silently stared at each other until Straight completely realized his advantage. Still using Clare as a shield, he pointed his pistol at Billy and prepared to fire Billy. Straight looked over in time to see Gwen and Baron charging straight at him. He yelled, pushed Clare away, and got off 2 quick shots, and then a bullet hit him in the head, instantly crumpling him. Webb had rushed out of the woods, quickly taken in what was happening, and fired, killing Straight. Baron reared up, and his front hooves came down on Straight's body. Webb quickly ran to Clare's side. He didn't have to check Straight. He knew the man was dead. "Are you okay?" he asked. Clare, she nodded, then sat up and started crying. Webb hugged her and then looked over and saw that Billy Canfield had shuffled over to a dark mass and then dropped to his knees. Webb rose and went over to him and looked at where Gwen lay on the ground, her chest covered by a pool of blood where at least one of Straight's shots had hit its mark. She looked up at them both, her breath coming in painful gasps. Webb dropped to his knees, ripped open her shirt, and saw the wound. He slowly covered her chest back up and looked at her. His expression obviously told her the truth. She gripped his hand. "I'm so scared, Webb." Webb knelt down closer as Billy just squatted there, staring at his dying wife. "You're not alone, Gwen?" That was all he could think to say. He wanted to hate this woman for what she had done to him, to Teddy Reiner and all the rest, but he couldn't. And it wasn't just because she had saved his life, and Claire's and Kevin's. It was because Webb didn't know what he would have done had he been in the woman's shoes, with all that rage and hatred building up over the years. Maybe he would have done the same. He just hoped not. "I'm not scared of dying, Webb. I'm scared I won't see David." Blood dribbled from her mouth and her words were a little garbled. But Webb understood her. Heaven and hell, that was it, with maybe purgatory, not even an option. Her eyes were starting to lose focus, and Webb could feel her grip loosening. "David," she said weakly. "David." She looked to the sky. "Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned." Her voice trailed off, and she started sobbing. Webb assumed the woman would have crawled to her little chapel if Shed had the strength. He looked around for something, anything, and then it appeared in the form of Paul Romano walking stiffly over to them. He had driven off in the truck that had been hooked to the trailer by the pool, flat tires and all, thanks to Webb. Webb rushed over to him, looked at his bloody leg. "You okay?" "Just a scratch." "Thanks for asking, Paulie. Can you take Gwen's last confession?" "What?" Webb pointed to where Gwen lay in the grass. "Gwen's dying. I want you to hear her last confession." Romano took a step back. "Are you nuts? Do I look like a priest?" "Shez's dying, Paulie. She won't know. She believes Shez's going to hell and she won't see her son. This is the same woman who masterminded wiping out Charlie Team, and you want me to forgive her too for all the stuff Shez's done. Yes, it's important. No way am I doing that. Come on, Romano. It won't kill you." Romano looked to the sky for an instant. "How do you know, Paulie? Please, I know I have no right to ask you, but please, there's not much time. It's the right thing to do. He added in desperation, "God will understand." The men stared at each other for a long moment, and then Romano shook his head, limped over, and knelt down beside Gwen. He took her hand in his, made the sign of the cross over her, and asked her if she wanted to make her last confession. In weakening tones, she said she did. Finished. Romano rose and stepped away. Webb again knelt down beside Gwen. Her eyes were starting to glaze over, but for a brief moment she was able to focus on him and even gave him a weak smile as though to thank him, as with each breath she pumped more blood out of her body. The resemblance to the wound that had claimed her son was striking. She clutched Webb's hand with renewed strength and mouthed the words, "I'm so sorry, Webb. Can you forgive me?" Webb looked at the beautiful eyes that were growing dimmer by the second. In those eyes and the woman's features he saw a different image, that of a young boy who had trusted Webb and who had then been failed by him. "I forgive you," he said to the dying woman. And he hoped that somewhere, somehow, David Canfield was doing the same for him. With that, Webb stepped back and passed her hand over to Billy, who took it and knelt down beside his wife. Webb watched as the chest rose and fell with greater and greater speed, and then, finally, it just stopped, and the hand went limp. As Billy quietly sobbed over the body of his wife, Webb helped Clare stand, put his arm under Romano to assist him, and the three started to walk off together. The shotgun blast made them all jump. When they turned around, Billy was just then walking away from Straight's body, a curl of smoke rising from his shotgun. 56. For the next few days, the police and the FBI had poured all over East Winds collecting evidence, wrapping up bodies, and generally trying to figure everything out, although that under even the best circumstances would take some time. On a very somber note, the body of the boy who had been substituted for Kevin in the alley had been found in a grave deep in the woods at East Winds. The boy had been identified as a runaway from Ohio who had somehow had the great misfortune to run into Nemo Strait and Clyde Macy, no doubt with promises of some fast money. As Webb walked over the grounds, he could only shake his head at how quickly the pastoral setting of the farm had turned into a battlefield. Bates had cut short his vacation and was now here overseeing things. Romano was in the hospital getting his leg wound treated, but the bullet had hit neither bone nor major artery, and the doctors predicted a quick and full recovery for someone as fit as Paul Romano. However, Webb was certain that Angie was giving her husband a really hard time about almost getting killed. No doubt if someone was going to do Romano in, she wanted the honors. As Webb was walking up the drive to the mansion, he saw Bates coming out the front door. Billy Canfield stood on the porch and stared at seemingly nothing. The man had nothing left, Webb thought. Bates saw Webb and came over. "Damn, what a mess," Bates said. "Well, it's pretty clear now that it was a mess for a long time before this. Actually, you were right. We discovered records at Straight's house and chased down his suppliers. The shot that killed Antoine Peebles was traced to a gun we found on Macy. Ed O'Bannon's turned up too in a dumpster. Same gun killed him. And the rifle Macy was carrying when you shot him. We matched that to the hits on Judge Ledbetter and Chris Miller. A ballistics hat trick. Don't you just love it when the pieces start falling into place? Oh, and we also checked the tape of the shooting in Richmond like you asked us to. Webb shot him a glance. What you find, you were right, there was something there. A phone ringing. It wasn't a ringing sound, it was more like a whistle. That's right, it was a cellular phone. You know, you can do just about any ringing sound you want. This one was a bird whistle. Nobody ever thought much about it before. It's not like we needed it as evidence to nail Ernie Free. Whose phone was it? David Canfield's. A cell phone his mother had given him in case of emergency. Webb looked stunned, even as Bates nodded sadly. It was Gwen calling him. He never answered. Probably the only way she thought she could talk to him at that point. She just picked the worst time to do it. She didn't know when HRT was going in, of course. So you think that's why the phones were the theme of the killings? Well, we'll never know for sure, but it looks that way. Maybe she felt, since she couldn't talk to her son, she wanted the phones to be the last things those three guys ever saw. She also left a written statement that exonerated Billy. I guess Gwen was thinking she wouldn't survive this, and she turned out to be right. We've confirmed Billy's innocence from other sources. And we were also able to nab a few of Straight's men who weren't at the farm that night. They spilled their guts good. The man suffered enough. Bates shook his head. Those guys confirmed that Gwen wasn't in on the drug stuff, but I guess she found out later and wanted a cut of it. God, and she looked so normal. She was normal, snapped Webb, but what happened to her son just took over her life. He sighed deeply. You know, I have every reason to hate the woman, and the only thing I feel is sorry for her, sorry that she couldn't have gone on. And part of me is thinking that if I had saved her son, none of this would have happened. That maybe I do a lot more harm than good. You can't carry that burden, Webb. That's not fair to you. Well, life wasn't very fair to Gwen Canfield now, was it? The two men walked along. Well, if you want some good news, you're reinstated with the Bureau. And if you so request, Buck Winters will give you a personal apology. And him counting on you so requesting, Webb shook his head. I need some time to think about it, Perce. Buck's apology coming back to the Bureau. Bates gaped at him.
You're kidding?
Come on, Webb. You got your whole life tied up in it. I know. That's the problem. Well, take all the time that you want. After all this, the official word at the Bureau is that anything you want, you got. Gee, that's really nice of them. How's Romano bitching and complaining? So he's just fine. They stopped and looked back at the mansion where Billy Canfield was just now turning and going into the house. Bates pointed at him. Now, there's the guy I really feel sorry for. Hiss lost it all. Webb nodded in agreement. You remember he said at the party, you keep your enemies out in the open right where you can see them all the time. Bates shook his head and looked around. Well, his enemies were all around him, and the poor guy never knew it. Yeah, you need a ride back. I'm gonna hang here a while longer. Bates and Webb shook hands. Thanks, Webb, for everything. Bates turned and walked off while Webb ambled along, and then he stopped, turned and looked in Bates' direction, and then at the mansion. Webb suddenly took off at a dead run to the stone house. He raced through the front door and down the stairs to the lower level, where he made a beeline for Billy's taxidermy room. It was locked. Webb easily broke open the lock, went inside, and quickly found what he was searching for. He carried the small jar in one hand and ran over to the gun cabinet. He found and hit the hidden latch, and the door swung open. He pulled the flashlight off the wall and went inside. The mannequin peered back at him. Webb hung the light on a peg on the wall so that the beam shone on the dummy. He took off the mannequin's hairpiece and carefully peeled off the whiskers. Next, he opened the jar and carefully applied the paint remover to the face. It came off quickly. Webb kept working away until the dark skin became white. With the hair and whiskers gone and the original skin color, Webb stood back. He had seen the face so many times, he would have recognized it in his sleep. And yet the few devices Canfield had used to disguise the face had worked to perfection. The man had been true to his word. He had kept his real enemy right where he could always find him. Webb knew he was looking upon Ernest B. free for the first time since the shootout in Richmond. You know those Italians I told you about? Webb whipped around and there was Billy Canfield. Those Italians, Billy continued. Who'd offer me all that money to move their stolen property? Remember I was telling you about them? I remember Canfield seemed to be in a fog. He wasn't even looking at Webb. He was staring at Ernie, maybe admiring his handiwork, Webb thought. Well, contrary to what I told you, I accepted one of those offers and did a real good job for them. Then, after what happened to my son and all, they came to me one day about 4 months ago and offered to do me a favor in appreciation for all my years of loyalty to the family. Break Ernest free out of prison and deliver him to you. See them. Italians are strong on family, and after what that man did to my son. Billy stopped and rubbed at his eyes. Anyway, Gwen probably showed you the little building what used to be a Civil War hospital at the farm. She did? Well, that's where I did him. I sent Straight and his men off to pick up some horses and put Gwen on a plane to see her family in Kentucky, so I could work uninterrupted. I used some of the same surgical instruments the folks back in the Civil War did. He went over and touched Free's shoulder. Cut his tongue out first, 'cause he was making such a ruckus. I expected that from a little worm like him. Love to make others suffer, but can't take a drop of pain themselves, and then you know what I did? Tell me. Billy smiled proudly. I gutted him just the way you would a deer. cut his balls off first. See? I figured somebody would done something like that to a little boy. He can't call himself no man. So why would he need any balls? You see my reasoning?" Webb said nothing, but though Billy did not appear to be armed, Webb's hand slipped to the grip of his pistol. Canfield did not seem to notice, or if he did, he didn't seem to care. He cocked his head and surveyed his work from different angles. Now, I'm not an educated man or anything. Ain't read many books and such, but it seems sort of poetic justice, I guess you'd say. That old Ernie B. Free would sit locked in a little room where slaves came through hunting for their freedom, but he ain't never gonna get his freedom, that is. And I'd know right where the son of a bitch was every minute of every day and show people to frighten them like he was some little carnival freak. He looked at Webb with the expression of a man no longer part of the sane world. "Don't that seem right to you?" Again, Webb said nothing. Billy stared at him and nodded. "I'd do it again, you know. In a minute I would. Tell me, Billy, what did it feel like killing a man?" Canfield studied him for a very long moment. "It felt like shit. Did it take any of the hurt away?" "Not a damn drop. And now I got nothing left." He paused, his lips trembling. "I shut her out of my life, you know. My own wife. Drove her to Straight's bed, ignored her. She knew, I knew, and I didn't say nothing about it. And that probably hurt more than if I'd beaten her for it. Right, when she needed me most, I wasn't there. Maybe if I had been, she could've got herself through this." Webb stared at him. "Maybe she could have, Billy. But now, well, never know." They heard footsteps coming down the stairs and both men walked outside the room. It was Bates. He looked surprised to see Webb. "I forgot I needed to ask you a few more things, Billy." Bates looked at Webb's pale face. "Are you okay?" He glanced at the stricken Billy and then back at Webb. "What's going on here?" Webb looked at Billy and then said to Bates, "Everything's just fine." "Why don't you ask Billy the questions later?" "I think he needs some time to himself." Webb looked once more at Canfield, and then he put his arm around Bates and led him up the stairs. They had just reached the main floor when they heard the blast. It was the fancy Churchill shotgun Webb just knew. 57, Webb dropped in on Kevin Westbrook, 2 days after Billy Canfield killed himself. The boy was back with Jerome and his granny, thanks to his father. Part of Webb hoped Francis Big F. Westbrook made it to his retirement. At least he had left his son out of it. The grandmother, whose name Webb learned was Rosa, was in wonderful spirits and had made them all lunch. As promised, Webb had brought back the photo of Kevin and given it to Rosa, returned the sketchbooks. Clare had taken previously to Kevin and also had a long talk with Jerome. "Never saw the man," said Jerome of Big F. "1 minute Kevin wasn't here, and now he is—" "How's the big cookie coming?" asked Webb. Jerome smiled and said, "It's in the oven and I'm about to turn on the heat." Before Webb left, Kevin gave him a sketch he had done. It showed a little boy and a large man side by side. "Is that you and your brother?" Webb asked. "Nope, that's me and you," Kevin answered, and then gave Webb a hug. When he went back to his car, Webb got quite a shock. On his windshield was a piece of paper. What was written on the paper made Webb look in all directions, one hand on his pistol grip. Yet the man was long gone. He looked at the paper again. It simply read, "I owe you." Big F. Some other good news was that Randall Cove had been found. Some kids playing in the woods had come across him. He had been admitted into a local hospital as a John Doe since he was carrying no identification. He had been unconscious for several days but had finally come to, and the Bureau had been notified. He was also expected to fully recover from his wounds. Webb went to see him after Cove was flown back to Washington. The man was covered in bandages, had lost a lot of weight, and wasn't in the best of moods, but he was alive. That was something to feel good about, Webb told him, and got a growl in return. "I've been right where you are," Webb told him, "except I was missing half my face. You got off easy. None of it feels easy. Not a damn bit. They say bullet wounds give you character. I got enough character to last the rest of my life then." Webb had glanced around the room. "So how long you in for hell if I know? I'm just the patient. But if they stick me with one more needle, somebody around here besides me is going to be hurting. I don't like hospitals much either. Well, if I hadn't been wearing my Kevlar, it'd be at the morgue. Got 2 bruises on my chest I think are with me permanently. First rule of engagement, always place one in the head. I'm glad they didn't read your rules of engagement. So you broke the oxy ring? I'd say we did it. And you popped straight, Webb nodded, and then Billy Canfield added a layer of buckshot. I don't think it was necessary, but it probably made him feel better. But then again, not that much better. Cove nodded. I guess I can see that. Webb got up to leave. Hey, Webb, I owe you. I really owe you a lot. No, you don't. Nobody owes me a damn thing. Hey, HRT, you brought the whole house of cards down. What I did was my job, and to tell you the truth, I'm getting a little tired of doing it. The men shook hands. Take it easy, Cove. And when they cut you loose from here, let the Bureau give you a nice, safe desk job where the only nasty things people are shooting at you are memos. Memos sounds pretty boring. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Webb parked the mock at the curb and walked up the sidewalk. Clare Daniels was not dressed in work clothes on this warm evening, but rather a pretty sundress and sandals. The dinner was tasty, the wine a nice companion to the meal and the lights low and inviting, and Webb had no idea why he was here, as Clare sat across from him on the couch by the empty fireplace and tucked her legs under her. Fully recovered, he asked. Not that I ever will be, business-wise, I'm great. I thought this thing with Oban and Woodvie wrecked my practice, but the phone hasn't stopped ringing. Hey, lots of people are in need of a good shrink, excuse me, psychiatrist. Actually, I've been taking a fair amount of time off. Different priorities. Something like that. I did see Romano has out of the hospital now. Did you go to his house? No, at my office. He came with Angie. I guess she told him about her seeing a psychiatrist, him helping them work through some issues together. They said they didn't mind you knowing. Webb took a sip of wine. Well, everybody sure as hell has issues, don't they? I wouldn't be surprised if Romano left HRT. We'll see, she eyed him. So, are you leaving HRT? Well, see, she put down the wineglass she'd been holding. I wanted to thank you for saving my life. Webb, that's one of the reasons I invited you for dinner tonight. He tried to keep it light. Hey, that's what I do, rescue hostages. But then his jovial look faded. You're welcome, Clare? I'm just glad. I was there, he looked at her curiously. One of the reasons. So, what are the others? Cooing on my body language? Reading between the lines? She refused to catch his gaze, and Webb could sense the nervousness underneath the joking manner. What is it? Clare. Filing my report with the FBI soon. The report detailing what I believe happened to you in the alley when you froze. I wanted to discuss it with you first. Webb sat forward. Okay, let me have it. I think O'Bannon gave you a post-hypnotic suggestion, a command, an instruction of sorts to stop you from doing your job. You said that you can't make someone do something they don't want to do or wouldn't do normally while under hypnosis. That's right. But there are always exceptions to such rules. If the person being hypnotized has a very strong relationship with the person doing the hypnotizing, or that person is a powerful authority figure, the person may do something outside his normal range of action, even hurting someone else. The rationale may be that he feels this authority figure would not make anyone do something really wrong. It really comes down to issues of trust. And according to his notes, O'Bannon had established a trusting relationship with you. How do you get from trust to me freezing? Did he brainwash me? Like the Manchurian Candidate? Brainwashing is something very different from hypnotizing. It takes time and is more of an indoctrination in which, through sleep deprivation, physical torture, and mental manipulation, you change the personality of someone, make him wholly different, you break his will, his spirit, and then you recast it as you wish. What O'Bannon did was build an order into your unconscious. When you heard the phrase, "damn to hell," the reaction would start. The phrase was coupled with a safety valve of some sort, in case you heard the phrase or something similar to it elsewhere. In your case, I think that safety valve was hearing communications over your wireless receiver when you were in the alley. Remember, that's when you said you actually froze in? O'Bannon's notes was a record of the taser gun story you also told me. So the physical reaction he programmed in was one he knew would paralyze you. Damn to hell plus communications over the radio would cause you to freeze like you had been hit with a taser dart. Webb shook his head. And O'Bannon could do all that to my mind, Clare said. I believe you to be a somnambule, Webb, a person very susceptible to hypnotic suggestion. But you were almost able to override that suggestion. I'm certain you weren't supposed to be able to rise and walk in that courtyard. That was your pure will coming through, if that makes you feel any better. It was probably your most remarkable feat of the night, machine guns notwithstanding. And they used the phrase "damn to hell" to further incriminate the Free Society because it was the name of their newsletter. Yes, when I saw that on their website, lots of things started making sense. That's a lot to take in, Claire. She sat forward, her hands in her lap. Suddenly Webb felt like he was back in her office, enduring another session. "Webb, I have something else to tell you. Something even more disconcerting. I should have told you before, but I wasn't sure you were ready to deal with it, and with everything that happened, well, I was just afraid to, I guess, compared to you, not very brave." Compared to you, nobody's brave, actually. He ignored the compliment and simply stared at her. "Tell me what?" She looked directly at him. "When I hypnotized you, I learned a lot more than that your father was arrested at your 60th birthday party," she added quickly. "But I couldn't tell you about it then. It would have been too traumatic." "Tell me what?" "I don't remember a damn thing happening other than the party. And even that was a little fuzzy, Webb. Please listen very carefully to me." He rose in his distress. "I thought you said I was in complete control, that it was a heightened state of awareness." "Damn it, that's what you said, Claire? Did you lie to me?" "It's usually that way, Webb, but I had to do it differently. For a very good reason. The only reason I let you play around in my mind, lady, was because you said I'd be there running the show." Webb sat down and clenched his hands together so the dead stopped shaking. What the hell had he told her while he was under other than the birthday fiasco? "There are times, Webb, when I have to make the decision not to allow the patient under hypnosis to remember what occurred. I don't take that step lightly, and I certainly didn't do it lightly with you." He had to admire her, in voice and manner. She was in control. He didn't know whether to lean across and kiss her or slap her face. "What exactly, Claire, did you do to me? I gave you a post-hypnotic suggestion." She looked down. "The same technique O'Bannon used on you to make you freeze in the alley, so you wouldn't remember some things from our hypnosis session." "Great, Claire, easy, a frigging somnambule, so it's easy to screw with my mind, right, Webb? I did what I thought was best, Claire." "Just tell me," snapped Webb impatiently. "It has to do with your mother and your stepfather, how he died, actually." His face flushed for an instant. Webb was suddenly fearful. He suddenly hated her guts. "I already told you how he died. He fell. It's in your precious little file. Go read it again. You're right. He did fall, but he wasn't alone. You told me about a pile of clothes near the attic entrance." He stared at her. "They're gone. They've been gone a long time. They were a great hiding place for a terrified and abused young man to hide." "What?" "Meaning me. A great hiding place at the behest of your mother. She knew that Stockton went up there to get his drugs." "So what?" "I knew that too. I told you that when I wasn't hypnotized. You also told me about some rolls of old carpet." She added very quietly that they were as hard as iron. Webb stood and backed away from her like a frightened child. "Okay, Claire, this is officially nuts. She got you to do it, Webb." That was her way of taking care of the abusive father. Webb sat down on the floor and put his head in his hands. "I'm not understanding any of this, Claire, none of it." Claire took a deep breath. "You didn't kill him, Webb. You struck him with the carpet and he fell. But your mother, stop it," he shouted. "Just stop it. This is the biggest bunch of bullshit I've ever heard, Webb. I'm telling you the truth. Otherwise, how would I know these things?" "I don't know," he shouted. "I don't know anything." Claire knelt down in front of him, reached out and took his hand. "After all you've done for me, I feel terrible about all of it. But please believe me that I only did it to help you. This was so hard for me too. Can you understand that? Can you believe that? Can you trust me?" He stood so abruptly she almost fell backward in surprise. Webb headed for the door. She called after him. "Webb, please." He walked outside and she followed him, the tears falling freely from her now. Webb climbed in the car and fired up the Mach. Claire walked unsteadily down the sidewalk toward him. "Webb, We can't leave it like this." He rolled down the window and looked at her even as Claire's eyes searched his. "I'm going away for a while, Claire." She looked bewildered. "Going away? Where?" "I'm going to see my father." "Why don't you analyze that one while I'm gone?" He gunned the car and drove off under a sky dominated by a gathering storm, the black mock quickly vanishing into the darkness. Webb glanced back once, his gaze catching Claire Daniels standing there, illuminated by the wash of light from her cozy house. And then Webb looked ahead and kept going. Acknowledgments to my good friends Philip Edney and Neil Schiff at the FBI for all their help and counsel. Thanks for always being there for me. Thanks to Special Agent W.K. Walker for his help and advice. To Dr. Steve Sobelman for his invaluable assistance with the psychological aspects of the novel and for being a great guy and dear friend. Steve, we'd love you anyway, even if you weren't married to your fabulous wife, Sloane Brown. To my wonderful friends Kelly and Scott Adams for all their help and advice with the equestrian and horse farm aspects of the novel and for tramping through the snow with me over a couple thousand acres. Kelly, thanks also for teaching me to ride Boo. He'll be back for more. To my new friend Dr. Stephen P. Long for help on the OxyContin portion of the book. Steve, your comments were insightful and right on the mark. To Lisa Vance and Lucy Childs for keeping my literary life straight. To Art and Lynette for all they do for us. To Steve Jennings for again reading every page with his eagle eye. To Dr. Catherine Broom for patiently explaining complicated medical matters to me in a way even I could understand. To Aaron Priest for all your great advice on this one, I owe you. To Francis Gillette Miller for another superb editing job. You outdid yourself this time, Francie, and to Rob McMahon for his very thoughtful comments. To Deborah Hockett for making my life so much better. And to her husband, Daniel, for designing an incredible website. To Michelle for keeping our crazy world straight on course. To all those wonderful souls at the Warner Books family, including Larry, Maureen, Jamie, Tina, Amy, Martha, Karen, Jackie Joyner and Jackie Meyer, Bob Castillo, Susanna Einstein, Kelly Leonard, and Maja Thomas, you're the best. And finally to my friend Chris Whitcomb, hostage rescue team operator, who also happens to be a wonderful writer and one of the most extraordinary individuals I've ever met. Chris, I couldn't have done this novel without you. You went far beyond the call of duty in helping me, and I will never forget it. I wish you every success in your writing career. You deserve it.